Angel on the track.
Ooh, baby, that was bomb detonation. B-O-N-K with an exclamation. Man, I love it when the kids go and get creative. Got me roasting on a pig like I'm making bacon. Ooh, not today, saying, not today, saying. Especially when guys that take time for escalation. Man, I watched the clip and it was fascination. Student and the faculty against the fascination. Oh yeah, and I know that we gon' win, bro. Pays a holy water jug, it's a symbol. It's very versatile if you know how to use it first. You bunk up a cup and then you go and fucking quench your thirst. Stay dangerous, it's okay to take a risk. Give a fuck about the police. Grab a water jug and come with. Ooh, if you hate cops like me, then give me some dash. Ooh, if you hate cops like me, then shake that ass. Go ahead and shake your ass. Ooh, if you hate cops like me, then yell at cap. Ooh, if you hate cops just like me, then hit that dance now. Hit that bonk dance, baby. Bong, bong, that's how you should treat the cup. Make them take more than 5 L's, that's how you beat the cup. Bong, bong, do you want this jug or not? Comrade, go hard with the jug, I call him juggernaut. Cal Poly going too off with big old plastic jugs just like a boob job. They wanna know what I think when I watch first. Thought that popped into my head is this is bunker. Bong, 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 what the students say. From Columbia Uni all the way to LA. Let us unify and rise in the coolest way. Motherfuck 12, free Palestine to the grave. Not a single cut, there's a lot of love. What you got with a Rayco on the water jug. It's not a clip, only bitch, it's a life lesson. If you're resourceful, anything can be the right way. If you hate cops like me, then give me some dash. Ooh, if you hate cops like me, then shake that ass. Go ahead and shake your ass. Ooh, if you hate cops like me, then yell at cap. Ooh, if you hate cops just like me, then hit that dance now. Hit that bonk dance, baby.
got a letter from LBJ. It said, this is your lucky day. It's time to put your khaki trousers on. Though it may seem very clear we've got no job to give you here, so we are sending you to Vietnam. Lyndon Johnson told the nation, have no fear of escalation. I am
I was born in a Dublin street where the boy drums do beat, and the lovely English people walked all over us. And every single night when the dad would come home tight, he'd invite the neighbours out with his chorus. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lace of Gillishandra. Tell us how you slew them old Arabs 2 by 2, like the Zulus they had knives, bows and arrows. Of how bravely you faced one with your 16-pounder gun, and you frightened all the natives to the marrow. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lace of Gillishandra. Let us hear you tell how you stand a brave Parnell, and taught them well and truly persecuted. Where are the stares and jeers that you proudly let us hear when our heroes of 16 were executed? Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Killashandra. Oh, come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you run medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Killashandra.
Buckingham Palace announced the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
Hello everyone. Yo, everything on Twitch is broken today. Hello everyone. What's going on? Well, you know what's going on. I wasn't going to stream today, but I just can't not, even though I don't really ever cover like politics as much as any other political streamers do. I am just I honestly like, I mean, you know, we all know like America is like incredibly fucking fascist. But it's just another thing to see it. To see like the blatant hypocrisy, to see people who are younger than me being brutalized by like in the most like also in the most parodied way, like the most parodied instance. Like if you could think of like the worst, the way in which like you would describe police brutality to a child, but like hyperbolic. Anyway, let me just fix a few things. My Twitch manager was broken when I started streaming. It didn't even tell me I was streaming, so everything... That's why I don't think any of the raids or any Twitch alerts are going to work today. I don't know, I think maybe it was just down in South Africa, but I literally for the last 10 minutes could not like do anything on Twitch, so just give me a second. Oh, a little bit of celebration before. Let me just get this out. Hold on. Thank you guys so much. This is... I just want to cover this quickly. Let me just get to it. What? Oh my god, everything's so broken. Everything is so fucking broken, dude. Like, tabs that are supposed to be here are not here. Hold on, let me just refresh my stream manager. It's like, it's, yeah, there we go, okay. It's like it forgot, it's like Twitch, glitched. And it literally fucking forgot that I was, a partner. And so all of the partner tabs were, like, gone. And it, like, said I wasn't running ads, even though I am. Like, this happens sometimes. Anyway, thank you guys. Look at this. Thank you. So I actually even made like the 300 for the next month. So actually a death end. I think you must have pushed me over the edge. In fact, I think the 6 all comes from your extra. So that's just the extra there. But yeah, I will be, if I keep like this for 3 months, then I'll get the 70-30 split, which is insane. Like, but yeah, I will be from now on getting a 60-40 split on Twitch, which is fucking amazing. Hold on, let me just sort out this hold on, what's going on? I think my doorbell's ringing. Okay, hold on. I am expecting a delivery from Takealot today. I ordered myself a pillow. Hold on. Okay, let me just I'm just gonna put something on here for you guys while I quickly go out and get it. Okay, and then I'll fix everything else afterwards. Yeah, video game study lounge. I'll be back in a second. Sorry, it's gonna be like this. I have like also a food delivery for my family coming later, so I'm gonna be in and out quite a few times today, but that's okay. I'll be back in a second, everyone. Okay. All sorted. Alright. Anyway, let me just quickly sort out my... hold on, let me figure this out. Okay. No idea where... Oh, there we go. Okay, let me refresh this. There we go. Yeah, all of that stuff doesn't work. I have no idea if the alerts are going to work either today. Okay. I ordered myself a memory foam pillow because I've been struggling to sleep. And it's because I realized my pillows are just shit. Like, they're just old. And so, like, I'm not getting any support. And so, yeah. Anyway. Hold on. Goals. There we go. Yeah, you're supposed to replace them every year or so. Yeah. And I also, like, I'm very, like, picky with the pillows. Content of the clip is relevant stuff, but look, there's a little loading circle. Maybe OBS is stuff like loading or something. Oh, where is it? Where's the loading circle? Oh, yeah. Okay, that's just the alerts. Okay, hold on. I can do that. Alerts. Maybe it's this one. I just need to refresh it. There we go. Okay, there we go. The worst things to be unsupportive. Pillows and parents, yeah. Memory foam pillows are great. Really help you remember to sleep well. Really helps you remember to sleep well, yeah. If it's too hot, look into buckwheat husk pillows. They are firm and cool. Yeah, I'm fine. It's just more that, like, I need to just make sure that it's not gonna, like, irritate my skin, you know? But it's fine. Like, with a memory foam pillow, it'd be, like, no problem whatsoever. Anyway, I shred the cotton and leave the birds to collect. Oh, yeah, that's interesting. I do that with, like, whenever we're, like... whenever we're brushing my dog, I always take the hair out and like put it in the bushes because I know that the birds like to like pick it up and nest with it. So anyway, let me keep this going. Well, yeah, I did that with Nelma as well. Yeah. Sorry, there's just a lot to like process today, and I'm gonna have some interruptions, and that's so frustrating. But yeah, getting back to what I was saying, yeah, it's just... like, it's the most expected response from the American government. I was so amazed. Like, I was looking at LOL. I was doom scrolling a bit last night. It's not something I often do. And I was like, LOL overruled. Was like, yeah, I don't know why I've missed this, but yeah, fascism is in America now, and I realize this because of, you know, a lot of I feel like a lot of people when you bring up the term fascism, they think that it's like hyperbolic. And this is not a this is not me being critical of LOL overruled at all. He's doing a lot for protesters, but you know, there's that. I just don't think I mean, like, obviously there was shit like this for the Vietnam War. But like this, I feel like maybe we should have a look today at student protests for the Vietnam War. Obviously, I'd have to like be very careful because there were protesters. I remember there was a very famous image of a student being killed, I think. But it's shocking. Like, I mean, you guys know people in your real life right now involved in this. But I must also just say, like, how important this is, especially for Americans to protest in this way, because America is Israel. Israel is America. Yeah. Like, other countries protesting is also good, but it's not gonna have, like, it's up to America. At the end of the day, the existence of this genocide happening, and this is obviously not me being like, oh no, it's your problem, Americans, this is your fault. No, it's not. It's the American fucking government's fault. Let's not play into this nationalistic bullshit. But, unfortunately, Americans are the ones who have to, like, say no. You know, people, Germany as well, but I mean, like, look, apples and oranges compared to like who funds more. But anyway, yeah. The protests are radicalizing a lot of parents. It looks like my parents for the first time are debating voting for Joe because of what's going on. Good. Fuck Joe Biden. Let there be fucking anarchy, okay? There was something I liked. Hold on, I'll get it quickly. There were a lot of things I liked on Twitter that I want to bring up. And I think that's just what Maney will be doing today, is just like looking at stuff from the protests and looking at like people's takes on Twitter. I'll do the dolls as well, but I want as much attention on this as possible, but I also am I won't play any videos of anybody getting brutalized, because I still want to maintain my stream as like that space where, you know, you can go and watch Gremlo, you can go and watch Hassan later, but I still want to maintain that space of like, I don't want anybody to like, you know what I'm talking about, you know what I mean? Anyway, you know, I don't need to explain myself. My grandfather protested the war, got sent over anyway, came and protested the Vietnam War in his own right as a US citizen, got his 2 front teeth knocked out at a protest because he punched a cop. Until the day he died, my grandpa earned the nickname Champ. Yeah, fuck, dude. And it's just this, like, meaning... I was watching Left Flank Vets earlier. Fucking love Left Flank Vets. Hopefully my Twitch is gonna work. It'll just go to Son. And yeah, Left Flank Vets, doing some... I mean, I love that Left Flank Vets watches C-SPAN. And here's basically, like, all of these Americans, like, calling in. It's very interesting. So, you know, also, like, a great person. So, I've been watching all of this. I woke up today and started crying. There are 2 ways you can look at this. You can be doom-pilled, like I'm feeling at the same time, but that's just because I'm seeing violence committed against people in my age group, and I'm seeing fascism in action, and that is going to make you a fucking doomer, right? But what you need to hold on to in this is the unity of the fact that people are on our side, okay? Like there has never been so much momentum. The culture war, which unfortunately a lot of like these issues boil down to in America, is being won by the left. People are not on the... You can see it in the media. The fact that mainstream media has to cover these things. And you know what's the worst thing? And I see people say this. And it's fucking pissing me off too. It pisses me the fuck off. Knowing that, and you know, and there's this quote, and if anybody can fucking find it, Hassan read it out the other day about like, being a leftist is so much about just being right too early. And you are all going to like, put this in your brain, because you are now going to wait in like 2 years time or however, it actually might be pretty sooner, okay? Because I think like a lot of parents are being radicalized by this as well. I think there's a lot, and see, here's the thing. This is like one of the major protests of this kind. Obviously, there was BLM, but BLM, it wouldn't have the same sort of support in terms of like parents getting like upset, because BLM wasn't just like it wasn't just students. You know what I mean? Even though BLM was a very similar style protest and was suppressed in a very similar way, right? But the difference is here, this is so much more radicalizing for white liberals in America. And their parents, like, watching, and that, unfortunately, like, when white liberals get radicalized, then things start changing. In America. And people are going to lie about being pro-Palestine in 20 years. No, I think it'll be sooner. I think people are going to lie about being pro-Palestine, anti-Palestine or pro-Palestine in 2 years. Okay? The media, things are much quicker nowadays. Okay? And people can lie so much more easily. Well, I mean, they could in the past as well. But it's just because we've got so much communication back and forth that, like, we see people lying so much more easily. And we will be vindicated, but, you know, like, what is vindication? I mean, like, that is the thing, is, like, as I said, as a leftist, you're just right too early. Even Schumer has a both sides POV. At the end of the day, though, like, the fact that you have to, like, I get why this is all... I'm just... Okay, let me just reframe my thoughts. Like, It's gonna it just fucking sucks that knowing that these students are being traumatized and brutalized for peacefully protesting, and that I swear, within a year, within like however long it takes because it's coming, okay? Like this is Israel's not going to be able to just go back and do a comfortable genocide, okay? Where they are not going to see like criticism from nations. Everybody's got their eyes on this, right? So however long it is, like, we're going to see all of these motherfuckers and all of these people working in these institutions being like, oh yeah, we were wrong to send in fucking like 500 cops into a university, keeping students inside, preventing press from getting inside, like beating people who are just like sitting on a fucking lawn, okay? Yeah, this is the optics, I mean, are fucking horrible, and unfortunately, like, I mean, it's good that the optics are horrible on the side of like the state, because liberals and white liberals in America, the ones who fucking vote and like define like where the political like where the politics like sort of really go in this country and how much like is really done, they are seeing this and they're like, this is fucking ridiculous. 50 years ago, it took a week for the police to storm Hamilton Hall. Today, it took a day. They will not survive the year pushing the same shit. Yeah. Anyway, let me find what I want to show you. There are lots of links. Last night's Zionist mob descended on UCLA. Yeah. And then also at the same time, what was happening in New York, we had new stuff happening in California. And this was even, this is like different because it's just counter-protesters brutalizing protesters. With security and police doing nothing. Because at the end of the day, they are on the same side as the Israeli protesters. So they will let them do whatever the fuck they want. And we know this. All right? Yeah, this. How insane. Columbia's webpage discussing its regret for calling police in to arrest students in 1968 is displaying a warning about limited access due to NYPD on campus and arresting students. A new perspective. Columbia is a far different place today than it was in the spring of 1968 when protesters took over the university buildings amid discontent about the Vietnam War. Really, is it? But now one thing I will say, okay? One thing that I think is very important in just in terms of like your own sanity, okay? In you watching liberal hypocrisy like take place all over you know, Twitter and wherever anybody else is posting, whenever anybody's, you know the kind of people that are going to change their mind and be like, actually no, like pro-Palestinians were right. Or people who are changing their mind now. Save that pointing out of that hypocrisy for when the genocide has been, like, when the occupation has ended, okay? Do not, like, fixate on the hypocrisy of people now realizing that what's happening now and what students are doing is good, okay? Don't get tangled up in trying to, like, point out that someone is changing their messaging, okay? Take whatever fucking ally you can as long as they're not Nazis, okay? Trying to co-opt the movement. Okay, I'm not saying don't be annoying. It's not annoying. It needs to be called out, okay? But it's something that is not what should be the focus at the moment, of course. All right? And I'm not talking about individual people. Individual people like can change their mind like Normans. I'm talking about like fucking media figures who are suddenly changing their fucking mind and changing their tune, you know? Still with the patina of, you know, oh, maybe, you know, it would be better if, like, you know, these protests didn't end up being violent, which, like, they are not violent at all. The violence is only caused by the fucking police and by counter-protest movements. But, I would be shocked if Biden won this election. Yeah, it's a fucking election year. Bro, the world is ending. You know what? Let's hold on. Hold on, I've got another delivery. Hold on. I can hear it outside. Oh fuck, wrong one. Okay. Back in a second. There's the food that I ordered. I wasn't gonna stream, so I did like all of the deliveries so it wouldn't be interrupting here.
Don't try, then what the fuck is stopping us from just throwing ourselves off a bridge and giving up?
I'll add this
and
next.
Saying, yeah, the planet is dying. The government hates us. The animals are leaving.
This is how I'm feeling right now, dude.
Us. We might be alone. It just might be you and me. But that's okay, because do you really need anyone else?
Oh! Oh! Bury me, go! Oh, I'm dragging him! I'm dragging him! Did you see that?
I'm back. Apologies, that should be the last interruption of the day. Okay. Alright. Let's see what I've missed. You're bang on, it was shocking Biden. These chances were really shaky without this, and now it's Joe. Bro, fuck the, like, I'll be honest with you, at this point, if this was my government, that was, defending a genocide, I'd be like, fuck it, dude. Like, you know, at this point, like, I might as well have the most right-wing motherfucker be in control. Is it really gonna change anything? Now, obviously, there are marginal things that, like, you know, Democratic Party is better for, but they can't even protect anything. Like, they can't protect your rights. They can't protect your right to abortion. They can't protect trans people in America. They can't do any of that. They haven't done any of that. Fuck them. No, they want to just keep fucking yeah, all they want is they don't give a fuck, dude. And they don't give a fuck about you either, Americans. They don't give a fuck about any of you. They put you into the worst circumstances possible. Like all other comparable OECD nations, is even you even get better fucking shit living in South Africa than you do in America, okay? And people here are poor as fuck, okay? Like the average South African that can't afford fucking medication for let's say diabetes. Yeah, okay. State fucking provides it for free, okay? So yeah, fuck it. If they are gonna do that, then this is like, I feel like anarchists right now have never been more, well, with respect to like the American government in particular, have never been more right. Okay, so we're not hating on any anarchists today, okay? They really are the ones that are out there. Keeping people organized, keeping people in line. Anyway. Let's have a look at, yeah, so as I said, I want to cover this stuff today. I don't know if we're gonna do the dolls, because I just feel like it's like... This needs to be talked about, you know? More and more and more. We might do them, though. Jason was doing shower doors course, he didn't get the memo. Let's see. Foreign Sticks has been posting all the bonk moves. This was my response yesterday, by the way, because I had no words, and so all I did was this. Which I meant as a very serious statement, and I wasn't just trying to make a fucking meme, but this is all I could post. I had no way of, like, fucking, saying anything else. And I didn't want to get all of the fucking, like, right-wing freaks in my replies if I posted, like, fucking ACAB. Because you know, like, so this gets the message of I'm behind on updating all the bonk memes, yeah. Yeah, this hero. Just, if you're gonna send a video to me today, I want to try and keep it, I don't mind watching interactions and clashes with protesters, but I just don't want to hear, I still want to try and keep this space, like, a space where people are not gonna get, feel like triggered by the content we're showing. So because you will see that on Hassan's stream, you will see that on any other political commentator stream. So I will watch those things, but just like give me a little warning if it's there, because then we'll just watch it without sound. Because I just, the main thing I think that gets to people is hearing people screaming. Yeah. Do you think my image gets the points across? Let's see. And I just still want to make this a space where, like, as I have before, where like people can like, still have discussions about politics, but you don't have to, like... You know, I've spoken about what my stream is now. Yeah, anyway. All pigs, yeah. NYPD, yeah. This gets to the point, across. Bro, and I've been seeing, my Twitter is just filled with either, like, stuff about what's happening in New York and California and all over America and, like, in Georgia and Texas and all of that sort of stuff. Or, like, literally people talking about Kendrick versus Drake, and I'm like, I don't care. I'm sorry. I know Kendrick. It was a fucking banger. I've just like, bro, you dropped it on a Tuesday on the worst fucking day to drop it, dude. You couldn't drop it the day before? You couldn't wait. Like, it's a fucking banger, but still, dude. Anyway, Zionist protesters were blasting sounds of babies crying overnight at UCLA and also assaulted the students. Yeah, I know. They threw tear gas and fireworks, and they beat up people at the UCLA, I think, campus. And this was all happening while the media was focused on what was happening in New York. Okay? So, like... But this, to me, to all of, like, throughout this, when you're feeling doom-pilled, when you're feeling like, what the fuck? Like, we are living in fascism. Yeah, we've known this for a while. And if you're waking up to that right now, well, I mean, I guess, like, I say we, collective we, as in, like, a lot of, like, my life and living in the global south is dictated by what America wants. But, you know, I wouldn't say South Africa is a fascist state. But, look, like, in America, I mean, yeah, in certain instances it definitely is. But, but the point is, like, in America, yeah, if you're suddenly realizing that you're living in a fascist state, welcome to the party. But also there needs to be, along with, like, the doominess of watching people of our age being fucking brutalized by these, like, sycophantic, disgusting fucking class traitors. At the same time, you have to realize the fact that, like, protest movements in America are not fucking dead. Thank God, like, you know, there's still some level of organizing that the state, like, can't stop you from fucking doing. You know? A tale of two pictures. Okay, let me open all of this sort of stuff. I think maybe it would be good today to watch stuff on maybe the like Vietnam protests. Obviously, if we do that, I would need someone to check the video before, because there are lots of photos that might show dead bodies. And this is the shit you want to see. The thing with BLM is BLM, white fucking liberals in America didn't have to care about it. Because, you know, they're not black. And black people in America are a minority. But most of them have kids. And a lot of them have kids that are at universities. Cinemarxon reacts to a 2-hour doc about the Vietnam protests. Okay, I'll ask him if they're about it. I'll see if, like, when he's around. Normally he'll be around a bit later. I'll see in his chat. Hold on, actually, let me just ask him right now. Cinemarxism. Sorry, ignore all my fucking tabs. Where is it? I have no idea which one it is. Where is it? Cinemarxism. Let's go through all of them. Fuck. Did I remove it? Oh no. Hold on. Let me check his VOD. Maybe we could just watch Cinemarxism's VOD. That would be cool. Because I'd also like Cinemarxism's, Next to No Justice. Where's No Justice? Oh, there we go. Okay, there we go. What was the doc you watched on the... Wait, no, I'll go with a hassle first. On the, Vietnam protests. And did it have any TOS? There we go. Hopefully, he shall see. There we go. This was 3 days ago. Hold on, we've got so many links. This woman is watching more leftist chats than 3 FBI agents combined. Yeah. I mean, like, the reason why, and I think Tofu does this too, okay? This is just streamer shit, okay? I don't want to fucking, like, look on Twitch, like, to see who's live. Because sometimes if you just go live, yeah, called the fuck out. Okay, dude. Yeah, I know you control Ewing all the time, okay? I've seen how many fucking tabs you have. But this is how I check who to raid. You know? So I can't delete any of them because then I'm being like, oh, well, then I guess I'll never raid you. You know? Because then it's just like, oh, fuck, you know? Maybe I should change my system. Same, it's my actual follow list. Really? Oh, okay, insane. Well, I follow a lot more people on Twitch that don't add there. I should be better, though, because, like, I do follow a lot of people and smaller streamers that aren't on there because I just haven't got around to adding all of them. So I should actually just go and look through before. Anyway, that's what I mean. Here's Cinemarxism VOD with a timestamp. Okay. We might watch that. Thank you. You can watch it through Brett. Okay. Alright, let's have a look at all of these posts, and I'm gonna eat something quickly. Yeah, so yeah, this is, I'm outraged I will not vote for Biden. This is what we want to see. And you're still gonna get the motherfuckers chirping, being like, ah, well, you know, what if Trump gets into power and does a Muslim ban? Bro, you think Muslim people are doing well in America right now? Like... Anyway. Let's see. So we've got this one. Daily showers are purely performative and no real health benefits. No, we can't hate on the anarchists today at all, okay? Like, they have never been more fucking justified, okay? Especially with respect to America. Like, today we can't, okay? Well, maybe a Muslim ban will help Muslims realize that they might be better off in a real country. I mean, look, the thing is, I feel like every American would be better off living in a real country. Anyway, so this was insane. I do want to have a look at, this is what we'll be able to look at. Okay, let's have a look at everything you guys have sent me. I've got so many fucking tabs, dude. Okay, so we will watch things like this. I just want to make sure that, like, obviously I just don't want to play the sound. I don't want anybody to be, super, like, this stuff for me, this is very difficult stuff to watch. I don't know about any of you. So I'm just going to be playing these things without the sound just because it's like, I still want to maintain, like, you know, I'm not the best, as I've said before, some things I feel are above my skill grade with regards to political commentary. I'm not a political commentator by any means. So a lot of, like, I just sometimes feel like I don't have the words to describe things. Yeah, but today I just couldn't. I can't not cover this, you know? SJRG officers arrest protester after he hit an officer with an empty water jug. Oh, by the way, like, such amazing shit, by the way. Just, how they have been, the police, like, don't see the difference between people of authority, like, fucking... Like, it is just insane, like, how the police will just straight off sick themselves on, like, elderly professors at universities being like, please stop, like, you know, being violent against our students. They don't need this. And will just, like, completely be violent against them, too. It just shows you how there's, like, no, like, to the mind of like, that whole thing of, like, when you are, like... When you are a hammer, everything looks like a fucking nail, dude. Anyway. So, the probably 200 officers here organizers order people to disperse. The water bottle again, dude. Jesus Christ, look at these zip ties. Look at all of these fucking zip ties these hoggies have. They go in knowing that they're just gonna arrest so many fucking people, dude. My god. Yo, I used that exact same line yesterday when they were saying they should not break windows. Windows are gonna get broken. They are. Fucking insane, dude. Don't attack the police and you won't go to jail. Fuck you. Bro, some of the protesters don't, like, just talk to the police and they get arrested. Bro. Motherfuckers just sit on lawns and do nothing and get arrested. They sit on lawns on a fucking community campus or campuses they fucking pay for. Just sitting there and they get fucking arrested. Yeah. Last night was if you leave the building, you get arrested. Insane, dude. Yeah, don't read blue check marks. I mean, some of the blue check... The thing is, some of the blue check marks have been like, yeah, this is fucked up. So I've been reading them, dude. I've been reading them because I'm seeing these, like, reactionary motherfuckers being like, oh my god, what the fuck? Is this response necessary? And that's making me feel, like, good, okay? To see... But then you get a whole bunch of motherfuckers who are like, oh, no, you know, respect the police, you know? Anyway, yeah, this was fucking funny. Last night we toasted to a free press, to an informed citizenry, and to America where freedom and democracy endure. Bro, this is like... This is literally some fucking North Korea shit, dude. I'm not even kidding. like the way in which the North Korean government is like stereotypically fucking like viewed as to being like, no, everything's fine and everyone's fucking happy, dude. The First Amendment. Imagine running a worse presidential campaign than Hillary fucking Clinton. Yeah. Holy fuck, man. I can't believe it's an election year. Oh god. America's so cooked. Maybe he misspoke or they misquoted him. He probably meant to say, last night we toasted the free press. Yeah. Yeah, we toasted the free press, and we told this to an informed citizenry, and to an America where freedom and democracy endure. In quotations, dude. Oh my god. Imagine representing your voters, citizens making demand of their leaders sounds like terrorism, yeah. What's this?
I brought a bonky boy, I'm ready if we're gonna fight. So if the piggies come on bonking, I'm another time. The traitors to the working class, so it's completely justified. And you wonder why we hate the cops, cause we're forced to watch this shit a lot. Solidarity could make it stop, so hit your local cop with the bonky bomb. All jugs to the front, who the juxtaposition? It's guns versus jugs, that's just a juxtaposition. Just so you know, I brought some veggies and a can of beans. Now we got the water and soup for our family. Stay dangerous, it's okay to take a risk. Give a fuck about the police. Grab a water jug and come with. Ooh, if you hate cops like me, then give me some dash. Ooh, if you hate cops like me, then shake that ass. Go ahead and shake your ass. Ooh.
This was posted on a Sunday before the protest protest arrest started. I have no idea about the timeline because the thing is the media wasn't reporting on it when the actual protest started. It wasn't first UCLA. Hold on, give me a second, guys. Okay. Damn, protesters using the buildings as human shields. I mean, look, we know the Supreme Court like ruled that like police don't have a constitutional responsibility to defend you. Didn't you know that? Colombia was the first? No, it wasn't. Colombia was not the first. I mean, well, the one in I get confused. No, Colombia is in New York, I think. No, it wasn't. I have no idea which one was the first, but I just remember like it wasn't the one that we knew initially. I have no in California. Oh, did it start in first in what? The first university to stop protesting? Vandy in Tennessee. Okay. Yeah, Vanderbilt. I knew it was like something that wasn't covered. I didn't know. I didn't even know that Vanderbilt was the thing. Sorry, I'm not American. So, you know, it wouldn't have been on my prospect of where to go to university, so I've never heard of it. Columbia was the one that got major coverage. Don't know if it was the first. Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's like, so I actually don't know the timeline of when people started getting arrested. Humboldt is where the jug came from, yeah. The insane. Anyway, alright, there's some other ones that I wanted to show you and talk about. And then I think we'll just watch Cinemarxism stream. I don't think I'm gonna do the dolls today. I feel like nobody's in the mood to watch me do fucking Wordle and Time Guesser and go through all of like the normal processes of like a normal. I'm not in the mood. I don't want to fucking do that. I want to see what's happening. You know? Yes, I've got it up. I've got it up. I've got Brett's got up. Don't worry, it's here. No worries. I just want to show you a few things that I was liking on Twitter. Let me actually just go to BRB and I'll scroll through my likes. I kind of want to see you do Wordle and only Wordle. Is it okay? I have to do it now. Hold on. I have to do it because maybe it's maybe. Hold on. Or if it's maybe, I'm gonna lose my mind. Hey, no. Oh, Wordle. Okay, we'll do that one quickly. Wordle better. Okay, guess the country. Give me a second. I'm trying to place it. It looks very small because these borders are very straight, but also like jagged, so it's not like quite. They're lined like that, so it's like a smaller country. Fuck, I've got no idea. I'm trying to think. Maybe Uganda? Or no, it's not Bhutan. It's not Bahrain. It's nothing like Singapore. I don't think it's Eswatini or Lesotho. Please do connections. Fine. Okay, we'll have some fun. Fine. I'll do the dolls chat wants me to do, but then we're going back and covering this stuff and looking at like ACAB memes and shit. Okay. Connections sucked. I think this is. I'm trying to think. Is this Ecuador? It could be like. Can't really remember the shape of Honduras. It's not Belize. Is it like Guinea-Bissau maybe? No, Guinea-Bissau's got a lot of like islands like surrounding the outside of it. You got it in one? Well done to you. This one's stumping me. I'm trying to think. This is a European country. It doesn't quite fit anywhere. I mean, maybe Luxembourg, but like I don't think so. Or it could be like Andorra. Oh fuck, it could be like Andorra, dude. I'm gonna go with Andorra. No? Oh, then it must be, no, not Equatorial Guinea's got islands, so it's in Africa. Fuck, I should get this. Yo, I'm gonna lose my mind if it's fucking, Eswatini, dude. I don't think it's... Lesotho is more oval, like the other way shaped. Is it fucking Eswatini? Oh my god. Bro, like, it's not part of South Africa. How am I supposed to know, okay? It's tiny, dude. You look at the fucking map of Africa, you look at it and you're like, what? Like, you just see a circle. I just see a circle. You should see a circle too, dude. I knew it wasn't Lesotho. Okay, Lesotho. Sorry, I'm like literally capitulating to like. It's pronounced Lesotho. I've been. I should not say it in like Lesotho. You know, in the very sort of British way. Please do connections. I'm stuck. Okay. We'll do connections, but we're listening to the bonk song.
Jake Angel on the track.
Ooh, baby, that was bomb. Detonation. B-O-N-K with an exclamation. Man, I love it when the kids go and get creative. Got me roasting on a pig like I'm making bacon.
View, fly history, solid, animal point, kink, file, plain, pocket, rivet, supreme, button, line, door, window. Button, pocket.
It's a symbol. It's very versatile. If you know how to use it first, you bonk up a cop and then you go and fucking quench your thirst.
Button, pocket, fly, denim jeans.
Give a fuck about the police. Grab a water jug and come with. Ooh, if you hate cops,
Maybe not.
me, then give me some dash. Ooh, if you hate cops like me, then shake that ass.
I think it might be that though, something to do with clothing. What the fuck is a rivet, dude? I don't even know. I know it. I actually don't. I could not identify what a rivet is if you asked me what it is. Define rivet. A cylindrical mechanical fastener that attaches multiple parts together from fitting through a hole. Okay, it's just some fucking. Okay.
That's how you should treat the cup. Make them take more than 5 L's. That's how you beat the cup.
Solid Supreme.
Do you want this drug or not? Comrade, go hard with the jug. I call them jug.
Plain. View.
Too off with big old plastic jugs, just like a boob job. They wanna know what I think when I watch first. Thought that popped into my head is this is bunker. Bong, 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 bong.
Door, window.
From Columbia Uni all the way to LA.
The fuck is this shit, dude?
In the coolest way, motherfuck 12, free Palestine to the grave. Not a single cut, there's a lot of love. It's not a clip,
Maybe point, kink.
if you're resourceful, anything can be the way. If you wake up like me, then give me some dash.
I must be like pocket button, fly. This, I think I'm right on this.
Ooh, if you wake up like me, then yell a cat.
Maybe line? Like the lining? One, okay, so I'm correct on this. Okay, there's just one that I don't know. Maybe line point, plain, line point. Oh my god, nerd shit. Solid. Bro, this is through all the dimensions. 0 dimension, 2 dimension, 3, wait. 0 dimension, 1 dimension, 2 dimension, 3 dimension. Holy fuck, I'm a nerd. Again. Let's do it again. We'll turn it down a little bit more.
Angel on the track.
Ooh, baby, that was bomb.
Supreme.
B-O-N-K with an exclamation. Man, I love it when the kids go and get creative. Got me roasting on a pig like I'm making bacon. Ooh, not today, saying, not today, saying.
Shape rotate confirm, yeah. This is the updated music. Oh my god, it's a Bandcamp. Oh wait, left flank vets. I've still got them up here. Oh god, how the fuck do I turn it down on Bandcamp, dude?
Jake Angel on the
Bong bong, I got a bunker for the summertime. I brought a bonky boy, I'm ready if we're gonna fight. So if the piggies come on bonking,
Can you add it to Hassan's playlist? Yes.
so it's completely justified. And you wonder why we hate the cops, cause we're forced to watch this shit a lot. Solidarity could make it stop. So hit your local cop with the bonky bomb. All jugs to the front with
There we
the
go.
juxtaposition. It's guns versus jugs, that's just a juxtaposition.
I don't know if he'll play it, and I don't like exploiting that often, but I did. Maybe he'll play it. He doesn't really mind, but it still like makes me feel like a bit like I don't want to have control like that, you know, be like, here, I added this for you to play, you know. It's a, you know, anyway, let's see. But today I will. Window kink file. File like on a computer. View. Door. Window. No, this has to be wrong. Like history. So we've got fly, we've got pocket. I think it must be rivet and then button. I don't know what a rivet is, but it must be. Okay, featured on a pair of jeans. Okay. Animal. Oh, there's circles on jeans. Okay. Door window. View. History. It's not a clip, only bitch, it's a life lesson. If you're resourceful, anything can be the way you wake up. Ink. Let's see. Door, animal, window, supreme, file, kink, history, view. Door, window. They open. Opening a file, opening a window, opening a door, opening a view. No. Animal. Supreme. I don't know. Like supreme leader? Supreme ruler? Animal, window, door, supreme, kink, file, history, view. Viewfinder. What would kink be? A kink could also be like like an indent, I guess. Happy 1st of May. Hold on, give me a second, chat. Hold on. Hold on. 35 getting 50. Thank you. Hold on. Sorry. I just have to write an email. Hold on. Wait, I'll just replay the song. Hold on.
Very versatile, if you know how to use it first. You bunk up a cup and then you go and fucking quench your thirst. Stay dangerous. It's okay to take a risk. Give a fuck about the police. Grab a wallet and come with. Ooh, if you hate cops like me, then give me some dab. Ooh, if you hate cops like me, then shake that ass. Go ahead and shake your ass. Ooh, if you hate cops like me, then yell at cat. Ooh, if you hate cops just like me, then hit.
Yeah, my milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, but there turns out the boys are fashion.
Hold on 10 months, 10 in Turkish is on hold 10.
That's how you should treat the cup. Make them take more than 5 L's. That's how you beat the cup.
Okay.
Do you want
Hold 10 months, 10 in Turkish is on hold 10. Thank you so much for the 52 on gifties. Holy moly, sorry, I just had to answer an email. It had to be answered immediately. Okay, let's get back to connections. Okay, that's how you should treat a cup. We'll put it back on.
this juggernaut?
File.
Call him juggernaut. Cal Poly going too off with big old plastic jugs just like a
Bro, I don't know what the fuck this is. History.
when I watched first, thought that popped into my head. Is this his bunker?
His.
Bong, 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 what the students say. From Columbia Uni all the way to LA. Let us unify and rise in the coolest way. Motherfuck 12.
Maybe like animal history. Or maybe they're channels. History channel, animal channel.
It's not a clip, only bitch, it's a life.
Kink and Supreme, I've got no idea. One away? Oh my god.
Give me some dab. Ooh, if you hate cops like me, then shake that ass. Go ahead and shake your ass. Ooh, if you hate cops like me,
The View channel?
ooh, if you hate cops
I have no idea.
just like me, then hit that.
Web browser menus. Oh. Member of a 60s band. Oh. Fuck this, dude. Fuck, that's so annoying. The kinks, the animals. Okay, those are rivets. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Alright. Okay. So we did connections, that wasn't that bad. This Google stream didn't know browser menus? True. Call me out, I'm a fraud. Okay. So I wanted to just have a look at some of the tweets that I liked. Let me just find them. Yeah, like, look at this, dude. Like, this... Hold on, let me just... I'm just gonna open them all quickly. Hold on. Just, I know you're sending links, chat. Just give me a second, please. Oh, yeah. This as well. Don't worry. I'm just, these are just things that I want to show you guys. Let me just get them all up. I'm just talking to myself. Okay. Alright. I've almost got them all up. Fuck, Twitter is just like such a doomer place right now, but also like a very not just doomer. There's a sense of like action and like things are being done, and that like people can't you know, look away. You know. which is not all bad. Okay. Oh, it's about the event, the USCLA last night. Okay, hold on. Let me open all of your links and we'll go through them. Obviously, make sure you're not sending me anything TOS. Yes, okay. I will rate that as well. Okay, and then all of this. Okay. Some Western leftists, so this was sent by, I know it's from leftist students, campus revolts, don't do anything for the class struggle. Palestinian Farm Workers Union, PFL, Mayday statements today. The Union of, okay, so this is like a sarcastic statement. The Union of Agricultural Work, oh, well, no, some Western leftists have this. By the way, this is bullshit. It's ahistorical as fuck as well. Like, this is another thing that I heard on, I was watching Left Flank Vets' stream. It's ahistorical to, like, there was a guy who was like, yeah, no, it made sense for Vietnam because, like, Americans were directly going there. That it's, and so, yeah, like, that's why it makes sense, but it's completely ahistorical to think that, like, students have protested only for issues within, like, wait, is this person justified? Wait, I haven't read it yet. Okay, hold on. This could be wreck shit, I don't know. But it's like, I mean, these aren't leftists, by the way. If just that's the main sort of thing. Okay, what did I want to say? Oh, but bro, did you see fucking David Pacman? Oh my god, just go look at what David Pacman's been fucking tweeting, dude. Oh my god, it made me so angry. I was like, what the fuck, dude? Really? Anyway, but he's always been a fucking lib. What was I saying? I got distracted. Anyway, let's just read this. The Union of Agricultural Workers in Palestine extends our deepest solidarity to you, the revolutionary youth who are changing the world. We write to you from Palestine to tell you that your actions are resonating across oceans. In you, we see the echoes of our struggle, the echoes of our resistance, and the echoes of our hope. We send a salute of respect and pride to the university students all over the world, especially to the students in American universities who are protesting against the crimes of occupation and the support of the American administration for it, and who demand a halt to the aggression against the Palestinian people. We also salute all the labor and women's organizations that stand in solidarity with our people and their cause, and all the free and honorable who fill the squares and fields of the capitals and cities of the world in support of our people and supporting their just cause. Glory and eternity to the martyrs, freedom to the prisoners, and healing to the wounded. A salute to our steadfast people across the entire land of historic Palestine and in all places at their presence. A salute of love and loyalty to our brave workers as they, alongside all components of our people, political and social, wage the battle for national, economic, and social liberation. A salute to the global working class in the face of injustice, aggression, and the onslaught of global imperialism. A salute to all the honorable and free people in the world who stand against injustice and aggression. The PLO! Oh my god, it still exists, I didn't even know. Is it? The Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine? Is this the PLO? Is that what it stands for? Oh, the PFLP, okay, I don't know. The Central Media Department, May the 1st, 2024. These things work. I mean, the thing is, like, the protests are not about, it is about showing solidarity, right? It is about showing, giving some sense of, like, people are on your side to the people of Palestine. But and this, like, so this is, and it is great, like, seeing this is wonderful to see, like, that Palestinians are being able to see this. But the other thing the focus of this is just getting, like, I mean, America is Israel and Israel is America, you know? PFLP are the ML group that is part of the armed Palestinian resistance. Okay, all right. I had no idea that I don't know a lot about, like, the different parties within Palestine at all, because like all I know is that a lot of the socialist ones, their leaders were butchered and were just like Israel made sure they couldn't exist. Learning from, you know, apartheid being abolished in South Africa, you know? We can't do anything of the people of Palestine but give them a small amount of joy showing that they're putting their bodies in line in solidarity. Yeah. But the main thing that they see, and that is like is like America, I mean, they can. Like, America will get more aggressive, and the police are going to get more aggressive, and these things are going to get more and more heated. But the reality is there has to be a stopping point. Like, people are going to be like, I mean, it's still, at the end of the day, like, white liberals have far more of, like, a say of, like, what's sort of going on, you know? I mean, I guess it really depends. Like, we have a look at, abortion and all that sort of stuff, and they are seeing this, and they're seeing their kids being brutalized, and it's, I mean, as you, like, here, where did I close it? Where is it? Where was that thing that maybe I closed it? I think I closed it. Was the, yeah, like, being like seeing someone, lifelong Democrats being like, I'm not gonna vote for Biden. That's big. Okay. Okay, so then we'll have a look at the other things over there. So that's great. Like, yeah, this stuff does mean anything, but also the messaging here is not just, I mean, this is just me being like specific, is like, yes, it is about like the solidarity, but it's more about getting the American government to do something. Because at the end of the day, there's only one government that controls Israel, and it's not the Israeli government, okay? It is to some extent, but it's just a puppet American government. We know this. You know? Let's see this. This was happy 1st of May. I don't get the 1st of May jokes. But yeah, this is good. This is good. First of May isn't a joke. I don't understand the memes. At all. Here's a drawing in my sketchbook of pro-Israel protesters attacking the UCLA Palestine Solidarity Camp with fireworks. They've been tearing down barricades, spraying bear mace. Jesus Christ, dude, that's so fucking dangerous. Pointing lasers into students' eyes? I love that, like, the security there. Now, I'm not talking about the, like, security that's hired by the campus, but I'm talking about, like, specifically law enforcement just standing by and not doing anything. And, like, laughing, which we've seen accounts of. They were fucking going around, like, screaming, this is the second Nakba. I mean, it's just insane, you know? Oh, it's International Workers' Day? Oh, okay. Well. Oh, okay, then this is just in case you didn't see this and you are involved. Lolo has said that he will do anything in his power to help students who are penalized for protesting. I'll put you in contact with other lawyers. I'll write to you a character letter. I will be a reference, whatever you need. The good people on your side, history is on your side. So if this is something, you know someone who needs this sort of help, here is a tweet. I think Lolo's DMs are open or whatever. But Lolo really doing, you know, the work here, trying to do what he can. This I found just like something, it was just so well put. The brave students at Columbia and other universities have held a mirror to the face of the US empire. The state uses extreme force against its own children at home in a futile attempt to crush their dissent against the state's facilitation of a genocide abroad. Like, it's just succinct and exactly what's happening. You know? From Jeremy Scarhill. Yeah, friend of the show. Yes, I already... Foreign sticks! Oh, there was another one, sorry. Oh, you were sending 2 more? Sorry, I thought you were sending just the same tweet over and over again. Sorry. Apologies. I promise I won't share the video, but they dragged out a student from the USA encampment and beat him with blunt force weapons. His comrades managed to rescue him quickly and de-escalate, but they're literally dragging around teenagers and holding and old ladies while shouting second Nakba. Holy fuck, dude. Yeah, if you are in California and you don't have anything to do, they are looking, as far as I know, for more bodies to help at UCLA. I don't know what the situation is now. Obviously, if I was in America living in California, I would be there to help because they were requesting more people to come and help. Because they were just being fucking brutalized by the... I mean, it's insane. They've restricted the campus. Have they? But then how are the fucking counter-protests allowed on? And how... Oh my god. Only students, police allowed in. Okay, well, if you're a student of UCLA... Because of violent counter-protests. Oh, so in actual reaction... Wait, so did UCLA literally say, like, did the UCLA actually be like, no, fuck these, protesters? Counter-protesters? Did the UCLA actually, like, did they actually stand up for the fucking peaceful demonstrators? Oh no, this is just from the Solidarity encampment. Okay. Okay. Not really, they waited 3 hours before doing anything. Yeah. Bro, it's fucking insane. Can I just, like, once again, and I know people are making parallels between January 6th, because people are, like, fucking disgusting liberals are saying, oh, you know, you like, how are you guys, all you left is so critical of what happened on January 6th, but then you see this and you're like, oh no, this is completely fine. Like, shut the fuck up. Motherfuckers, like... were protesting because Daddy fucking Trump told them that, oh, I actually, like, did win the election and was rigged, like, your democracy is falling apart. This is completely unjustified. They're fucking protesting a genocide. We might also, I think, would be good, to have a look back today, because we've got other things. So I want to watch Brett's and Marxism's VOD, which is, like, a long thing. We might, I just am a bit worried that there's TOS. But it was, he might have known. Let me just see if he's replied in his chat. I don't think he has, but... No. The cops were very nice to January... Yeah, so that's the other thing, is, like, the cops were very nice to the January 6th protesters as well. It's insane, dude. Like, you would think that, like, there would be any sort of processing going through their brain of, like, these are children. Like, I mean, they're not children, not in a, like, in a way where it's like but they, like, in the sort of, like, grander scheme of, like, the children of the nation, they're the next generation, you know? Like, they are innocent in this world, okay? They don't give a fuck. They are just hammers and everything's a nail. I sent the link to the VOD earlier. Yeah, I've got it. I just, get worried because, yeah, but it should be fine if it's a Twitch VOD. So, urgent request for UCLA. Students need to make more barricades and shields, power tools. Really need your help. Please gather goggles, face visors, water bottles, shields, saline, any other protest necessity, and bring them to the encampment tomorrow. If anybody is able to, like, take stuff to them, maybe what you could do is just, like, go out and buy some stuff, and then, like, I don't mind sending you some money via PayPal. If anybody is doing this, or if anybody knows of like there's a fund for this where I can donate to help, just let me know. But oh, there's a Venmo. There's no Venmo, so I can't Venmo. There's Venmo is just purely an American thing. Anyway. All right. I mean, Israel has shown how delighted they are to murder Palestinian babies in cold blood. Yeah, I'll Venmo it for you. I'm gonna ask Oni instead. Is Oni still here? Don't worry, Foreign Sticks, because I'll send the money to Oni because Oni I pay Oni a lot on PayPal, so it's just much easier. Just say how much I have a big credit limit. Okay, no worries, no worries. I will, but I do want to send some money to these people. But here it is, please, like, if you can help. Sniper training in South Africa? Bro, the South African trends don't mean anything. Like, they're always bullshit. I promise you. Like, they literally never mean anything. It's like, they just have to find something, you know? Okay, so this is a statement from SJ Pad UCLA, which is the Palestine solidarity UCLA Palestine Solidarity Encampment. Okay. Thank you, Tofu, for putting this on Twitter, because I do not go on Instagram. Is China shipping fascist Kendrick Lamar snipers to South Africa via Temu? Many Trend is asking. Oh, by the way, this was interesting. Just talking about, like, China. Sorry, we're going to be going through all of this. So this was in 2019, right? Hashtag Hong Kong... Fucking Josh Hawley, dude. Motherfucker. Have you guys ever seen, like, images of Josh Hawley kissing his wife? Sorry, I will make fun of fucking dumb Republicans, but, like, it's the most awkward thing you'll ever fucking see, dude. Just go look it up. Police trapping hundreds of students inside Poly University won't let them leave. Apparently, one mass arrest. These are actions being back. Government raised questions whether China is in violation of the 1984 Joint Declaration commitments. Holy shit, dude. Then he says, expel the students, fire the faculty, send in the National Guard to protect Jewish students on campus. Oh no, but when it's China, China can't do that. No? Even though this was completely unjustified. Any sort of violence against students is unjustified. I'm not defending China in any sort of way here. I mean, I'm doing the thing now of calling out people, but it's a Republican, so it's fine. Oni was asking you if you could forward PayPal donation to a... Yeah. Oni, if I sent you some money on... do you have Venmo, Oni? I don't. If I sent you money on PayPal, could you send it through to this Venmo for me? I do. Can I send you... I'm gonna send you some money quickly. Will you send it through to this? Thank you. Here is the link. I'm gonna do it right now. Thank you. Here's the link. All right, there we go. Sent it through. Sorry, I was editing for another... DM me the link as well. I'll just quickly send it to you right now. I just sent you the money. Hold on. We just sent... There we go. Hong Kong protesters were the ones of the rare case where state violence would have been justified, but the government still didn't use it much. The protesters literally set an old man on fire. Huh. I don't know anything about the... like, during that time, I was not very politically active, so I actually don't really know. Can't even remember. Yeah, it was 2019. I was not... I mean, watching Hassan is what radicalized me, so that would have been 2021. So, I don't actually know anything about that. But yeah, in general, I just... like... Police violence on this scale is insane. So I'm obviously a bit skeptical of like any sort of you know, but yeah. For the stock Cinemonks was watching in Berkeley Vietnam War Press, I've skimmed through it and vast majority of it's talking heads some footage of the clashes. All it shows low quality, mostly manhandling, no blood or death, shit like that. I'm just worried about images. That because there are very famous images from the Vietnam War and from Vietnam War protests in America of dead bodies. So and they are like the images that like radicalized people. So they definitely would be included in this documentary. So that's why I'm just a little bit worried. But yeah, it's a lot to go through. Oh gosh. Huh. I would like to learn more about it, obviously, because it's like, I mean, the ANC did things like that too, but it's a completely different scenario, because I don't know about what was happening in Hong Kong at all, so I don't want to make that comparison. And what the ANC did was disgusting, and this is disgusting as well. But it just in general, like, mass arrests of everyone for the actions of a few is not, like, that's what I'm against in this instance. Mass, like, violence against those who were not involved in that in the first place. You know, anyway. But I don't know enough about it, so I'm not going to say anything more. Okay. Holy fuck, dude. This is what really, like, blows me away and makes you realize, like, how fucking cops operate, dude. Just got tear gassed at a Palestinian Antifa rally. How was your day? It's fine. It's very small. Okay? Don't worry. It's okay. It's not like a lot. It's fine. Professor been on the ground being arrested, asked police to leave the students alone. We're getting a taste of what Trump's America if elected. Bro, you're... It's fine. It's so little. It literally could... It doesn't even look like it's... It looks like it could just be a scab. It's fine. Don't worry. It has to be, like, super, super excessive and gory. Like, Hassan has watched the, like, NBA when somebody, like, got hit in the face and they were bleeding. It's fine. Like, it's more just about the context and, like, how overt it is. Anyway. But yeah, in general, yeah, it is just that is good though to call out the but thank you. Here's some tasty satire by Libs. I've got so many more tweets to go through. Let's have a look. This. No, it is TOS. Blood is TOS. Any sort of like human fluids, basically vomit, you know, semen, anything like that is TOS. Poo is TOS. I mean, I don't think they really care if your dog poos like in the background and you like fucking clean it up or whatever. But like that stuff is TOS. Send over proof of payment. Thank you. You didn't have to, but thank you. I trusted you anyway. Thank you so much for doing that to me. Basically, like in America, you guys can move money around so quickly and easily. Spitting is TOS too? No, that's not TOS.
Guys, I am super annoyed at all of these protests that are happening. And look, I agree with a lot of what the student protesters are protesting about. Like, yeah, I think that Israel needs to stop bombing Palestinians into oblivion. But I think what these college protesters are forgetting is that we have an election in November against Trump. And Trump is a threat to our democracy, okay? Democracy is at stake.
This is satire.
And we need to do everything in our power to save democracy.
Chat, this is satire. So it's okay. This is satire. It's okay though.
And that actually includes stopping doing democracy
Good satire imitates reality. So
for a little bit. What if we do democracy
good satire
later?
is believable.
Because if we do democracy now, then we won't have democracy later because Trump will win from doing democracy now. Because if we do democracy now, then we just have Amy Goodman's show. Because what if you yell at Biden so much and people don't vote for him and then we don't, and then Trump wins and then we don't have, and then he gets rid of democracy. It seems so short-sighted to care about this now when we have had 6 months of Palestinians dying and people are acting like they can't stomach another.
Is anything happening in Canada, by the way? Canadians in the chat. I'm interested to know.
6 more. I know that genocide.
I feel like the Canadian response would be, like, not as bad, but that's copium on my part. Like, just have a look at what the fucking Canadian government does to, like, you know, native, like, I don't know, what's the term for native people from Canada? I have no idea. I just looked it up and there's an encampment in McGill, Montreal. Okay. Yeah, Canada is an apartheid settler state, so First Nations, there we go. Yeah.
Side is wrong. But don't people understand that if Trump was president, he would do what Biden is doing, but worse? He would be like, oh, 40,000 dead. Double it or you're fired. He would say, no, give them more money. But like even more than Biden's money. Like Biden gave more money, but he would be like even more. I just don't understand how we could be mad at Biden when there's like a parallel universe in which Trump was president and he did the same thing but worse. That was so much worse what he did in the other universe. I think people need to understand that presidents make a lot of hard choices, and sometimes those hard choices include other people dying. Sometimes.
Bro, that is literally word for word. I'm not even fucking kidding. Like Johnny Harris has said that in a video. The one about fucking Henry Kissinger. He was like, "Yeah, presidents have to make a lot of hard choices." I'm not even fucking kidding. Like he literally said that.
You need other people to die in order for you to know what it is to truly live.
Like, we don't really know what it's like to be, like, you know, a member of the US government during the Cold War. You know, they're fighting communism. Like...
to truly live in democracy.
Yo, American democracy is looking pretty sick, right, chat? Okay, we didn't read this. The life-threatening assault we faced tonight. So this is about the assault from counter-protesters, Zionist counter-protesters against the UCLA Palestine Solidarity Encampment in California. I am going to mess up a lot of universities. I don't know any universities in America. I don't even know where fucking Harvard is, and that's like... Bro, I literally have... I didn't realize this. I bought like a jumper the other day, and for some reason in South Africa, all of the fucking like jumpers you buy are just like branded with American universities. I'm not kidding. Like, just go to like Superbalist, which is like an online shop in South Africa, Superbalist, and just look at the fucking jumpers and look how all of them are just like branded with American universities, and that's it. Like, you can't find any that don't have like American university branding. Like, fucking, I don't want this shit. So I ended up accidentally, not even knowing, buying a fucking Berkeley jersey because it had like a bear on it and it was pink and it looked really cool. So I'll show you what it was. Hold on. This is what I bought. And I had no idea. I just realized, oh fuck, that's probably a university in America. Superbalist Berkeley jersey. Because it's like pink and it had a bear on it and I really liked that. Berkeley. No, hold on, I have to go into Superbalist. Superbalist. Berkeley. Yeah, this. I bought this. Okay, because I thought it looked really cool. Okay, and it was pink, and it like, I really liked it. Okay. And and then when it arrived, I was like, oh fuck, this is probably a university. Because all of them were universities, and I was like, I don't want this shit. Where is the University of Berkeley? I don't even fucking know. I just think it's sick, though. Like, I love the color, but I had no idea. I was like, yeah. Anyway, so I own this now. Whatever. Okay, let's read this. Life-threatening assault we face is nothing less than a horrifying, despicable act of terror. For over 7 hours, Zionist aggressors hurled gas canisters, sprayed pepper spray, and threw fireworks and bricks into our encampment. They broke our barriers repeatedly, clearly an attempt to kill our community. Campus safety left within minutes. External security on the university hide for backup watched, filmed, and laughed on the side. Okay, so I will say something. The campus safety, like, I do not feel like these are employees of the university. I'm not angry at the campus safety. They're not like literally. They do not have the wherewithal to be able to deal with this. There's no way. So I have no idea like how they would have been able to help. So I'm not upset with like the workers at the university for campus safety are just people dressed in cop uniforms. Anyway, they're just workers. I won't comment on it. But the external security that they hired to keep people safe, fuck them. Okay, that is completely different. When you're hiring external security, they are going to be hired for a purpose, and they would be able to deal with this sort of stuff. Okay. But of course they're fucking hogs. Can you send a link to this? I want to send it to my parents. Yes, it's from Tofu. This was the Instagram link is linked there. Here we go. By the way, let's give out a shout out to Tofu. Tofu Ghost. Here we go. Thank you, Tiamani. You're so much quicker than me. Yeah, Tofu was covering this stuff earlier. She's great. Does a lot of political content, but also some nice cozy videos towards the end of her streams. Really good streamer. Late night America, early morning sort of streamer. So, you know, she's great. They broke our barriers repeatedly, clearly in an attempt to kill our community. Campus safety left within minutes. External security, the university hired for backup, watched, filmed, and laughed on the side of the immediate danger inflicted upon us escalated. I just have no idea, like, when I look at this shit, how can you treat, like, the one thing, like, when you are not an American, okay, what comes to mind first when you think of America, because this is all Americans ever fucking go on about, is free speech, okay? Americans talk about how they have such amazing free speech laws, which, like, to be completely honest with you, like, I don't think we have as, I feel like South Africa's got just as good. I mean, like, I don't think free speech laws in America are anything to really write home about, because you can have them, right? But that means nothing. It means nothing forever. And this is what is from, just so, you know, Americans understand, this is what is so jarring, and people, this is what radicalized people, makes people realize that America is just a fucking, like, you know, third world country with a Gucci belt, is that America preaches this idea of a free and equal, you know, society, and like where anybody can, you know, live the American dream and rise out of the bindings of their class, to be everyone's just a temporarily embarrassed millionaire. And then you see this, and people are looking around and they're like, this, especially in countries where maybe free speech laws are not as good, they're like, no, this is happening to me. So what's the point? What's the point of having these fucking amendments? What's the point of having these laws if your government doesn't even fucking give a shit about them? I think the South African ones are the best. You talked before about how you can't use old South African flag. That's hate speech laws. Hold on. Let's have a look at the South African Bill of Rights. This is the South African Bill of Rights. None of this shit has been changed. I mean, there's amendments, but none of this can be taken away. The Bill of Rights is the cornerstone of democracy in South Africa. It enshrines the right to people. This is actually a really good thing to read because this is like a baseline of rights, like when more progressive, like social. So like this has been used as a baseline to write constitutions and bills of rights in like more social democratic countries in the world, like because this is such a modern constitution in terms of like the fact that it was written in 1992, around about that sort of era. Like it didn't just get all written in 1 year. But the state must respect, protect, promote, and fulfill the rights in the Bill of Rights. The rights in the Bill of Rights are subject to the limitations contained or referred to in Section 37 or wherever. Okay. Equality, human dignity, freedom. Yeah. So here. Everyone has the right to freedom and security of the person, which includes the right to not be deprived of freedom arbitrarily without a cause. Let me just see, though, if there's anything about... Yeah, okay, here. Freedom of expression. There we go. Everyone has the right to freedom of conscience, religion, thought, belief, and opinion. Religious observances. Okay, that's all fine. Freedom of expression. Everyone has the right to freedom of expression, which includes freedom of the press and other media, freedom to receive or impart information of ideas, freedom of artistic creativity, academic freedom, freedom of scientific research. The right, this right and subject does not extend to propaganda for war, incitement of imminent violence, advocacy of hatred that is based on race, ethnicity, and religion. So basically, you can't have the freedom to do this shit. So you can't have the freedom to do propaganda for war, or incite violence, or advocate hatred that is based on race, ethnicity, gender, religion, and that constitutes incitement to cause harm. Then assembly, everyone has the right to peacefully unarmed to assemble and demonstrate, to picket and present petitions. And political rights, it goes into all of these sorts of things. Yeah. It's very simple, and it's meant to be very, very simple, but it's very binding. You can see, like, we've got a fuckload of labor laws. Okay, so to form, everyone has the right to form. This is very important. To participate in activities, programs of a union, and to strike. Every employer has the right to form and join an employers' organization to participate in the events and activities of the program of employers' organizations. Every trade union and every employers' organization has the right to determine its own administration, programs, and activities, to organize and to form and join a federation. Okay, so yeah, that's the main sort of thing. But yeah, it's extensive, like everyone's rights. Like, we even have a right, everyone has the right to have access to adequate housing. And there are a lot of homeless people in South Africa, but the government does build housing. They're not building it fast enough. There's a lot of fucking corruption in South Africa. But, like, you know, I feel like this, you wouldn't, like, this is not something you'd find in the American Constitution. Anyway. So if you ever want to read through it, it's a very good constitution. Very easy to read as well, because it's supposed to be accessible. Now, obviously, a lot of... Yeah, anyway. But, you know, like, that's... freedom of speech. It's right there. Anyway. So, yeah. So... Campus safety left within minutes. External security, university hide for a backup, watched, filmed, and laughed on the side as the immediate danger inflicted upon us escalates. Like, I just don't understand how somebody can look at, like... I don't know how fucked up in the head you have to be to, like, look at people being, like, brutalized by counter-protesters and to laugh. Like, how fucking Islamophobic are you? Because, I mean, this is really what it's boiling down to. Okay? Yeah, this is what happened at UCLA. Law enforcement simply stood at the edge of the lawn and refused to budge as we screamed for their help. The only means of protection we had was each other. We keep each other safe. Despite the danger, we refused to engage, standing by the principle of our encampment self-defense. For all the schools' pretense of student safety, we have experienced an unprecedented amount of violence and hatred while they stood by. The university's hypocrisy, all too apparent, as signs of this escalation were reported, documented, and indicated early on. The Zionist attacks, their use of chemical weaponry, their hatred, their destruction, are but a microcosm of the genocide in Gaza. The university would rather see us dead than divest. Media portrayals of neutrality on both sides only obfuscates the truth. We have no pepper spray, no gas canisters, no fireworks, and no aggression. All we have was a community to hold our wooden barriers. And what more can we do? Yet we ask again. No, we demand that the university end this sham. The sham of pretending that school is neutral. It has chosen genocide before, and it chooses genocide again. Call on UCLA, protect your fellow students, and call for what we need, divestment from systems of death that profit off indiscriminate bombings, and call to end the genocide in Gaza and the occupation of Palestine. I really hope that in all of this, like there is, I feel like this is probably like what people probably felt during like the Vietnam War and when people were protesting against apartheid South Africa, even within South Africa as well, protests going on. Like, there must be this feeling of like, okay, but what if nothing gets done? What if we do all of this and we, like, everyone is on our side and like 80% of the people believe that genocide should end, that Israel is a fucking fascist apartheid state. What if that happens? Because you look in America and fucking 90% of people, I think it's like literally 90% of people want stricter gun laws in America, 90% of Americans. And they don't do anything about it because of the profit of the, like, so you look at this and it feels like that is where the doomer sets in. Obviously, this is not a thing to focus on. You have to keep doing what you're doing. You have to sow the seeds, okay? But what if, like that, Americans can't even defend their right, like, to have abortion, and most people agree that everyone should, like, have the right to have an abortion. My faith in humanity is a bit restored seeing how organized all this is. It can be hard to look past infighting. And I mean, I guess what I'm just trying to say about what I was talking about is like, that understanding of like looking at this and feeling like, what if nothing changes, that should, I hope, a lot of like radicalize a lot of people to realize that they are living in a fascist state. Like, America is incredibly fucking fascist, and it is hurtling towards a more and more autocratic regime every single year, where there are two parties that are one party, basically. And they yeah. But the only thing people, and this is the thing, is like it seems like the only people that are ever going to be able to do anything about the genocide in Gaza are American people. That's it. And I've said this before, is literally, it's up to you guys. Because only you can like protest and demand things from your government again and again and again, and push your government into a place in which, like, no, you need to do this because Israel is America and America is Israel. Now, you do not carry like you will if you have empathy, carry the shame of what your government has done time and time again to countries in the global south. But it is not you. That is not you. You are not your country. But it is up to you, unfortunately, Like, no other country can do anything about this, okay? Yeah, Germany, not really. UK, not really. No, they all capitulate to what America wants. But change like this is incremental. Unfortunately. Let me show you. This is the way you sort of see these things. Because remember, this he said this he said this when the South Africa the ICJ South Africa had taken Israel to court, like during that day. And knowing that, like, you know, he has seen this progress throughout his life, this is, like, I guess, something that I feel like, I hope it gives people, like, hope if they're feeling, when I talk about this sort of, like, sense of doomerism, like, what if nothing changes? It's not supposed to make you feel apathetic. It's supposed to make you feel angry. You know?
Screen, but no great length of it, because they said...
Hassan bin Javid joins us now from a Palestinian solidarity rally in front of the ICJ, Osama. And of course, many distinguished speakers speaking both in court. Also, we had the South African Minister of Justice speaking outside of court, Ronald Lamola, after it was all over. It's been, as Step said, a historic day.
Well, that's exactly what hundreds of people who've been gathering here in The Hague have been telling us, that this is a historic day. People have been coming here from all walks of life, from all parts of Europe.
We're not doing palate cleanses, foreign sticks. Sorry, I'm not watching anything. I don't give a fuck about JoJo Siwa.
To show solidarity.
We're covering this. I've got... Do you want to see how many fucking tabs I have open? Look at that.
With not just what's been presented by South Africa, but also against everyone.
Oh, okay, I was making a joke. No worries.
In what they see as
no worries. I'm not upset with you. I'm just saying that that's the content for today. Sorry, I just got to hear something major happening. No, this is old, but yes, there is major stuff happening, Zubair. I recommend having a look at Hassan's VOD from yesterday, or just scrolling through Twitter. Like.
Come on, Bobby, let's go party.
Or you can just stay here. You'll pick up most of what's happening, but I'm just covering this. But yeah, basically, just a lot of violence.
Come on, Bobby, let's go party.
Thank you guys for the follow. Holy moly.
Happening in Gaza. To discuss it further with us is Jeremy Corbyn, a prominent politician and a former leader of the Labour Party. Thank you very much for taking the time, Jeremy. What was your impression of what we saw today in the court?
I mean, it was there for the whole of the presentation this morning. It took over 3 hours. It was brilliantly prepared and brilliantly put forward, analytical, non-sensational, and minimalist in terms of images that were shown. There were 1 or 2 photographs shown on a big screen, but no great length of it, because they said this is a serious case. We want to outline A, what's happening in Gaza, but B, where it is in breach of the Convention on Genocide, and pointing out that the statements made by Benjamin Netanyahu and others are of collective punishment of the people of Gaza, in which he said after October the 7th that there are no innocent civilians in Gaza, for example. And so I think the case they've made is very strong. At the end of it, the last representative from South Africa made the request for an interim order to be sent out by the court, which would be demanding an end to the fighting. Now, that's not going to be made tomorrow, that's for sure, because obviously they've got to hear Israel's response and then deliberate on it. But I hope it is very soon, because if international law is to mean anything, and a government like the government of South Africa makes that request, then there's got to be a response.
But at the International Court of Justice, yes, while this is happening, Israel does enjoy the support of, by and large, major chunks of the international community, the United States, the UK government, for instance, where there seems
By the way, if this gives you hope, to give you hope, this is literally like, think of how public public perception of what is happening in Gaza, this genocide, has changed. That is very profound.
To be nothing that has moved the needle, whether it's the killing of people, whether it's the court cases. So do you think anything is going to change if there is a decision in favor of the South African application?
Everything is incremental. Every time you step out on the street and wave a Palestinian flag and say, stop the killing of Palestinian people, every time somebody, me or anyone else, speaks up in a parliament, that's an incremental difference. And the arguments about the arms trade, the supply of weapons to Israel, and the fact that President Biden sought to bypass Congress because he was afraid of the reaction there in order to send more weapons to Israel indicates a weakness in his position. And so this weekend we've got demonstrations all over the world. There's a voice of ordinary people who are just appalled what's going on. And also I want to say thank you to those people in Israel that signed in support of the South African application to the International Court of Justice, and those in Israel that have been demonstrating against the occupation of the West Bank and of Gaza, because they want also to be able to live in peace. It's not going to happen tomorrow, that I know, but if we just walk by on the other side and ignore what's happening to the Palestinian people, then we become complicit.
In 24 hours, Israel is going to present its case, and it is going to say that what is happening, it is expected, is happening as a reaction to what Hamas did on October the 7th. It amounts to the worst crime that has happened against the Jewish people since the Holocaust.
Meanwhile, German state media response to South Africa. I mean, like, South Africa's still got a lot of problems, and there's probably some, like, good stuff in that reporting. Obviously, I'm always fucking critical of a Western nation, like, criticizing any country, like, that has been previously and historically colonized within the global South. But, like, I'm not gonna go to bat for, I'm not gonna go to bat for, like, the South African, I will go to bat for South African foreign politics and be like, yeah, no, it's super fucking based. But internal politics is still very much raw with corruption and stuff. So, you know, like, they're gonna make this propaganda, but, like, at the end of the day, it doesn't, like, it's just cope on the German end of this. They're trying to, like paint South Africa as, like, an actor that in any way has no moral, like, standing to call out a genocide.
What Israel's stance has been. So do you not somewhat agree with what Israel is saying and what its actions on the ground are?
Well, the South African case started off by saying how much they were appalled and regret what happened on October the 7th.
The thing is, there was zero reporting for the past 2 years on South Africa, and now 2 documentaries in a short time. South Africa's hot at the moment. You know? People are going to want to paint, like, South Africa as, you know, a proxy state for Russia or a proxy state for China, you know, acting on these interests. I mean, Israel was like, no, it's the legal fucking wing of Hamas, dude. Remember when fucking they said that the ICJ, that South Africa is acting as the legal wing of Hamas? Fuck you, dude. Like, it's, you know.
We all do, absolutely. But nobody can call the killing of all these thousands of people and destruction of 70% of all the housing in Gaza a proportionate response. It is not. It is an attack on the entire Palestinian population. And when Israeli ministers announce that they want the population of Gaza to be reduced from 2 million to 200,000...
helping Zambia? I have no idea.
Are they going to create a new Gaza in the Sinai? Because that is the direction in which we're going. Is the world going to do
I know that
nothing
South Africa is sending in, like, troops to help with the genocide happening in the Congo. I have no idea about what's happening in Zambia.
About it, but continue to supply arms to Israel, or say, look, this has got to stop.
Or help prevent the genocide in the Congo.
To be able to live
not
in
help
peace.
with the genocide.
Thank you very much for speaking to us. There you have it. That has been, by and large, the sentiment here.
Yeah, they from what I know, they sent in troops to the DRC because there's a genocide happening there, and they're to prevent the genocide. But I don't know anything more about it.
as hundreds of people have been gathering outside the International Court of Justice, that Israel has to stop what it is carrying out in Gaza. There are people from all over the world who've been gathering here and saying that they agree with what South Africa is telling the world and the International Court of Justice. And Palestinians who are living here in the Netherlands have been telling us that just this fact that Israel has to defend itself in front of an international court for what they call genocide is a win in itself.
Hassan bin Javed there for us at The Hague. Thank you.
What's this? American Service Members Protection Act? Oh, yeah. The Hague. I don't think it's the right video to show now, but Princeton studied 10 years ago the likelihood of federal law passing based on public support. For 90% of income earners, we have no discernible voice when the top 10% of earners have favorable outcomes for federal laws. I'm trying to be argumentative. This police violence is just more of the same indifference from our leaders. Yeah. No, you're not being argumentative at all. It's the same thing I'm sort of talking about. The point is, that should not stop you from thinking that protesting, you should just not protest, is not going anywhere. Okay? It's happened before. Vietnam. Okay? Apartheid South Africa. Okay? It's important. I don't understand why the US president doesn't push for a regime change in Israel when Netanyahu doesn't even like him or listen to him. Because when you've spent, because Israel is the 51st state of America. It is America. It's a fascism that America has upheld. It's also, in terms of geopolitics, a very important sort of American military base to, maintain sort of power and control over the Middle East. It's literally a bridge between Africa and the Middle East. Yeah. Anyway. All right. Yeah, so this is just so people know, this to all keep investing in Israel. Look at how many fucking hogs they sent in to the New York, the Columbia campus. Look how many. And look at what they've got. All of them have got fucking, hold on, it should work now. Why is it not doing the thing that I wanted to? Look how they, literally have zip ties tied to their belts. Yeah, why is the NYPD blocking where people have places to go? Oh, yeah. I saw that tweet that said, yeah, it's a good time to rob a bank in New York right now, yeah. Change the volume using the volume mouse to get it. No, I'm trying to get it to be in the window. That's why. It's not about, I'm not trying to get the volume. You don't need volume to see this. This is insane, dude. For students? Okay, we saw this. Look at this shit, man. Bro, this is... It's just... Yeah, they're so defunded. I still remember my international law professor in college coming flat on said, international law as a theoretical framework is quite fascinating, and I'll teach you how it should work, but it doesn't exist in the real world. Yeah, it doesn't. International law only exists to call out and to shame countries in the global south and non-Western countries. That's it. Okay? Just trying to close some tabs on the other side. Yeah, it's so fucking messed up, dude. Okay, I wonder who's this? Who's this person? Volume mask is not because of the volume, but it changes the behavior of the tab when you can full screen the video without actually full screening it. Oh, really? Okay, I didn't know that. In America, if you don't say you love Israel, either the police will beat you directly or they'll wait outside and watch as fascist gangs do it on the behalf of Israel. Okay, Volume Master does that. Good to know. Okay, this is also cool. I'd never heard of this term before. Imperial Boomerang. Imperial Boomerang, or Foucault's Boomerang, is the thesis that a government that develops repressive techniques to control colonial territories will eventually deploy those same techniques domestically against their own citizens, which America has done, you know, for fucking, like, decades at this point, like centuries. I just saw a video of a cop dragging the unconscious body of a college professor. It feels like, you know, that kind of shit is literally what, like, the American government also, like, criticizes China about as well, which is so fucking funny. Like, there is a lot of symbolism in, like, literally beating up a fucking academic and treating them like a criminal because of their beliefs. And most of those professors, by the way, were not protesting. Like, most of them were literally just being like, please stop fucking brutalizing our students. That was their beliefs that they got viciously beat up by the police for. Anderson Cooper cut off his underground correspondent, and as he said that he's never seen this massive and a response from the NYPD ever, yeah. Have you talked about the UCLA encampment news? I have. I mean, we're going through all of the different things today. Anyway, we saw this. I'm going to keep this up. Lolo. We saw this. Here's a drawing I did in my sketchbook of SWAT and SRG strategic response groups brutalizing students at the Columbia University who are protesting in solidarity with Palestine. All press have been forced out to prevent recordings. That's fucking insane. Yeah, freedom of the press, dude. Drawing in my sketchbook, Hindi Rajab was a 5-year-old girl killed in Gaza who was killed while she hid alone in her car, along with the paramedics who tried to rescue her. Yesterday, students at the Columbia seized the administration building and renamed it in her honor. Okay, we saw this. Okay, and once again, if you can help, here's this link again for the Venmo to help students at UCLA. Yeah, the art is really sick. I'm surprised the media isn't harping harder about being ousted. They don't give a fuck, dude. They don't give a fuck. Like, they literally are all, like, pandering to the Israeli lobby. They don't care. Okay, I'm just closing some tabs. Okay, I think what we're gonna watch is we're gonna watch, I like Brett's commentary, so we're gonna watch Brett's VOD. Watching this documentary about, Vietnam War protests. They're also pulling the most manufactured content talking about Russ God off the chain of bike. Taking a rust guard off the chain of a bike lock they sell at the school. I'm watching through Cinemarxism just in case like there's any TOS. The bike lock was available for sale on campus via Columbia Public Safety Department under the Crime Prevention Discount Bike Lock Act. See their filer with discount here.
When we entered Hamilton Hall, this is not what students bring to school. Okay, this is what professionals bring to campuses and universities. These are heavy industrial chains that were locked with bike lock.
Shut the fuck up, dude. It's literally like sold at the university.
And this is what we encountered on every door inside of Hamilton Hall. And so in order for our emergency services group to enter into the building, they had to first...
Jesus Christ. And they couldn't fucking cut through it, dude? Really? So they had to do this? Are you kidding me?
Cut through these chains, but also get rid of debris and barricaded doors that were barricaded with refrigerators, vending machines, chairs, you name it. They pushed it up against those doors to try and stop us from coming in. But our guys would not be stopped. They did a fantastic job of entering into that location and taking people into custody without...
My God. How did they even sleep at night without being plagued by guilt or at least shame? Was this the chief? Yeah, deputy commissioner. Yeah, deputy commissioner. Fuck off, man. Also, top lock recommended by Joe-owned company NBC. Shut the fuck up. What was wrong with my last message? Regardless, they still at home with Deepa. Was this what? There's nothing wrong with your last message. It got auto-modded. Maybe you had a word like, I have no idea. It got auto-modded, so I don't see it. It gets blocked. So you probably used a word like leaked. Or like something like that like doesn't go through. So nobody sees it at all. Oh, yeah, SWAT. Yeah, you can't say the SWAT police. Yeah, that's why. You can understand why that word's blocked in a Twitch stream. You know? Anyway. Okay, let's have a look at this. So this is Brett's VOD. And he's watching this documentary. This is Cinemarxism, so we're going to watch through Cinemarxism.
We start our movie nights every night. I'll give you guys a little bit of time.
The reason why we're watching through Cinemarxism is because I'm worried that there's going to be yeah, please don't try and circumvent the auto filters, okay? They're there for a reason. Anyways, let me give a shout out to Cinemarxism. Marxism, because I'm worried about the TOS and the things. So yeah, we're gonna watch through Brett to see.
I'll give you guys a little bit of time to go get some snacks, get a blankie, get comfy. Maybe if you're at your computer watching on a second monitor, you know, go to your living room and sit on the couch instead and watch it on full screen, because this is gonna be full screen content. I'm telling you. You know what I mean? So get comfy. This is your time. We'll play this song, and this is your time to change your environment and
New
to
timestamp
give
that
us your.
skips this. Thank you.
Oh yeah, thank you. Ugly bad, thank you. Thank you, and Yuguni and Squidwards also. I'm muting alerts here. They'll still come up, I guess, unless it gets annoying or something. If you guys don't want us to have alerts, but and also I'll be thanking subs and stuff, but only in the chat. So. Fuck, sorry, hold on. I don't know how good these captions will be, but they're on now.
In the 1960s, my generation set out on a journey of change. Coming out of an atmosphere of conformity, a new spirit began to appear. One of the first signs,
A little ladder.
organized by Berkeley students in May of 1960 against the House Un-American Activities Committee.
By the way, the reason, as I said before, the reason why I'm watching through Brett is because I have no idea where the TOS is in this documentary, and so I that's why I have no idea. Yeah.
What we are here to do is to gather information, as we are ordered to do by
That's
an
my
act
jumper,
of
yeah.
Congress with respect to the general operation of the communist conspiracy.
I'm not in the habit of being intimidated, and I don't expect to start now.
Proceed to the next question.
Now, what was your question?
Please, Mr. Chairman.
What was your question?
Are you now, this instant, a member of the Communist Party?
We came out
McCarthyism.
to protest because we were against HUAC's suppression of political freedom. In the 50s, HUAC created a climate of fear by putting people on trial for their political beliefs. Any views left of center were labeled subversive. We refused to go back to McCarthyism.
If you think that I am going to cooperate with this collection of Judases, of men who sit there in violation of the United States Constitution, if you think I'll cooperate with you in any way, you are insane.
As witness after witness denounced the committee, the hearings grew stormy. The halls outside were filled with students seeking admission. Suddenly, the police turned fire hoses full force on the demonstrators inside the rotunda and then dragged them down the steps of City Hall. It turned out to be a political baptism that transformed fear into determination. Something had changed. After this, it would never be the same.
Now, the whole thing might have died down, except for the fact that the committee made a film. The film was called Operation Abolition. And the film presented all of us, I had been in these demonstrations myself, and it presented all of us as somehow or other engaged in a vast communist plot, not only to try to overthrow the United States government, but even worse, to try to abolish the House Un-American Activities Committee.
Operation Abolition. Operation Abolition. This is what the communists call their current drive to destroy the House Committee on Un-American Activities and to render sterile the security laws of our government. You will see revealed the long-time classic communist tactic in which a relatively few well-trained, hardcore communist agents are able to incite non-communists to perform the dirty work of the Communist Party.
That movie was scheduled to be...
It's the same shit, dude. It's just they don't use the word communist anymore. It's the same shit, though. Like, it's almost as if they've replaced the word communist with the word Muslim.
be shown at the Harvard ROTC class, the ROTC class. They had a class on campus, and they were going to show Operation Abolition. And I'd heard all about Operation Abolition, and I was clearly opposed to it and all that. So a bunch of us decided to go to the class to protest. And I remember very, very well that the way we protested, in the film, there's a place where the students stand up singing the Star Spangled Banner to show QAC that, hey, don't pull "you're more American than us" on us. And the group of us stood up in the ROTC class to show that we were in solidarity with the students in San Francisco. But what I really remember clearly is thinking, hey, wait a minute, what am I doing here? Why aren't I there? And I checked this story out with a whole lot of people who were at Berkeley.
Yeah, replace Johnny Jihad with Sammy sees the means of production, exactly.
And they told me the exact same story, that Operation Abolition had recruited them to Berkeley, that they had seen it around the country and gone in to see it as a protest, and they'd thought, wow, let's go there.
Everybody thinks my head's full of nothing. Wants to put his special stuff in. Fill the space with candy wrappers. Keep out sex and revolution, but there's no hole in my head. Too bad.
The university is being called upon to educate previously unimagined numbers of students, to respond to the expanding claims of national service, to merge its activities with industry as never before. Characteristic of this transformation is the growth of the knowledge industry, which is coming to permeate government and business, and to draw into it more and more people raised to higher and higher levels of skill. The production, distribution, and consumption of knowledge is said to account for 29% of gross national product, and knowledge production is growing at about twice the rate of the rest of the economy. What the railroads did for the second half of the last century and the automobile for the first half of this century may be done for the second half of this century by the knowledge industry, and that is to serve as the focal point for national growth.
When we went to college, President Kerr's vision became our reality. The University of California was a knowledge factory, the biggest public university in America. It did research for major corporations, and it ran the government's nuclear weapons labs. Of the 7 campuses, Berkeley was the jewel in the crown, with the most prestigious faculty. Within the sea of students, there was little evidence of political life, but a few of us who were interested in politics found each other and started an organization called Slate. Some radical students had gotten together and to run a slate of candidates in the student elections. And although Slate was not really solely about student elections, the student elections were used as a kind of platform through which we could educate other students and reach them about the various issues that were alive during that time.
Friends wrote me letters of the discussions that were happening in the coffee shops of Berkeley. You know, people were interested in politics there. Something was happening. They had already organized some little dinky, student activist group on campus that was starting to experiment with actually doing things.
I grew up in a small ethnic community in Buffalo, New York. I just knew I couldn't live within its limitations. I had a couple years of college there. I quit school. I hitchhiked around. I ended up in San Francisco. I got married. And then I went back to school, and I came to Berkeley really, I was looking for truth. I was looking for meaning in my life.
One of the most distressing tasks of a university president is to pretend that the protest and outrage of each new generation of undergraduates is really fresh and meaningful.
Fuck off, dude. Really? Yeah, they didn't hold back, hey?
In fact, It is one of the most predictable controversies that we know. The participants go through a ritual of hackneyed complaints, almost as ancient as academe, while believing that what is said is radical and new.
From the very beginning, the administration at Cal was trying to undermine and to really prevent what we were trying to do. They were very upset about the introduction of what they called off-campus issues. Anything having to do with civil rights or with the testing of nuclear weapons or apartheid in South Africa, these were off-campus issues. Well, this, of course, is what we were attacking. We were opposed to sandbox politics. The administration really started turning the screws. They disenfranchised the graduate students because that was a big block of the slate.
They still do that. They still say, like, why do you care? You're American. Why do you give a fuck about this?
Vote. And then they actually threw the organization off campus. There was a big outrage at that. We got reinstated. So there was a growing community of people who wanted to make...
By the way, just to ease my, like, anxiety, because I obviously, like, I just get stressed even through watching. Did anybody watch this with Brett? And did anybody see any TOS? It just is something that does worry me still. Just let me know if you did. It seems fine, but you know.
Liberal or left or radical, however they thought about it, politics, legitimate in the country.
When we look at modern man, we have to face the fact that modern man suffers from a kind of poverty of the spirit, which stands in glaring contrast to his scientific and technological abundance. We've learned to fly the air like birds. We've learned to swim the seas like fish. And yet we haven't learned to walk the earth as brothers and sisters.
I woke up this morning when the man said on freedom. Oh, and I woke up this morning when the man...
More than any other cause, the civil rights movement became the wellspring of student activism and inspired our entire generation. In 1963, Berkeley students began to band together with black activists to protest discriminatory hiring practices of Bay Area businesses. We sat in at restaurants, supermarkets, and automobile showrooms. Our biggest challenge came when we tried to secure jobs for blacks and other minorities in the hotels of San Francisco. A picket line formed around the Sheraton Palace while negotiations with the Hotel Owners Association took place inside.
It was getting to the point where we were saying we are going to...
Yeah, video game gore is fine, but like obviously the main Twitch TOS is actually very simple, okay? You can watch the news on it, but you can't show anyone like super bloodied up or dead bodies or like you know, someone being killed, right? That makes sense, right? Because then you open up your platform to just being a place where people can post live leak shit, you know? It makes sense. Can't show nudity, things like that. Anyway.
Create a confrontation. We're going to create a situation that's intolerable, and we're going to force you to respond to it in some way, and we're willing to get arrested in order to do it, and now the ball's in your court.
All of us in this elegant lobby, I can't convey to you the effect. It was like the riffraff coming to the White House or something, and the real democratic masses had moved in and taken over, you know, saying, no, you cannot continue to run this hotel in this racist fashion. The world is being redefined. Things cannot continue on that way. They just won't.
We just entered into discussions with the Sheraton Palace for the last 8 hours, and we were given a 7-page...
Oh yeah, of course it can be limiting, but it's you know, like, that was actually Hassan's first ban on Twitch. For 7 days he got banned in 2018 for showing a documentary, and there were dead bodies in it. But you just have to look at it from the perspective of, like, this is a live streaming platform. So if you say, okay, no, it's fine to show dead bodies in a historical context, how maybe like what defines a historical context? I can understand why they don't want dead bodies. And so you just need to know where there are like likely TOS of that sort of thing, and then you just don't show those things.
Document, which was supposed to summarize the agreement, but it seemed that there was only one hitch. The Sheraton Palace wasn't willing to sign.
Same shit. They're just sitting, occupying, and then the police comes in brutally to remove them. So, literally, like, same shit.
It was the first major victory of anything I had been involved in. The Sheraton Palace hotel arrests and convictions and trials and so forth led to the first agreement that I knew of in the North of its kind. And that was an agreement between the entire hotel industry and the ad hoc committee to end discrimination to hire minority individuals in all levels of employment, including management.
I've been trying to think of like why students in particular are so important in terms of like protests in this way. And I think it just does boil down to the fact that they're so young and so like still like not integrated into the working world and have the freedom to do it. But also nobody can demonize a student. Like the media you cannot like convince people to look at a bunch of students and say they are evil. And also, yes, like it's a good place to organize and meet and stuff like that. But I'm also just thinking of why is it students that get like that change people's minds. Yubi is an offline chat. Yes, I do want to see Yubi. Thank you. Let me pop out the tab. Let's not forget that America is car-cucked and there's no third places schools where they can meet and discuss. Yeah, I think it's also because a lot of framing of students in advertising the future of the country and the idea that the future wants to move away from the status quo scares people. Yes. All of the above. But I'm just, it's one of those things where it's like more people, so many more people are more receptive and so much more like radicalized by seeing students brutalized by the police in this way. So let's see. I'm doing okay right now, I guess. Everything is eerily quiet outside, really mentally drained after seeing everything happen last night. I can't access most of the dining halls because they're on campus and I live in a dorm off campus, and I haven't received word if they're going to do anything to aid with this. Cops are going to be at Columbia and we're under a form of lockdown until the 17th. That's fucking insane. I leave on the 9th though. Okay. I would leave earlier, but the ticket was expensive. And as a student, you are paying, so you likely want to be there and learn, as well as on campus, there's likely to be a density of people that may have similar mindsets, so it makes organizing easy. Also, young adults are just generally easier to radicalize at the same time the way the military goes after 18 to 24 age group. I actually want to show you something that I watched on Left Flank Vets earlier, which is very interesting. He was watching C-SPAN. On the line. Let me find it.
That legislation is to say that to
yes, this guy
advocate the destruction of
this
Israel
guy
and the ethnic cleansing of all Israelis
what
and
the
pushing
fuck?
them
No one
literally
is.
into the
No one is
Mediterranean
saying
is
that. You
anti-Semitic.
fucking psycho.
This guy
You're
here.
making
This guy is an academic on this guy's an academic as far as I know on specifically student activism. Okay? You can tell he's a leftist, by the way, but he doesn't talk about his political opinions. He does talk a lot very kindly and proudly of students. So I do want to let's see. I want to find the section where he talks more. Let's see if we can find it.
We really do misremember a lot about the 1960s. The cultural memory that we have of what was going on in the 60s.
Yeah, actually, this is good.
store. You know what I'm saying? Like, so like just things get coming up. Well, like thank you for the. I'm literally. I was gonna.
Remember, we've got Partner Plus
I'm
in the
gonna
same
get it
month. Let's go.
Someday.
I saw.
The protesters were firing off some sort of tear gas kind of a thing, or pepper spray, firing off fireworks, and engaging in physical altercations with.
Which I just like going into a store. I like going into a store and talking to people. Right? They're like salespeople who.
I was asking him about his
and,
headphones.
They need me. They need me. Okay. They need me to bother them and ask them
What
silly
is life
questions.
like on Bitch Island?
So I don't
Ask
like
your
ordering
mom.
shit offline so that I can, do my service to this country.
And she, I think it was a she,
I'm an
didn't
old.
understand why all these
I wanna touch it.
protesters at these universities today are waving Palestinian flags. In terms of the
wanna feel the
images that
weight.
we're seeing and how it compares.
Wait, I'll just grab the C-SPAN thing. How do you even... Is this even on YouTube? How do you even see this? Does anybody know? Yeah, no, we'll just watch this. It's fine. Left Flank, they call the ball guy piss drinker. Yeah, they've got emotes.
What are you finding?
Well, I think that we really do misremember a lot about the 1960s. The cultural memory that we have of what was going on in the 60s is in many cases very, very different from what actually happened. During the Vietnam War protests, there were people waving North Vietnamese flags. There were students chanting ho 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 Chi Minh, Viet Cong is going to win, and hey hey LBJ, how many kids did you kill today?
They were right.
And famously,
And they were right.
American student organizers went to North Vietnam and toured some of these sites. This is why a lot of people, including I'm sure a lot of your viewers, are still angry at Jane Fonda today. She did a photo op with an anti-aircraft gun. So I think the idea that
and like to this day, you can find Hanoi Jane urinal rubber pads.
Thank you. This is great. Sorry, I love Left Flank Vets, but this has a transcript so I can see exactly what I'm trying to find. Thank you. We're going nowhere to scale with Vietnam War protests, yet the thing that's extraordinary about the way protests is not just a number. Why the timing of this, obviously the war has been going on 2 weeks. It's clear that the Columbia University into Thursdays and police. What are your theories and issues students feel strongly about? It's not this. I was watching New York and listening to Columbia Students radio station. I found an old FM radio somewhere that images certainly in the Columbia. Really do miss, remember. Okay, here. That was going on, yeah. I actually want to watch a lot of this, so let's watch here. Let's continue from this.
About the 1960s.
And we'll just jump ahead.
The cultural memory that we have of what was going on in the 60s is
no.
in many cases very, very different from what actually happened. During the Vietnam War protests, there were people waving North Vietnamese flags. There were students chanting ho 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 Chi Minh, Viet Cong is going to win, and hey hey LBJ, how many kids did you kill today? And famously, American student organizers went to North Vietnam and toured some of these sites. This is why a lot of people, including I'm sure a lot of your viewers, are still angry at Jane Fonda today. She did a photo op with an anti-aircraft gun. So I think the idea
How the fuck do you move these captions, dude?
That American 60s protest that was protesting violence and protesting the brutality of war was not critical of America and not finding common cause with
I want to move it down.
The people who were on the other side is just misremembering what actually took place.
Angus Johnson is with us.
Yo, thank you, 3450.
And he's with us until about 8:45. So go ahead and start calling in with your questions, your comments. Same lines as before in our previous segment. Democrats 202-748-8000, Republicans 202-748-8001, Independents 202-748-8002, and then students, administrators, faculty at colleges and universities 202-748-8003.
These captions suck, dude.
As folks are calling in, Professor Johnston, Saturday
Let's see if this works.
The 54th anniversary of the Kent State massacre. We had a caller who was a freshman at Kent State on Monday on this program to talk about his experiences.
Oh my God,
and
it's
how
so
these
fucked.
images have brought back
Why are the
that
Google
experience
captions
that
so
day.
fucked?
How did Kent State become such a historic tragedy?
So Kent State is actually only one of 4 campuses in the late 1960s where police officers or other law enforcement officials deputized in one way or another killed protesters or passersby. There were people killed at Berkeley in '69, at South Carolina State College in 1968, and at Jackson State just a week and a half after Kent State in 1970. Kent State, though, was significant and was transformative for a few reasons. I think one is
Wait
that
for this
Kent
part
State
bit and then we'll
happened in the
ask. Wait for the
middle
next
of
question.
A huge upsurge of protest in response to Nixon's decision to invade Cambodia. Many, many campuses shut down. Many, many campuses stepped back from the kind of confrontation that happened at Kent State. But in Kent State, the governor of Ohio was running for the United States Senate, and he did not want to appear weak, so he sent the National Guard onto campus. 4 students were killed, all of them well
Insane
over 100
ammo,
yards,
pineapple.
several hundred yards away from the National Guard troops. And crucially, 2 of those students, by
I'm
the
turning
way,
off
were
these
just
captions.
passersby. And crucially, there was a journalist for the student newspaper who had a camera and took a bunch of photos, which were then able to be delivered to the AP.
I don't have Windows 11.
On the front page of newspapers all over the country the next morning, including the famous one of the woman wailing in front of behind a dead body of a fallen student. That is so well known today. And then, as now, images are really powerful in shaping national coverage and national memory.
This is why they don't want the press in there.
Johnson this morning and taking your phone calls about the student protests, past and present. Matt is our first caller in this segment out of Falls Church, Virginia. Democrat. Matt, you're on with Professor Johnson.
Good morning, Professor Johnson. I have a comment and then a question for you. My comment is I'm not really well versed on the Palestinian-Israeli conflict long term, and I don't really have an opinion on what would be best for them, but I really look at, like, the rights for protests in this country, and it seems crazy to me, the overreaction to protesters on these college campuses. I mean...
You see that? Just normie Democrats being like, what the fuck? This, yeah, I actually want to watch this whole thing. Do you guys, I know that we're in the middle of something. I mean, we're just going to be watching this stuff, but this was really good. I really enjoyed it earlier watching it on Left Flank Vet's channel. I think you guys, this is like from today, this morning. So I'm going to play this whole thing. I think you guys will really like it because he is an academic specifically with the history of like student protest. And it's very, very like, good and topical, so let's watch this.
Just these small groups of kids and they're being surrounded by giant hordes of police seems crazy to me. So my question for you is, do you think more college campuses are going to have protests now that this overreaction will probably lead to another reaction?
That's a great question, and I think there are 2 parts to the answer to it. One is clearly the crackdowns are prompting more protests. We are seeing that spiral happening. But also, I think it's really important to remember that police have been called out and arrests have been made only in a minority of the campuses where these protests are happening right now. There are a lot of campuses where the administrators have chosen either to just let the protesters be and allow them to continue their encampments, or to negotiate with them. At Brown, just yesterday, it was announced that they had negotiated a settlement and the students were going to step away, and there was going to be a discussion on campus about Israeli divestment in the fall. My own daughter is a student at MIT. There, the encampment, the last I heard, had been allowed to go on peacefully for more than a week. So the crackdowns that we are seeing are not inevitable. They are not something that is happening at every campus, and many campuses that are not experiencing these crackdowns are finding that they are able to continue their business and continue the semester peacefully.
Returning to Kent State for a second, you mentioned the photographs. Is it Howard Ruffner that you were referring to, who was the photographer there?
Yes, yes.
So he, in 2019, spoke about taking those photographs at an event. He was releasing a book about the photographs from Kent State in 1970. It's about a 45-minute event. We're actually going to air it on...
Sorry, let me just ask, are left flank vets pronouns they, them? I had no idea. And I just assumed it was he, him. Because everyone's saying they, them in the chat. I don't know. Let me know if you know.
Saturday on C-SPAN's American History TV, so viewers can watch that program on Saturday. But when it comes to Kent State, what lessons did universities take from Kent State and how to deal with these protests in the years and decades to come? And do you think students took any lessons? Are any of these students today at these colleges and universities looking back at Kent State and saying, these are the lessons we need to learn from what happened that day?
So the immediate response to Kent State in the United States was largely, weirdly, supportive of the National Guard troops. Polling showed that well over half of Americans blamed the students for the violence that happened that day, rather than blaming the National Guard. But there was clearly a sense that things were spiraling out of control. President Nixon appointed a national commission on student unrest and protest after both Kent State and Jackson State. And their report, which is very much worth reading even half a century later, concluded that federal government policies needed to change specifically, and local police policies needed to change. Specifically, they said a nation that is driven to use the weapons of war upon its youth is a nation on the edge of chaos.
Yes.
And Americans...
Oh, that's why I said they. Left flank was by 3 people. Okay, I didn't know that.
1970.
Thank you for letting me know.
Campuses not only reevaluated their policies on campus protest in terms of willingness to bring in the police and stuff like that, they began negotiating with students around questions of governance, questions of curriculum, questions of how the campus would run, bringing students into the governance process. Student governments on campuses gained new authority. And then in 1971, the 26th Amendment gave 19 to 20-year-olds the vote for the first time in the United States, with the result being that students could now engage in electoral organizing and lobbying for the first time, which they hadn't been able to do before. And all of this leads to a transformation in the way that student protest and student organizing works in the 70s and 80s, where students are now working much more inside the system. The gains that were won by students in those years, though, have largely been rolled back in the last couple of decades. The student organizations, state and national, and that were built then have largely disappeared, many in response to crackdowns or attempts to dissolve them by state governments. Student governments have lost a lot of the power that they used to have. Faculty as well have had powers stripped from them. So students have been reduced to the role of a consumer on the campus in many cases, rather than a member of a campus community, rather than a citizen of a campus community. And I think that's part of the reason why students are turning to protest in these ways that reflect the protests of the 60s.
Damien is in Laurel, Maryland, Republican. You're next with Professor Johnston.
Good morning, sir. The reason why these protests are devolving into hate speech and violence is because these pro-Palestinian students are following their idols, Hamas. Palestine is Hamas and Hamas is Palestine.
Bro, I love that like normal hogs call in. And look at how he combats it, dude. It's I really like it. I'd love to watch more C-SPAN. It's super cool.
And you can't say it's not, because the Palestinians, one of their big virtues is killing a Jew.
Oh my God.
They teach their children they should kill Jews. And that's what Palestine is today. They had Gaza.
When you look at this, you need to... I'm gonna put the fucking thing up. When you listen to an American talking about this, this is where you need to step back and think, why is this person thinking this? It's an understanding of how powerful propaganda around Israel is. All right? Which is why when people change their minds and they realize that they've been lied to, it is good to not like unless they're fucking media figures, like massive media figures, but it's good to not like dunk on the average person who is wrong. You know, even if they're like active on Twitter, if they're just like a normie or someone who posts, you know. But if they're like a media figure, fuck them, right? Like, you're in the media, you should have a little bit more awareness of like that sort of stuff. But at the end of the day, no one is like immune to propaganda. And I'm sure a lot of you in this chat like grew up thinking Israel was a good thing.
What is life like?
Or, like
on
a good
Bitch
country.
Island? I don't know. Ask your
Just
mom.
like how I grew up thinking America was a good country. Now, obviously, when I say America's a bad country, I'm not saying Americans are bad. Okay, I'm not saying America bad, as in you, individual Americans in the chat right now. Fuck you, okay? I'm not saying you are not bad people. I'm saying America does fucking hideous, atrocious things, all right? Don't associate, like, what your state does to you, who you are. Anyway.
And they turned
But
it
no one
into
is
an
immune to propaganda.
absolute, you know what hole? All they did with their money was build tunnels and preach hate of Jews. And that's why the protesters of today are hateful. And the protesters of today, these students, they don't even know where Vietnam is.
Can you give a
Those
rating for
protests in the
English people now?
60s were different.
Yo, the Oi bruvs are watching their welfare estate crumble before their eyes. They don't need the hate, okay? They get enough of it, okay? But fuck the, like, you know, obviously the fucking government, okay? But they're literally watching their welfare state being stripped away from them, like day by day, getting worse and worse and worse. They don't need anybody to dunk on them right now.
Because men from America were dying in Vietnam. A whole big difference. Thank you.
Professor Johnston.
So on the question of Vietnam, I think it's important to remember that the protests then were not just against the draft. They were not just against Americans being sent over to fight. They were protests as well about America's involvement, campus's involvement in the military-industrial complex, their relationships with war contractors, their relationship with government agencies as well. And so there was a critique of American policy that spread far beyond the draft in the 1960s. The second thing to say is that the question of whether these campus protesters today are engaging in hate speech, setting aside the way that this caller just characterized Palestinians as a group, which is an entirely other separate issue, but the question of whether these students are engaging in hate speech is an empirical question. It's a factual question. And one of the things that we know is that as these protests have grown, the number of eyes on these protests and the number of cameras on these protests is
so
huge.
good.
What we are seeing overwhelmingly in the course of the last week as these protests have grown is not that these students are engaging, for the most part, in hateful chants or yelling or anything like that. We're seeing very, very little evidence of that. The conflicts that we are seeing are ones that we are seeing when protesters and counter-protesters come into contact with each other. And I think that's a whole other question, which I could spend 10 minutes on discussing the ethics and norms around protest and counter-protest right now. But the claim that these campus protests are full of hate speech, full of people calling for Jews to be killed, full of overt aggressive support for Hamas. None of that is borne out by the evidence that I've seen so far.
About halfway through our conversation with Angus
He's
Johnston.
so sick, dude. Like, literally, like, first of all, like, just stating that this is, and like, the way in which the argument works and the way he delivers it is so good because he's doing it in such a non-political way, and he makes it very clear, like, he's not talking about his own personal politics. He's talking about what he's professional at, and he's a professional at the history of student protests, all right? He's an academic. And the way he led that up is like just saying, like, first of all, this is an empirical question. We can see, this is a fact. Either that there is a lot of hate speech, or there's no hate speech, or there's a little bit of hate speech in between, you know? Yeah, he said you're lying in a very eloquent way, but he didn't, like, and this is what I like about this, is like this is so non-combative, but also very combative at the same time in terms of the way your brain, like, gathers this information. It's very combative against, like, propaganda you have been told, or like the average listener that watches C-SPAN has been told, but in a non-aggressive way.
Morning history professor
So they're more
at
perceptive
Hostess Community
to
College in the city
letting it
University
sink into
of
their heads.
New York, taking your phone calls on phone lines for Democrats, Republicans, independents, and that special line for students, administrators, faculty members as well. Mr. Johnson, folks are seeing in your ID on screen studentactivism.net, the founder of studentactivism.net. What is that?
So that is an artifact.
Did Lolo say something?
I think the last time that I was on C-SPAN, that is a blog that I started in 2008, 2009, and which was very, very active during previous waves of protest. Since then, I have been spending a lot less time on blogging, as frankly most people who blogged 10 years ago have been. I am right now, the work that I am doing around student protests right now is mostly in public education like this, where I am talking to media outlets and talking to campus groups. But yeah, if you go to studentactivism.net, I hope to put something up for you soon, but there is not much very recent up there right now.
When you talk to student campus groups, what are you telling them? What capacity are you being invited on to speak to them?
So I get invited by activist groups or campus administrators a lot.
We're watching C-SPAN too hardcore, and this was on earlier. I have no idea. I've never watched this Washington Journal C-SPAN. This was this morning. And this guy is a historian of student protests.
Frequently, what I am doing these days is I'm in conversation with student activists about what they're doing, answering their questions about history of student activism, about tactics and strategies that have been used in the past, or frankly, I'm trying to get a better grasp on what's going on right now. I gave a talk and participated in a panel at Ramapo College in New Jersey last fall, and I was on a panel with 6 students, all of whom had entered college during COVID, and talking with them about their experience of student activism was tremendously enlightening, because frankly, most of the people, and I count myself in this company, most of the people who are going on television talking about student protests are very far removed from the campus themselves.
What is one or two examples of the most common questions that a student will have for you?
So it varies a lot. You know, I think if I were to speak to them now, we would be getting a lot of questions about protest. But one of the questions that I always get asked is, how do we grow our movement? We're trying to build something on this campus. How do we build it? How do we get people to come to our meetings, come out to our events? And the answer I give to them is always in two parts. The first is, find something that you can win and win it. People like winning, as they said in the old movie Bull Durham. Winning is exciting. Winning makes people feel their power. Winning makes people feel like they are doing something meaningful. And so if you can find even a small thing that you can win, you will gain positive attention and you will find the people like you. Second thing I say is that you should look at the way you're conducting what you're doing and the way that you are trying to build this organization, and see whether it's something that if you weren't already involved, you would want to be involved with. I have sat through, as a student in the olden days, a lot of very, very long, very, very boring meetings. And when somebody came to one, they often wouldn't come back to another. So one of the things I think that connects this.
He's saying, leftists, stop writing fucking essays. He's saying, stop it, okay? Stop making leftist memes, all right? No one cares.
Frankly, to today's moment, is that there is an excitement around these encampments. There is a passion for the cause, clearly, but also, you know, for a generation of students who have been told that they never want to talk to each other, that they never want to leave their screens, that they never want to leave their house, that they are socially isolated, they are not building the kinds of bonds of friendship and connection that previous generations did. I think it's very, very interesting that the first wave of mass protest in the United States since COVID has taken the form of encampments, where people are just getting together, spending time together, hours and hours just sitting and talking and hanging out.
Such an insanely interesting point. Like, yeah, it is. Like, people... bro, motherfuckers are on the news being like, yeah, students aren't having enough sex. Like, it's insane. Anyway. But yeah, there is that sense of isolation that we feel in the modern world with, like, you know, being online, and that stereotype of, like being the online generation, you know? It is a sort of break away from that. Maybe it is something like subconscious, but it's still very interesting that that is the way it's sort of formed, you know?
Do you see any of these protests having a win? You talk about people like a win.
Yeah, that was
there was one
parallel to
university that
Palestinian
said they would
refugees,
hold
yes.
a vote on divesting from Israel, not committing to do that, but holding a vote on that. Is that a win in terms of what these students are looking for?
I think the Brown students certainly saw it as a win. If we look at the things that people are demanding in these protests, there's a lot of variation, but there are four big things that keep coming up again and again. One is divestment from Israel. That was the issue in Brown, where they got at least a tentative win. The second is disentanglement of relationships with Israeli government, military institutions in terms of projects that are being done by the individual campus. The third is transparency, where they just are looking.
Chat, I need to replace the filter for my air purifier, so I'm listening, but if you hear rustling in the background, that's what I'm doing. Because it's like, that's what arrived today, is I needed a new filter for it, so give me a second. Well, I'm going to change it, but I'm going to be listening. Don't worry. This is really good, by the way. You will really like that you listen to this entire thing. It's very nice to hear, like, a fucking fresh perspective from someone who's never fucking, like, in media, obviously it's C-SPAN, like, someone who is like, very clearly... like looking at this from a historical perspective and sees the students as on the right side of history.
Be made public so that they can be assessed by the students and by the public at large. And the fourth, in many cases, is they are looking for amnesty. They are looking to not be punished for their protest. I think the last two of those four are ones that are very, very winnable in the short term in a lot of cases. I think the first two are in most cases going to be a heavier lift for the students to win. But the idea that this is an all or nothing thing and that the students are asking for the moon and are never going to be able to get anything that they're asking for doesn't really reflect to me what I'm seeing in the demands that are being made.
Forest, Ohio. This is Miriam, line for Democrats. Good morning. You're on with Professor Johnston.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, I think, too, that the people help this, make the kids do this, because you think of the calls that you get in your program where the people are hateful. I mean hateful to each other. And when you put these two groups together on college, you know they're going to interface with each other. And I just think that the hate needs to stop in our country, and I think that would help the college students too. And I've seen the Vietnam protest, and I've seen this protest. And that's just all I have to say. So, thank you.
That's Miriam in Ohio. David is in Wesley Chapel, Florida, independent. Good morning.
Yes, hello. Bobby. Let's go, I just wanted to say that the social media had indicated months ago about the increasing volatility of this issue. And that being said, colleges and universities should have taken steps with the possibility of controlled protest. And administrators failed in being proactive. Yes, the students should be able to protest, but also these outside agitators should have been identified and prevented from intermingling with the students in their protests. Again, I have nothing against the protests. This country is based on protest on college campuses and universities, but it has to be done in a very good way. And I think people did not proactively cultivate a proper protesting environment as best as they could have.
Professor Johnston.
The charge that there are outside agitators behind protests is one that we see over and over again in American history. And I think to a large extent it is false in most cases. Every indication that I have suggests that these protests are springing up on campus in response to local students' leadership to a large extent. To the extent that claims about outside agitators are not false, I think, it's important to unpack what that claim actually is. Is the claim that students are talking to students from other campuses, that they are reaching out to national organizations that are working in the field that they're interested in, that they have perhaps had contacts in the past which they are reaching back to. Students don't live in a bubble. Nobody organizes politically in isolation from other political organizers. And so I don't think that there's anything particularly sinister about the idea that students are reaching out beyond their campus.
To Charles in Omaha, Nebraska, Republican. Good morning. You're next.
Yes, I have a question. Some of the people talking in your previous segment said something about the teachers in New York and those colleges, that they're not even American citizens. And I think they're the ones that are spreading all this problem between the students and everything. Because the students, when they interview them, they don't even really know what's going on over there. And then
what an insane take. It's like, no. It's, he's basically, translation is he's saying, oh, no, there are teachers, there are Hamas teachers. That's what he's saying. That basically, like, teachers are Hamas. Translation, teachers are Hamas.
And I also have out on the West Coast, Stanford and those schools, they won't even want to have Republican speakers in to have a change in view. They just shout them down and run them out, So I'd just like to have the professor talk on that. Thank you.
Professor Johnson, we haven't touched on the role of college professors in these protests.
Indoctrinating our children,
my
dude. Oh my
experience as a
God.
college professor is that indoctrinating students, even if it were something I was interested in doing, would not be something that I would be particularly successful at. The idea.
What a good response, dude. It's like, yeah, have you ever tried talking to students, dude? Bro, it's great. He was like, yeah, have you tried to indoctrinate some students to try it yourself?
idea that faculty are behind these protests, again, it's an empirical question, and I think there's very little evidence for it. I mean, when we see a group of students were arrested at the University of Utah yesterday, 17 arrests, I believe. Are we thinking that there were radical protesters radical faculty at the University of Utah that were somehow inducing these students to protest? It just doesn't feel plausible to me. On the question of speakers on campus, I think it's really important to note that even an organization like FIRE, which is often regarded as not particularly friendly to the left, has found consistently that pro-Palestinian speakers critical of Israel, have been very likely to be suppressed on American campuses, and that students who protested Israeli government officials or pro-Israeli speakers were likely to have more intense consequences than students protesting a lot of other kinds of
Amazing.
speakers. So pro-Palestinian speech is not dominant on American campuses and has
This is
not.
why the narrative of being anti-education is so good at like leaning, like fascists need to be anti-education, because like FIRE, as he said, not right-leaning but still looking at the fucking data, is like, no, it's Palestinian protesters that are getting brutalized, not the other way around. But you can't have that collection of data if you want to maintain the propaganda of your fascist state. This is why America is becoming more and more anti-education. They go hand in hand.
Ever been dominant.
You guys all know this, okay? You all fucking Hasanabi heads. I'm preaching to the choir here, but you know, for the few out there that don't know.
On American campuses, and in fact is often selectively suppressed.
That is the thing that's really insane, Flea Noodle, is I hate this. They need to be anti-education, but then they call the kids stupid and said they couldn't find Vietnam on a map. They did that. They're like, where is Israel? From what river to what sea? You don't know what you're talking about. And it is. That's a very powerful sort of own when you look at things in a debate sort of way. Oh my God, you're completely overwhelming your interlocutor and like calling them out. But it's baseless because who the fuck understands geography? Okay, I'll give you a good example. When South Africa took this was just great. I remember watching Tofu commenting on this. So John Fetterman, when South Africa took Israel to court at the ICJ, John Fetterman wrote, you know, South Africa should stick to its own continent and, you know, really be worrying more about what the fuck is happening in Sudan, which is in Africa. Now, let me take out a map of the world view. Let's go to Google. Let's go to global, because that's actually a really good way to visualize this. Okay, so Sudan is here. Okay, we've got Egypt. You have Sudan. You have South Africa all the way over here. Look at how close Sudan is to Israel. It's one country away from Israel. It's just they're just throwing out shit. So why would South Africa care more about what's happening in Sudan versus what's happening there? It's a country away. Might as well solve the global. Fine. It's probably... Well, oh, I can't fucking spell Egypt. Oh no. Look away. What the fuck? So this is closer, so it's probably here. So like Tanzania? Zambia? There's Malawi. But neither of... Oh, is it going to be Comoros? Madagascar. Okay, fine, whatever. But yeah, shouts out to Madagascar. One of the reasons why South Africa doesn't get hurricanes. So, you know, always a big shout out to Madagascar. You're the fucking best. You know, prevent us from getting those massive fucking cyclones. Yeah, that's a big one of you. Thank you. Let's get back to this.
There was a viral video yesterday, before the police removed students from Hamilton Hall at Columbia University, that we probably would be talking about more if that hadn't happened last night.
Thank
but
you,
it was,
Madagascar.
one of the student leaders at
You
Columbia
are my best friend.
talking about Hamilton Hall. I'm sure you've seen it. She was talking about trying to get a commitment from the university not to block food and water deliveries, seeming to equate it to humanitarian aid for the students who had taken over the building. What was your reaction? Because that video got a lot of reaction online. What was your reaction?
I think that one of the things that you need to have if you're going to be engaging in student organizing is a willingness to get up in public and forcefully.
This is really good. I'm going to take it back in case people missed it. So there was a student protester who compared like not getting food to humanitarian aid, which like, yeah, they were being starved out of fucking campus, but it's not in the best... It's not good optics, obviously, right? Like to say like you're preventing us from getting humanitarian aid, because it's like you know what I mean? Like I don't really give a fuck about optics in general. They're still pro-Palestinian. But like from the press jumped on that. And we're like, look at these fucking brats, you know? Okay? So I like this because he talks about like why he's literally like, but you were criticizing a fucking student that can make mistakes. He literally completely owns that entire scenario.
I'm sure you've seen it. She was talking about trying to get a commitment from the university not to block food and water deliveries, seeming to equate it to humanitarian aid for the students who had taken over the building. What was your reaction? Because that video got a lot of reaction.
Hey, Megaphonics, thank you.
I think that one of the things that you need to have if you're going to be engaging in student organizing is a willingness to get up in public and forcefully present your view. You know, student movements are extraordinary in American culture and history in that you can rise to a position of prominence very, very quickly.
Sorry,
if you are working in politics, if you are working in labor unions, if you are working in the nonprofit sector, you are going to be, toiling in anonymity for a very, very long time before anybody puts a microphone in front of your face. I always found, and I have always said to students, that you will make mistakes in some instances. You will say things that you go on to regret. And how you respond to those moments and what you take away from those moments is absolutely essential to your development as a person and as an activist. Nobody ever gets to be really good at.
It's kind of audacious for me to take this route when too many people are being starved in Gaza and they hardly covered it. Yeah. But the point is to ridicule the students, to try and say these are spoiled brats. They're at university. They're playing on the narrative that most Americans will not be able to ever afford to go to college. Okay, so that radicalizes and will make turn people who are much poorer in the country against these protests through that messaging, as well as it will appeal to this idea, like just generally of like, look, this is just a child. It's a very patronizing sort of framework of like, look at this protester comparing themselves to someone in Gaza. So the messaging there is to try and you can see from so many aspects why that would anger people. And I love his response of being like, why are we focusing on this? Like, yeah, it's being clip-chimped, exactly. Like, these are not media-trained people, is what he's saying. Like, in student organizing protests, like these people are put into positions where the media is listening to them without media training.
At anything without making some mistakes. And I think that in that case, with that video, I think there are probably parts of the way that she phrased what she was saying that she probably regrets now, and that's okay.
Time Zone on Twitter, following along in this conversation, tweets this: I have a different take. Protesting the draft in Vietnam was protesting something real and tangible to U.S. citizens and very directly to U.S. citizens. Getting drafted or your kid getting drafted could really ruin your day. Time Zone saying today's protests seem performative.
Same sort of question.
Well, again, I've already said that there were very similar kinds of protests against the military-industrial complex that we are seeing in regard to the divestment and disentanglement stuff that we're seeing now. I would also say that there were a lot of Northern American students who spent a lot of time in the 1960s protesting against racism and Jim Crow, which was not tangible to them.
He's so fucking base, dude. Like even the fact, it's just a simple thing, like the fact that he keeps saying Northern American students. It's a mistake I make all the time. You say American, but South Americans are American too. Like simple things like that of like just making sure that they're like just it's the tiny things like that that really make you see like how well formed and how good this guy is on this stuff, and how you know what I mean. It's just small things like that that I'm noticing.
So the idea that self-interested protest has always been the norm in the United States is not accurate, and the idea that self-interested protest is somehow preferable to protest that is motivated by other causes is one that I don't really resonate with either.
Addis, Richmond, Virginia, Independent. Good morning. You're on with history professor Angus Johnson.
Northern American students. Quick question. I have two questions for you, Professor Johnson. First one is do universities have a moral obligation to...
I was going to say not Canada, but then I'm not even sure if Canada had a Jim Crow era. Oh, brother. Let's not get into Canada and what it's still doing. Canada is still in many senses, like, is still enforcing apartheid on, like, people. Oh, you got an ad? Oops, sorry. Anyway, Canada is just America. Yeah.
To divest from their endowments that fund genocide and fund the military-industrial complex? And the second question is, how has the federal government's Department of Education's pushing of their agenda towards free speech, will that impact future activism, in your view?
So I think that the Department of Education has very little direct role in what kind of speech is taking place on campuses. I think there are some ways in which federal government policies influence that, but it's largely indirectly, and it's largely on a sort of a broad scale rather than on individual campuses. In terms of the question of whether there is a moral obligation to divest from Israel, my take on this, as on most things, is that I, as a historian, am less interested in my own perspective on the content of the protests and the things that the students are protesting for. That's my opinion on that would be my opinion as a guy, as just a random person. My opinion on how the protests are taking place, what they are doing, the ethics of protest, all of that is stuff that I have a professional opinion on.
I love this because he's basically saying I'm not going to be used as a political mouthpiece to I'm not gonna let me and what I and my like extensive knowledge and research be tainted by my political beliefs, and I don't want anybody to dismiss me because of that. So like obviously, like I'm not saying it's bad to ever be like I'm a leftist. But the point is, he's talking to average Americans with vastly different political views over there, and you don't want any of them to close off because, you know, they're like, oh, fuck, this guy's just a fucking commie. Obviously, like, just from the fact that, in general, historians, especially with regards to, like, he's a fucking historian of protests in America, he's definitely a fucking lefty, okay? Hassan needs to have this guy on the stream and feed him Turkish cuisine. I am going to send this link to Hassan. I hope he watches it. There's a way to like clip things. I'll probably just say like I think that the one that I'll send that I think was really good was we went over it again. The hate speech. Yeah, we went to, it was more towards the end where the good stuff was coming through. But I think Hassan should watch this. It's really fucking good.
We see college professors being called before Congress for hearings in the 60s and 70s?
Well, yes, and particularly before then. If you look at the 30s and 40s and 50s, there was a tremendous amount of college professors being hauled before state legislatures and the Congress because of complaints.
Thank you, 34 good 50, to the gift sub to Beetle.
Oh my god!
Holy moly, thank you.
That they were communists who were, again, to echo something that we were discussing earlier, indoctrinating their students. We saw a lot of that.
By the way, a big thank you to you, 34 good 50, and all the gifters, obviously. I'll just say this again. I have, let me just interrupt and show you this. I have made it to level 1 of the Plus program. And I mean, with 34 Kid 50 being such an oiler, obviously people got gifted subs, found me through that, and then became like long-term subs. I got into the first program, and in 3 months, if like I keep, you know, 300 active sub points, which is just, you know, recurring subscriptions, but not primes and not gifts, then I'll be able to get 70-30 revenue. But as of now, I'm now getting 60-40 revenue, which is a 20% pay increase. That's a fuckload of money to me. So thank you guys. Like it's fucking sick. So yeah. So in 3 months, and by the way, this is not just for partners. This is for affiliates too now. So it's no longer the partner program. Affiliates can also get 60-40 and even 70-30 splits. Buy all the building? No, I'm saving all my money. But UA are mobilizing in response to what happened. I don't know what UAW is. But yeah, so I just need to, for the next 2 months now, get over 300, and then I'll get 70-30, so that's fucking amazing. United Auto Workers. Really? Oh my god, that's amazing. I hope they're allowed onto the campus. I have not seen... This is why this is so hopeful. Because I think a lot of us feel, when looking at America, now this is obviously my perspective, but I think I understand how Americans feel a lot about, like, unionization and solidarity within, like, movements based around, like, labor and you know, in general, like, political left-wing movements, is there's a lot of fragmentation and, like, no solidarity. And to see this, to see that Americans can still do this as their rights to protest and rights are being stripped from them, as like the government exercises its monopoly on violence onto innocent protesters. It's good to see like there is like it's hot labor summer again, you know? I will say, like, obviously Hassan plays I think a big part in like helping people unionize, and but the momentum is there without him too. But you know, he has been helpful in like pushing this sort of action. You know? Obviously he's not like, it's not all him, but it's fucking sick, man. I like it. You know, it's good to see that Americans can like have this solidarity in a world and in a hyper-capitalist system that is trying to fragment that solidarity, you know? It's sick.
In the 1950s. In the 1960s, I think that the perception was well, I would have to look at the question of whether professors were being called.
And I should clarify, administrators too, these college
yeah.
Yes, I need context on this. The UAW, you see, as I say, like a lot of this stuff, I'm not really a political commentator. Very much a lot of what I cover is politically adjacent, but like I will not know a lot of stuff. So I'm very glad that you guys give me a lot of context. So thank you for that as well, because I am not like I should never be your go-to person to cover politics, unless it's about South African politics, in which case I probably am better than most. But even so, Hassan knows a lot more about like certain things of apartheid that even I know. So, you know, UAW is more than auto workers. They were behind the auto workers strike last year, but other workers were also unionized under them. The UC graduate student workers, postdocs, and other academic workers are unionized under UAW, which lets them go on strike collectively across UC campuses. UAW declared that they were looking into options to divest from Israel last year, and they hold a lot of power. So you might remember begging them for them for endorsement last year. Okay, fuck, that's sick. I don't know what this, who was begging them. Biden begging them for endorsement. Oh, I see. Yeah, and I hope that they don't endorse him. That's fucking sick, dude. Yeah, like, it is something that you guys have to hold on to and do what you can. They already endorsed Biden. Okay, maybe they'll take it back. Yeah. They have to. It was kind of the deal they made when it came to the picket line, but that's just politics, yeah. Anyway. In any case, the fact that they're showing unity with student protesters is fucking good. Let's go.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, right. Yeah, so that was certainly the case. There was certainly a lot of heat on administrators. Administrators at some of these campuses became household names because they were perceived to be either handling these protests very well or...
I'm a UC postdoc in UAW and voted for Sean Fain when he won by 500 votes. Let's go.
Very badly. But yes, there is a tremendous amount of pressure on these campus administrators right now. And I think that one of the things that we haven't talked about yet is the fact that right now the question of Israel and Palestine is one politically that tends to unite the Republican Party and divide the Democratic Party, so that Republicans are generally fairly unified on their views on Israel and Palestine, whereas Democrats increasingly are not, which is a change from.
So left flank vets disagreed with this but he knows obviously way more than me with respect to like the politics within America, because he says he's even seeing fragmentation within the Republican Party. But I still think like this is a good point. I mean, the overall takeaway to this is that there's bipartisanship with American foreign policy. End of. That's it. Which you've heard time and time again throughout Hassan streams. Like, it's a classic bipartisanship in foreign politics. Yeah. Like, if America's going to war, Democrats will support it and Republicans will support it. Not nearly as much on the left, seemingly, but maybe. Yeah, but that's because there's no difference between, like, the activated or, like, the action, in foreign politics between the Democratic and, Republican Party. But I don't really know, you know, in any way, I think it's a good point, but...
Years or so
Yeah.
ago. And one of the things that means is that there is partisan advantage to be gained by playing up these protests on the part of the Republican Party, and we're certainly seeing at least some of that.
Kingwood, Texas, Republican. This is Bob. You're on with Professor Johnson.
Yes, good morning. I'd like to challenge many of the things that this professor...
Just get ready for this one. Just get ready, chat. It's gonna hit every single, like, fascist, dog whistle. You're gonna, yeah, just get ready.
Professor has said. I have a lived experience in campus riots. I was at the University of California in the late 60s, early 70s. My access to campus was blocked by protesters. It really soured my view of college. I was ready to get out because of the
Oh no, the protesters wouldn't let me go to a lecture I didn't even want to go to. Oh no, now I hate them. Fuck them. They made my life inconvenient, and so now everything that they stand for is objectively false and performative.
lunacy of the protesters. But what I want to challenge this professor about is he says things like there's very little, if any, hate speech or violence in these current protests.
Hold on, sorry, I'm changing my headphones because they were dying. There we go.
And I'd like to know his opinion. Does the river to the sea, does that not constitute hate speech to Jewish people? How about Intifada? How about death to America and death to Israel? These are vile things, and yet people on campus are put in safe spaces if you want to misgender or say that there's no such thing as transgender, things like that. So these riots, these protests that are going on now are primarily funded by people like George Soros and people from overseas. What is this?
He hit every single thing, dude. There's the anti-Semitism, dude. Bro, oh god.
Professor, think about that.
Okay, so on the question of hate speech specifically, I absolutely did not say that there is no hate speech taking place in any of these protests. I didn't say that, and I don't believe that. Certainly, we have seen evidence of hate speech that was coming out of these protests. What I did say, though, is that as these protests have expanded, have gone from half a dozen encampments 2 weeks ago, or a little less than 2 weeks ago, to dozens and dozens and dozens. We're probably over 100 now. We have not seen a corresponding increase in the direct visual evidence for the kinds of chants and the kinds of slogans that this caller was just talking about. If we were seeing those kinds of chants and slogans at every one of these protests, we would be seeing this all over the media. And frankly, one of the places that I'm going to is the social media accounts that are most critical of the protests. I'm looking at what they are putting forward. I'm looking what they are getting attention to. And we are just not seeing that the kind of rhetoric that this guy was just describing is standard or common in the protests. There's just very, very little evidence for that.
Who are the social media accounts most critical of the protests?
Bro, it's so insane. Like, he's like, who are these accounts? He's like, motherfucker, I'm not gonna boost these freaks.
I would have to go back. I have a list on Twitter, and
Can you imagine Hassan responding to Togtrads with this civility? But it wouldn't work, because no one would want to fucking watch Hassan. Nobody is watching C-SPAN, Flea Noodle. Hassan being combative and being able to not be fucking civil is why half of us started watching him in the first place, okay? Now, Hassan is actually very civil when he's having someone on. He does not belittle, like, when he has someone on, like he brings a chatter on, he does not belittle them. He does not try to debate them. He doesn't try to overwhelm them with, like, his rhetoric. He tries to understand them and meet them where they're at. And that's one of the few things I think a lot of us can still learn from Hassan, even though we know most of his politics. And at the moment, it's like, repeat. What do I always say? What do I always say? What do I always say? We know this. You know, we're long-term Hasanabi heads. But what you can learn from him is how he treats normies and how he treats people who oppose his views and how respectful he is of them. But that respectability is not going to extend to people that are being, like, deliberately fucking bigoted in the chat, and they should be called out. All right. Hassan is successful because he doesn't give a fuck about calling someone out for being a fucking, like, bigoted piece of shit. He's not afraid to swear. He doesn't have the same level of, like, he doesn't follow the same sort of civilities that he is intolerant to hate. But he is not like that when he's having someone on the stream and talking to them, you know? But just remember, like, this would not work for Hassan, okay? Remember, this guy's also an academic, okay? So he's responding to this in an academic fashion. If he was to start being uncivil, then nobody would take him seriously. Hassan is not an academic.
Go back and I just scroll.
Also,
through.
this guy isn't community building through. Well, actually, he is. He is community building. He does help student protests, but, like, it's not in the same sort of way. He is an aid, a guide to student protesters, because he is an academic in the history of student protests. Yeah.
Through it, I don't remember the usernames themselves.
Carl, Brooklyn, Democrat. Good
morning. So he said he had a list and he didn't know them.
Good morning to you, sir. Yes, Professor, I have like three quick commentaries to make, and
give me one or two, Carl, because we're running out of time here.
I know, but the commentary is to say that to talk about the media, right, and how they project the idea that the people who are protesters are kids, and to let them know that they are not kids. And when you go to college and university in different places, like your daughter, you said before, some is their first experience with responsibility, and that colleges and university is a product that advertises itself. And if you buy this product, whatever college and university, wherever it is, and that, just like any other product that you buy in a democracy, and it's defective, right? And you can get compensation or let it be known. Something is defective in the college and university. Listen to me for you to make a comment of this country. And this is a democracy, and they bought a product, and the product is that if someone is doing something wrong in a democracy, whether they be Jewish, whatever race they are, the people that bought the product have the right to say that, and that the tactics that they are using now against those people that bought the product is fascism.
That's Carl in Brooklyn.
That's fucking, yeah. Well, he's basically saying, like, listening to the commentary, because he brought this up before, that, like, students are being treated as consumers. So even if they're being treated as consumers, they have the right to complain about, like, what the defects in their education and what is funding them. That's what he's saying. He's saying that we need to not belittle students. We need to not what's the word again, see them as, like, you know, we need to see them as, like, human. You know, it's a base fucking comment. He's saying this is fucking ridiculous. They have the right to do this, you know?
So a couple of things on that. One is I absolutely agree that college students aren't kids. I would encourage people who support these protests to not refer to them as kids. I think that they deserve the respect that they have earned. They are grown-ups. They are adults. In terms of the question of the product, I'm not sure I completely understood everything that was being said. But one thing that I would like to turn back to is the idea of the student as a consumer of a product. A lot of people today are critical of students, saying, oh, students think that they're just buying a grade, and they feel like they can order professors around because professors have a responsibility to give them the
turns out the boys are
Thank you, Orange Guy, for the 9 months. Holy moly, 9 month subs.
grade that they prayed for. The ideology, the analogy of students as being consumers is not one that ever came from students. It's something that administrators in colleges developed over the course of the 1970s in response to students' demands for more of a say in the university. I go to campus and I work and I come back home. Faculty who work at four-year colleges, residential colleges, typically do the same. When I was an undergrad...
Well, the term kids, the reason why... This is what goes back to Just Judy, thank you. Holy moly.
But there turns out the boys are fascist.
I think, it depends. I don't think you should be condescending ever towards students. Okay, and I guess the rhetoric of kids is wrong. I think just using the term students is fine. Okay, the students are alright. The reasoning why I still think, this is what I just spoke about before, I think one of the reasons why these student protests are so radicalizing is because, well, first of all, most of them have, white liberal parents that make up, the main voting base, the majority of America are white liberals, okay? And so their parents get radicalized into seeing their kids beat up like this. And also, students are innocent, okay? They don't have weapons, they're unarmed, and most of the time they're just being peaceful and sitting down, doing sit-ins, all right? And that, I think the brutalization of people like that sends a very, is very radicalizing to people in America to see. Especially white liberals. Thank you, Kitty 50. Holy moly, thank you. Holy moly, thank you, 34 Kitty 50. Anyway.
At SUNY, college was the place that I lived for a period of time. It was the place that I worked. It was the place.
I will say that this narrative of spoiled kids who buy grades is also skewed by the socioeconomic status of these media heads. My friend is a prof in a private college and the kids of wealthy donors absolutely have all the say, but these students aren't the kids of wealthy people. Yeah, it's also fucking ridiculous, to just be yeah, these are wealthy... Bro, has everyone forgotten, that most of these kids are going to be... these students are going to be... Oh, and there's a hype train? Thank you, holy moly, thank you. Real despot, thank you.
Brings all the boys to the R, but there turns out the boys are fascist.
Happy Tag der Arbeit.
Happy Tag der Arbeit. Happy Workers' Day. The thing is, have we forgotten that student loans are a thing? That most of these students are going to be in debt for the rest of their life, and Biden said he'd fucking do something about it, and he doesn't. Crippling debt. A lot of you in this chat have that.
All the boys to the R, but there turns out the boys are fascist.
Finally, I can use my notification for Free Palestine.
Free Palestine. Yeah. Tom Cotton is literally working to ban protesters from student loan debt forgiveness. Fuck him.
Place that I studied. It was the place that I hung out with my friends. It was the place that I played pool and video games. It was the place that I made really important friendships. It was the place that I met the woman who would become the mother of my 2 children. College isn't just a place that you go to shop for an education.
OG, thank you for the gifted sub to Monkey. Holy moly. Thank you guys for the level 9 hype train. Oh my goodness. Holy moly. We're close to getting the level 10 emote. But don't stress. Thank you, everyone, for the gifties and the subbies. I appreciate it a lot.
For an American student, college is in many cases...
Cops out in droves at the protests for the 1st of May here. Always love to see the super cuts of police getting shit thrown at them. Yeah, I mean, look. Fuck, I don't know how to help anybody in Germany, dude. 238 viewers. This community is politics nerds after all. I know, whenever I'm doing politics, I get... Yo, thank you, 50. Holy moly. There's another 50 big ones. Okay, no one should be unsubbed. There's no shot. Thank you.
Cases their home. It is the community in which they live. And so I think it's entirely legitimate
12.
for students to want to have a say in how those communities are run.
You talk about the students should be treated like adults. What do you think about the adult punishments?
Thank you, BRDC, for the gifted sub to 11 goats. Thank you. Holy moly.
That they may face for some of their actions, specifically at Columbia University?
So LB loses viewers when she does politics? No, I'm saying the opposite. Like, literally, when I do politics, I always have more viewers. Always. Okay? When I was doing, when I was covering the ICJ trial, I had a lot of viewers. It's the same as normally if I just do reacts for the entire day. No, I get more. You guys are fucking nerds, okay? All you want to do is see politics.
Are you comparing my childhood to 9/11?
Like, for example, yeah. No.
Oh my god!
Marba, thank you. Holy moly. Well, I'm also a politics nerd, you know. I always like to game with Hassan in the corner because I can't start. I get the fucking FOMO, dude. Especially with what's going on in America right now because it is very, It gives you people a lot of hope. And obviously I don't have control. I'm not American. But, like, the thing is, at the end of the day, Americans have, are the only ones that have the power to stop what their government is doing. Even though they have fuck all power anyway. You know, my country can't do anything. Well, actually, my country's done all that it fucking can. I mean, I don't like to. Somebody said this, but I don't think it's completely true. But I think a lot of this stuff did happen, like this movement. The ball got rolling when South Africa took Israel to court. And once again, I will just say, it is the most. I have never seen a state do anything for stateless people. It was the most selfless thing because. There is no political benefit South Africa will ever get from it. Okay? In fact, they were likely to be punished by Western powers that send aid to South Africa. In fact, the Trump, like when Trump was in power, his whatever, I don't know how to describe it. Like they threatened to,
I don't know. Ask your mom.
Remove all funding to South Africa for South African medical aid, the Trump administration, and that's $2 billion, like over like 3 years or so. America sends a lot of aid to South Africa for HIV/AIDS and like our healthcare system here, and they threatened to remove all that aid if the South African government did not recognize Jerusalem as the new capital of Israel. Because South Africa didn't want to recognize it. They were like, this is cutting out Palestinians from, like, it's more centralizing it away from that. And they were like, nope, okay, if you don't recognize it, fine, no aid to you. So it is a fucking massive risk that South Africa took. Anyway.
University, the Wall Street Journal with a wrap-up of the possible charges that some of these students could face. People inside the building at Hamilton Hall who were arrested could be charged with burglary in the 3rd degree, criminal mischief, and trespassing, while those in the outdoor encampments on campus grounds could be charged with trespassing and disorderly conduct.
Well, I think one of the things that is clear about these kinds of charges is that they...
I will be very surprised if any of these convictions get held up in court, ever. I would be very, very surprised. Normally amnesty is normally granted, okay, in these sorts of situations. But, like, there are going to be so many fucking pro bono lawyers, like, being, like that get radicalized by this because those lawyers see their fucking kids, like, and friends of their kids getting brutalized by this. And there's going to be a lot of aid that students are... So many lawyers are just waiting to help, yeah.
Largely depend on what the university's preferences are. If the university chooses to charge these students with these kinds of crimes, I suspect they will be able to.
Should I go to a protest and risk deportation? I can't answer that for you. I don't want to put anybody like into a situation where like their entire life could be like... I can't answer that for you. I don't think that's like good for me. That's up to you. I also don't want to like shame anyone who feels that their position in America is so precarious that they can't join into these things out of fear. Because at the end of the day, we are, yeah, like it's yeah.
So draw a little bit of a distinction between the two categories that you were just describing, in that I think that there are a lot of students on campuses who have a moral intuition, and this goes back to what I was just saying a moment ago, who have a moral intuition that the idea that you can be arrested...
Sticks, never say that in Twitch chat. Never say that openly on the internet, okay? Ever. I'm being deadly serious. Don't ever fucking say that openly on the internet.
...for trespassing on the campus of which you are a student in the middle of the afternoon just because you are sitting on a lawn as a registered student and declining to leave that lawn. I think a lot of students feel that that's morally wrong and even morally incomprehensible. And I think that this is one of the reasons.
But we know Sticks was joking, so it's fine. No, Twitch doesn't care. Okay. Oh, no, you're on a student visa. Okay, all right. No, Forensics was joking, but yeah, never fucking self-snitch, okay? Just because the message looks like it's deleted in Twitch chat, no. Everything you post in Twitch chat is public, and it will always be there. You cannot delete a message, ever. Once a message is sent in a Twitch chat, there is no way to ever remove it from the database of messages you've ever sent, okay? Now, it might look like it's been removed in a chat when it gets deleted, but it's not deleted.
Why colleges need to figure out a language of dealing with these protests and a set of tactics for dealing with these protests, which is not purely based on their legal rights, but also based on an image of what the university community is and what students' rights within that community is. I think that's going to be tricky. I think that's going to be hard as protest tactics develop and conditions continue to evolve, but I think it's essential.
One more call. This is Susan in Caldwell, Idaho Independent. Good morning.
Hi there, Professor. I would just like to suggest for anybody who would like to know how the students are being...
A friend of mine works for defense attorney, had to defend a Jewish client whose parents were Holocaust survivors for Volksverhetzung because the term from the River to Sea slogan, and was like, what the fuck are we doing here? Oh my god. Germany's so fucking cooked, dude. Oh my fucking god.
What other people are saying, indoctrinated, just Google their campus paper, like the Columbia Daily Spectator or the UCLA Daily Bruin, to take the two favorite photo op right now, and you can see what's actually happening through student journalist eyes on each campus. And you can pick any campus in America and do that. There's no paywall on these student papers.
Thank you for that, and I think that's a great place for us to end. The student journalism that is coming out of these protests is absolutely essential. And again, I absolutely agree that even in times when we're not seeing these kind of protests, the student journalists are a great way to get an insight to what is actually going on the campus. I will say specifically, again, I was listening to WKCR, the Columbia student radio station last night, and that was absolutely essential to following what was going on campus. This morning when I woke up, I was reading the Twitter feed of the UCLA Daily Bruin, as it happens, and they were talking about the fact that...
Based, he says Twitter, not X.
That counter-protesters had been allowed to come onto campus and brutalize the encampment, and that the police were for hours first not even called and then doing nothing. That was an analysis of the situation which I saw in real time early this morning, which was later picked up by the LA Times, and which frankly the New York Times in its coverage this morning hadn't quite reached that level of analysis yet.
Professor Angus Johnston is a history professor at Hostess College, Community College in the City University of New York. And thanks for your time. Come back again.
Thank you so much.
That was really fucking good. I do want to send some of this to Hassan when he is live. Let's just look at some timestamps that are really good. I hope he watches the whole thing. It's really fucking good. It is really, really good. I have no idea. One elp for one row? No, it's fine. I'm just gonna send the whole thing to him. I'll be like, it's really fucking good. I'm not gonna look for... He might say no, but like, I think if he's... Maybe he knows who Angus Johnson is, and he might think, oh fuck, this is gonna be good. Because I think it doesn't really... When it's political shit and it's like live news, then like, it's good to... You know, get this sort of... he might. Not to derail, but this is the oldest Hasanabi head. Facts about my 75-year-old black father. He watched us on Piker literally every day. He talks mad shit about Taylor Swift constantly. I love that dude. I really love hearing older people watching Hassan. That's fucking amazing. I don't think we can watch this full thing that Brett watched now. It's a bit too late. And I also am worried because Brett is yeah, I'm not gonna watch this full thing right now, but I do want to like have a look and definitely like have a look. But do you guys want to listen to some of the radio? For the Red is an anarchist. Anarchists are on top today. Okay, no anarchist hate in this chat. They literally like right now, anarchists are doing the most. Okay, I don't want to hear any fucking shit about anarchists. All right, they are the ones on the fucking front line organizing people. Like, let's not antagonize them. Right? We are watching like America is a failed state. They have never been more vindicated. All right? I don't want to see any infighting. Or any antagonization in any sort of way, even if it's annoying. Like, I know some anarchists get annoyed by those sorts of comments. And we don't need that. Like, at this time, like, we just need solidarity. We need, like, to instill hope within one another. We need to support one another and the students in America as much as we can. Because this is the shot we have. Alright? Bonk break, sure.
Angel on the track. Bonk, bonk, I got a bonker for the summertime. I brought a bonky, boy, I'm ready. So if the piggies come on bonking, I'm another time. The traitors to the working class, so it's completely justified. And you wonder why we hate the cops, cause we're forced to watch this shit a lot. Solidarity could make it stop. So hit your local cop with the bonky bomb. All jugs to the front, who the juxtaposition. It's guns versus jugs, that's just a juxtaposition. Just so you know, I brought some veggies and a can of beans. Now we got the water and soup for our family. Stay dangerous. It's okay to take a risk. Give a fuck about the police. Grab a water jug and come with. Ooh, if you hate cops like me, then give me some dabs. Ooh, if you hate cops like me, then shake that ass. Go ahead and shake your ass. Ooh, if you hate cops like me, then yell at cat. Ooh, if you hate cops just like me, then hit.
I've got the link. Hold on, Ernie.
Hit that bonk dance, baby. That's how you should treat the cop. Make them take more than 5 L's, that's how you beat the cop. Bong bong, do you want this drug or not? Comrade, go hard with the jug, I call him Juggernaut. Cal Poly going too off with big old plastic jugs, just like a boob job. They wanna know what I think when I watch first. Thought that popped into my head, this is bunker. Bong 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 bong, what the students say. From Columbia Uni all the way to LA. Let us unify and rise in the coolest way. Motherfuck 12, free Palestine to the grave. Not a single cut, there's a lot of love. What you got with a Rayco on the water jug. It's not a clip only, bitch, it's a life lesson. If you're resourceful, anything can be the right way.
Does anybody have the radio station? I want to listen to the student radio. Anyone, UCLA or Columbia. Okay, hold on. That link doesn't work, Envy. Oh, there we go. Alright, thank you. Let's have a listen. What? What? I have to download a file? Oh. I have to download... do you listen to it through VLC? Okay, hold on. What's going on? Flash of news, flash of fun music. Okay, I thought there'd just be more focusing on this. Well, let's see. They usually just play jazz? That's sick. Lo-fi bongs to occupy and encamp to. Yeah, no worries. They'll pop back into college and... Well, let me just scroll through Twitter then and see if I can find anything to show while we listen. Yo, Emhard, thank you for the raid. Airline raid? We're just covering the protests. Yeah, Emhard streams. Follow him right now, otherwise he'll ban you in Hassan's chat. He's like Hassan's most active mod. Okay, so welcome in raiders. Yo! Holy moly, thank you. Holy moly, we're listening to student radio. And yeah, we're just waiting for them to get to the political thing. We're listening to the New York Columbia Student Radio, I think it is. Follow, please don't ban me. Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you for getting 50 for the 50 tier 1 gifties. Holy moly. Bike lock sold by Columbia, justification for the raid. Yeah. We've seen this. It's fucking insane. And they've community
What
noted
is
it
life
now.
like on Bitch Island? I don't know.
You can
ask
see there's a
your
community
mom.
note. Fucking owned. Get owned, Morning Joe. Get fucking owned. Oh my fucking
Tell us
god.
about this
Get
team.
owned.
Yeah, so
oh my
when
god.
we-
Thank you. Oh my god. Community notes are so based. Let's go.
This is not what students bring to school. Okay, this is Don't what think so. professionals bring to campuses and universities. These are heavy industrial chains that
Fucking
were locked
fascist.
with bike locks, and this is what we encountered on every door inside of Hamilton Hall. And so, in order for our emergency services group to enter into the
Morning
building, they had to
Jones.
first
Oh god.
cut through these chains, but also get rid of debris.
Yeah. That's a fucking bike lock, dude. This is just Tester lying on fucking live television. Police will tell easily disprovable lies on cable television. These are locks sold by Columbia students and promoted by their public safety team. What do you think they will lie about in a courtroom? Police lie. Tester, it's a term for it. Tester lying. You cannot trust anything the police tell you. This was a spokesperson chosen by the New York Police Department to go on the news. Handpicked. A handpicked liar. Lying is a fundamental part of the job of being a cop. Yes. Fucking yes. Ha! It's times like this where I wish like more Americans were on Twitter. Okay, let's check in on the radio.
Fucking liar, dude. What a
Hold on, I think I need to reconnect to it.
little liar, dude.
They're still doing the tapping. This dude seems cool. His son should kiss him on the mouth. True. Lying. Still lying to his audience. Yeah. Those bike locks are so common in New York that one of the biggest sellers has even got "forget about it" in their branding. Holy fuck, dude. Damn, I must be using Hamas tunnels the way I'm dodging these gifted subs. Look, it happened. Okay, let me just see if I can reconnect to it. Hold on. Because I paused, and maybe we can see the UCLA. Hold on. Wait, where was the direct restream? Somebody linked it. I think it was Foreign Sticks. Let's see. Who linked the direct restream? Foreign Sticks, thank you for the episode to Monk in the Machine. Oh, that... No. There's someone's restreaming it. Oh, yeah, there we go.
And wrapping around in a circle. There are a lot of people here, I'd say close to...
Okay, hold on, let me move this here. On. Let's listen. So this is Columbia University non-commercial student-run radio station. Okay, so this is Columbia. Okay. Let's get this going. So this is New York. Wait, they were just playing it. What? They just moved on to music. Bro, they were just saying stuff and now they move on to music? Do reporting, radio station. Okay.
This is Sarah Barlin. It is 1:19
Here we
p.m.
go.
I'm at the intersection of Park Row and Oliver Street outside of One Police Plaza. We are waiting for arrested students to be released, although we predict this won't be for a while, the foreseeable day maybe. It seems like there are about 109 students that were arrested last night at Columbia and 118 students approximately arrested at CCNY. So that is our update for now. We will keep you posted if we see any students be released. But according to some sources on the site, there have not been many released students for the past few hours. This is Sarah. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah, for that update. And just a quick clarification for our listeners, anybody who might be wondering. Right now, WKCR is currently monitoring 2 different locations. One is a protest happening at 116th and Amsterdam, right outside of Columbia's campus. We have Georgia, Ted, and David there. Maria and Sarah are down at One Police Plaza, as they said, monitoring the release of students
Still
that
on
were
the
arrested
website,
last
yeah.
night. Just a little clarification. CCNY is just a few, 10 or so blocks north of Columbia's campus, which is one of the reasons that it's relevant to us, but also relevant to us just because a lot of the protests and encampments that have sprung up around the country have made explicit reference to the encampment that happened at Columbia. It's also relevant for us just because we heard last night police moving from their stations around Columbia's campus to head north to CCNY, so these are certainly 2 interrelated series of arrests.
This one here.
Again, we have another update here from Georgia, who is on the field
Wait,
at
no, they
116th
removed
in
it.
Amsterdam. You're listening to WKCR FM New York and WKCR HD.
I'm not kidding,
The time
they're-
is
hold on.
1:23 p.m.
I'm not kidding, they removed it. No, this is the different one to the one we saw on Twitter. I'm being serious, they removed it. No. Look, hold on. We didn't look at this. I'll get it to you on Twitter. Hold on. Yeah, it said $85 earlier. Yeah, it was the one for $85. I'm not kidding. I saw it on Twitter. Where was it? Somebody posted it. It was a repost to that specific tweet. Hopefully I can just find it through there. Maybe I liked it. Hopefully I did. I did not like it. Hold on.
Thanks for that update, Georgia. And I just want to note some of the
find
resonances that exist between... oh, so sorry. It seems like that was potentially not on air. I'm going to go ahead and play it one more time. It's just about 30 seconds long. So this is, again, an update from Georgia on the field.
This is Georgia Delan, once again reporting for WKCR. It's currently 1:21 p.m. I'm also out here on the field at Amsterdam and 116th with WKCR reporter Ted Schmiedler. Something that I want to point out about this picket is that in many ways it's affecting access to campus because those who would be able to enter campus here at 116th in Amsterdam would have to go through this picket, would have to cross this picket line to get into campus. And so they are affecting what is a minimal flow into campus, albeit the only one right now.
Thank you, Georgia, for that update, and my apologies for the technical issues over here. I just want to note some of the resonances, like I said, between this action and some of the actions we've seen on Columbia's campus previously.
Wrong.
A
I'm
few
wrong.
years ago in the student worker union strike, one of the sort of major actions undertaken there was
this is an
a
older
picket
one.
of campus that effectively closed down campus, other than for students and faculty who were willing to cross the picket line. But I just want to note
they
that
have removed this one though.
That action was in terms of blocking
changing
campus,
the
I
price
think
to
we
make
can
it
call
look
it
probably?
relatively effective. It functionally shut down campus for a day
This is a different
few years
way
ago.
it's
So
shown as well.
I think it's just interesting to note that a similar
Hold on.
tactic is being used here, and perhaps to greater effect, given that this is the only entrance to campus that is open at the moment.
Yes,
Again, just
okay.
to contextualize, this is a
Hold on.
protest at 116th and Amsterdam.
I figured it out.
It seems to be made up primarily of student worker union members as well as faculty members.
I figured it out. This one is from 2020. Look, you can see at the top. This one is from 2022. You see that? Okay. The one that he posted was from 2020, so he went back to find it. But it was there before. So they bought them in like 2020. Do you guys see? But it doesn't matter. This looks exactly the same. Do you guys see this? This is not like a oh, they've quickly removed it or anything. Okay, it's just he's trying to find exactly where that lock was shown, so that's why they got that specific picture. Okay, so that's why there's discrepancy. Is there a debate on the pricing? No. This is just the pamphlet from 2022. This is the one from 2020 where they had this exact model. It's like probably they just basically like they get these are discounted. So this one was no longer discounted, but the students obviously bought it in 2020. You guys understand what I mean? So these locks are specifically discounted for students. But then that one now is no longer discounted. This has nothing to do with the current protest now. No. They don't fall into that. They didn't remove it from the sheet. There's no way that they just post this right now. Okay? No shot. Alright? It just that one, obviously, they no longer discount, but the students bought it back then. Regardless, they still have ones that look pretty much, like, exactly the same.
Thank you, Ted, for sending
So it doesn't matter.
I cut it off a little bit early just because we heard
Hold on.
a lot of that audio in the background of some of Georgia's field updates as well. And it seems to be pretty similar. Again, WKCR is reporting on the events happening on and around Columbia's campus as well as related events. So we have a few field reporters, Georgia, Ted, and David, out at 116th in Amsterdam monitoring a student worker and faculty protest there that is creating a picket line barring access to campus other than for individuals willing to cross the picket line. We also have Maria and Sarah at One Police Plaza monitoring the potential release of arrested students, students who were arrested last night on Columbia's campus. We'll be back with any updates as soon as we have them. For now, I'm going to play some more music for you. You're listening to WKCR FM New York and WKCR HD. Oh, and also just a note on who's in the studio. A lot of people have come through this morning, but as we said last night, we're encouraging everybody to get some rest. But here now we have Tanvi Krishnamurthy, and my name is Ben Erdman. So we'll bring you updates as soon as we have them, but for now, enjoy some music.
For everyone's reporting on the bike lock. I'm just looking on Twitter to see if there's anything I can show. Chat, if you have anything to send, go for it. Here's the UAW. Last night, students and workers protesting peacefully at UCLA for justice in Palestine were physically attacked by a group of 100+ counter-protesters. UC's failure to protect students and workers is an abdication of its responsibility. UAW members are mobilizing in response. Let's fucking go. If anybody has any on-the-ground information about this, this is fucking insane. This is, like, making me very excited about, like, you know, and hopiumed about fucking solidarity in America. Yeah, they allowed Zionists to fire fireworks at students, bear mace, to beat them with poles. Yeah, it was fucking gross. And, yeah, there is a Venmo account that I posted earlier in the chat where you can help students. There. The fucking goat from Sean Fair. Okay. The UAW will never support the mass arrest or intimidation of those exercising their right to protest, strike, or speak out against injustice. Our union has been calling for a ceasefire for 6 months. This war is wrong. And this response against students and academic workers many of them UAW members is wrong. We call on the powers that be to release the students and employees who have been arrested. If you can't take the outcry, stop supporting this war. That's my dad, says Gremlo. I don't have Blue Sky on here. Of course, his name is basically Sinn Fein. No, it's not his dad. Are you guys this fucking gullible, dude? Wait, it is his dad? Bro, you guys are fucking lying.
Georgians fearlessly defending country's democracy and European future as the government is galloping into the Russian orbit. Luca, thank you for the gift sub to Aloe.
It's not his dad. Yeah, I know. I'm not gonna even say it, bro. You guys fucking suck. Okay, all of you. All of you. In this rare moment where we're seeing fucking leftist solidarity and no infighting, what do? Oh, let's just pick on the fucking gullible streamer. Yeah, that'll be great. Yeah, that's gonna, like, you know, end up really well. Fuck you guys. Oh, God.
Today's May Day, and here's the real history. Okay, we'll look at this in a second.
Capturing students slamming desks.
Okay, let's go back to the radio station. We could just watch Gremlo.
Mr. Brian Lynch. I'm telling Mr. Craig Handy. Our drones from Cuba.
Yeah, just make up random shit, dude.
And Negro Hernandez. I'm based from Puerto Rico, the one and only Mr. Joe Santiago. And I'm congas Giovanni Hidalgo.
Let's have a look at UCLA radio.
Wake me up.
Dave, I'm getting 50. Holy moly, thank you. Thank you for the 52 on gifties. Holy moly. Stop.
Hey, UCLA! It's me, Kate Flannery, Meredith from The Office. I'm here to announce the pledge drive, the fundraiser for UCLA Radio. It is a completely student-run radio station, which is so fantastic. Seriously, no corporate D-bags, nobody. Just you guys doing what you want to do, playing what you want to hear. I will drink to that. I already did. Please donate. Please listen. Go to UCLAradio.com and give generously because kids need a chance, right?
Stop playing music and start doing the news, news monkeys. What are you doing? Students! Oh my god. Oh, okay, you guys, I'm gonna destroy the solidarity right now. Are you guys ready? I'm doing it right now. Do you guys want me to destroy all the solidarity right now? I'm gonna own Hassan Abi in the marketplace of ideas. Okay, I'm becoming a hater. It's my hater arc. Let's go. Okay, let's go. Holy moly. Are you ready? 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 Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this?
We haven't done it in a while.
Watch the whole thing.
Let's figure out what this community looks like now. The Hasanabi census is upon us, folks. A community full of young white people has now turned into a community of old white people. We're correcting. Italian is not a race. Stop asking me if Italian is a race. If you are Catholic, you are Christian. The do you mean, dude? Are you still practicing Islam? When have I ever practiced Islam? When? Chatters be like, I'm actually the one chatter from Antarctica with the... Men are being attacked on the Hasanabi broadcast. You should separate atheist from agnostic. Vegans up by 1%. That's unacceptable.
Just wait.
Man, if you're
just wait.
Communist, just shut the f up and vote socialist, okay? God, like, what about Maoist third world is like, what if you're still in high school? Then you write high school. Why would you write anything else? Shut the f up, New Zealanders. You know exactly what the f I'm saying when I say Australia. Shut the f up and vote Australia if you're from New Zealand. No one cares that you're on an educational journey trying to learn more about the world. Shut the up, students! I'm a student! I'm learning! That's what you sound like. Student is the same as unemployed. Why am I even catering to, like, insecure students, dude? It started. Just pull, man. Here.
I'm a student. I'll show you the moment when it happened too. Fuck, it was funny. Oh my god, dude. It was so insane because like it was just about like students not wanting to put themselves in the unemployed category. Yeah, here. Okay, hold on, it was here.
I know. What if you're a college student and work part-time? Dude, I don't know what to say. Unemployed student, okay? Non-unemployed student. There you go. And then I'll put /student to 1 to 20,000 as well. How about that? Is that better? No, lol. Why? No, make students on its own? Why? But then... Take student out of the first one? But what if you're a fucking student? It literally is better. Either you're unemployed as a student or you're a student making 20 grand. How about that? There you go. God, fucking students are so fucking annoying. Shut the fuck up! No one cares that you're on an educational journey trying to learn more about the fucking world. Shut the fuck up, students! I'm a student! I'm learning! That's what you sound like. Nobody cares, you fucking nerd. No one cares that you want to learn. No one cares that you're on a journey of self-discovery. Shut the fuck up! Freaking nerds, dude. Broke boys! Fucking brokies, all of you! Non-unemployed student. How about this, dude? I don't give a fuck. I'm doing non-unemployed /student. I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what your fucking status is. Just non-unemployed. You either don't have a job, you have no income, you don't have a fucking job, or you're a student. Just fucking do student. Like, student is the same as unemployed. Why am I even catering to, like, insecure students, dude? Jesus Christ. It literally on a fucking income. It started. Just fucking pull, man. Here. What about a 200,000+ union job? Motherfucker, you got a fucking nice union job, but you still don't know how to do math. What do you mean, what about a 200,000+ union job? What would that put you on this category? Where would you go? Huh? Where would you go? Oh, that's right, you go 100,000+. This is my favorite type of thing, where he goes, 100K+, but living in Manhattan with 3K rent. Okay, dude. Well, then you're in the 100K+ category. Okay, that's the bracket you're in. I'm not asking, like, how much money do you have left over at the end of the year? You know what I mean? I'm not like, why is this so hard? Every time we do this, it's like, well, you know, I got a dog. There's a lot of vet bills coming in. It's different. Circumstances are different. This year, I'm not broke or in the 20K for the first time. Moving on up, and it's unionized. Good shit. Can we have a millionaire student choice, please? No. Non-unemployed wins with 31%. The 20,000 to 50,000 bracket comes in at number 2. The 50,000 to 100,000 bracket comes in at 19. This is like very even distribution, like very close to one another. I like it. Yeah, I mean, of course, XU chat is unemployed 55% because they're fucking brokies. Because they're fucking brokies. They're not top G's like you, and they're not top G's like me. Because when you're here, you're at Hustlers University. We drink sparkling water.
Let's see the. I want to see the the education. Let's do the education as well. Let's do the education as well.
Degree.
And then we'll go back to the radios.
Starting the poll, folks. So it's gonna be high school / GED, associate's degree or trade, BA or BS college, master's, PhD. What about an autodidact? Nobody cares about your no pussy having, constantly on subreddit's ass, okay? If you're gonna be like, I'm an autodidact, then just don't even vote in the poll. But if you're still in high school, then you write high school. Why would you write anything else? You will write high school if you're still in high school. It just means, what level of education are you currently at? Oh my fucking God. Masters also includes fucking dentistry and MD and JD, okay? Oh my God. 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 No, I'm not getting baited. This is real. Especially PhD Andy's like Fizz in the chat. I knew we're gonna pop off on this. Motherfuckers be like, I went to Hustlers University. Which one does that put me in? God, y'all are a bunch of fucking nerds. How many goddamn college-educated motherfuckers are in here, bro? This is disgusting. Oh my God, no wonder this is the most smarmy, annoying, like overcorrecting dickhead community on the fucking planet, dude. Holy shit. Oh my God. This is literally like, this is like a party. This is like an NPR listening party. Holy shit. Yeah, I do love Mike Barbaro. Did you see what he had to say in the latest episode of The Daily? Oh my God, I love being a fucking nerd and learning at school. Yikes, dude. We gotta get these high school GED numbers up. Straight up. Holy fuck, 47%. This is like the... Don't you have a college degree? Yeah, I do. And I am a fucking nerd. Do a virginity one? We did it already. I did one with your mom. Not a virgin.
He got it.
So stupid.
He got us, dude.
Okay. There you go. Virginity poll. Holy fuck. The number of sex hours have gone up tremendously. What is happening? Last time we did this shit, this was a lot closer. It was like 54% virgins, right? Oh my God, Chad Vice is fucking working, dude. What the fuck is happening?
I want to show you the weeb one. I want to show you the weeb one because he has like a moment of like he has like a fucking existential crisis, dude. Is it like afterwards? Where did I put it? Because I added a whole like thing. You'll see. Don't worry. Yeah. Okay.
What's happening? Okay, this
Alright, it was afterwards. It was afterwards.
Non-virgins. This was literally 54 to 46 last time. And right now it's a 68 to 32. Wait, let's look at XQCs. Does he have one? Did he do this?
What?
Oh yeah, he did do this. Do you watch anime? Yes. 63% to 37. 63% virgins to 37% non-virgins. Sorry, babe. The Hostile Habit broadcast stays on during sex. Aiden Ross income poll. W versus L. Damn. True. Instead, we're gonna do the weeb poll. That's right.
Okay.
We're doing the fucking
you guys
weeb
ready
poll,
for this?
baby.
This is so funny.
There you go. I just don't. Please don't upset me with this. Okay. Oh God.
By the way, in the year before he clicked no in the...
mental health
By the
poll,
way,
I
I'm
mean-
not even kidding. Like, everybody says no, he was just joking about not being a weeb. In this last poll, the year before, he voted no as to being a weeb. I'm not kidding. He voted no. So don't try and tell me that he was just fucking playing it up, okay? He literally called me out in the chat the other day being like, no, I've always said I'm a weeb. No, you voted no in the poll, dude.
I mean, we're already doing it right now. So what do you want? What more do you want to know? Like, what do you think I'm polling currently?
He's a liar.
Dragon Ball does count. Shut the fuck up. I love when people go, I read manga. I don't watch anime. Does that count? It's like, that counts extra. Vote twice if you say some dumb shit like that, okay? Many weebs don't realize they're weeb. But also at the same time, like, I click non-weeb. You just know. You know when you're a fucking weeb. If you spam I in the chat, you're a fucking weeb. Okay, that's just it. You're a liar. I do not have weeb characteristics. Yep, there it is. 44% of the chat is a weeb. 56% of the chat is a non-weeb. Pronounce Orochimaru and then tell us you aren't a weeb. Shut up! I'm not a weeb, dude. I'm literally not a weeb. Okay, I'm not. Okay. Here's why I'm not a weeb. Here's why I'm not a weeb. Okay, listen. I'm not a weeb. Inside of you are two wolves, okay? And both of those wolves like anime. One of those wolves inside of you wants to say that he's a weeb, wants to come out and say it, you know? And then the other wolf says, no. Anime, weeb, 47%. Not a weeb, 53%. Anime weeb numbers have risen up too much. 58% say yes. Bro, how did this happen? I have an old white, mostly cis, male anime watching community from America. It's just me. My community is me. It's just a bunch of me's out there. What is this? You can't keep talking about anime and not expect me to do a little investigation and watch? Oh, God. Oh, no. I did this. I fucking did this. I'm the reason. Oh, no. Oh, no. This is devastating, dude. We're done. We're done for the day.
Okay. Anyway, let's get back and see what's happening on the radios. Stop playing fucking music, students, and do some fucking studenting. What is this? What is this? I want to hear. Stop it. Stop trying to fucking DMCA my Twitch stream, students. Yeah, let's watch Gremlo. I'm stealing content now.
I take solace in the fact that it does not prevent people from still engaging in protests, from still fighting for, you know, either their labor rights or the rights of Palestinians.
Okay, never mind. I'm stealing the content. We're watching the little Joel video. Never mind. Never mind. We can watch that. I'm pro sending police to campuses right now. Defund students. Yeah, stop playing fucking bourgeois like music over the radio. Jazz, bourgeois, okay? All right? Now, there would be a time and place, like, in the past where jazz was, like, you know, considered something, that, like, only, you know, let's not get into, like, the Nazis and jazz, but, you know, but not anymore, okay? Like, jazz, now it's for the fucking upper class, okay? I know, I'm joking. I'm joking. Don't take me seriously, okay? Anyone feeling lost? Yeah, we'll do that, and then we'll watch that little Joe video, little Joel.
You must not cave to nihilistic temptation. Okay, if you feel powerless in the face of so much chaos and so many atrocities that you see, then you will give up. And it feels maybe good to give up. It's like you're drowning, and in that last gasp, you decide it's too late for me. I can't save myself. I might as well, you know, close my eyes and let it happen and die. Okay? Sweet release of death. Except you died. Okay? You have to keep fighting. That's it.
I have a quote for this. Shut up. I was just about to do the fucking we'll play the what do I always say video that I made afterwards that has that quote so you can hear Hassan saying it himself.
For me, I'll be honest, what keeps me going is how much spite I have and how stubborn and how prideful I am, I guess.
It's an Arabic quote? Yeah, okay, then send it. No worries.
I'm just not going to capitulate because I'm getting a sea of reaction from liberals who used to be allies of mine, who presented themselves as ideologically aligned to what I believe in.
It is important as leftists to be fucking driven by spite, okay? Every single, like, part of the world in which we live in wants to stamp out what we believe, wants to fragment us further, okay? Okay? Now, obviously, living out of spite entirely, you need a little bit of hope as well. But be spite-driven. Do not let these fucking right-wing fuckheads control the narrative, okay? How do you tell the sea that we are drowning on the land? Oh my god, that's so fucking deep, dude. Yeah. How do we tell the sea that we're drowning on the land? Oh my god, that made my brain, like, go, like, numb for a bit.
Okay?
Yeah, exactly, Oni. Be kind to institutions,
can't
be
give
kind
up.
to people,
There's
be
no
ruthless to
way.
institutions.
There's
Oh my
no
god, I
way.
fucked it up. No, do not be kind to institutions. Be ruthless to institutions, be kind to people, okay? Fuck.
That you can. There's
I
no
fucked
way
it
that
up.
you can
Oh
give
god,
up.
cancelled. Oh
You
no.
can't. Does not feel good to think of even giving up. I'd be lying if I said I do not have weak moments, but I pull myself out every time. Yeah, we cannot let go of our support for humanity and the Palestinian people in general.
Yeah, this will cheer everyone up as well. It's a little bit of a break. I made this, so it's a sort of like self-promo-ish thing, but I think it's fucking good. It's one of my favorite edits I've ever made. Because Hassan do be saying a lot. Hassan be saying a lot on repeat. Or is it all the way down? Yeah, it's yeah. What do I always say?
What do I always say? What do I always say? What do I always say? What do I always say? What do I always say? What do I always say? What do I always say? What do I always say? What do I always say? What do I always say?
And then we'll
What
watch
do I always
the,
say?
little
What do I
Joel
always
video.
say? What do I always say, dude? What do I always say? 30% of Americans will agree on anything. Say the line, chat. It's like a muscle. There's no shot. Don't tap the glass. We've been talking about women's rights for far too long. How about it's time for women's wrong? Meritocracy is a fucking lie. Blammo.
Rule number 1, get nukes. Rule number 2, never give up the nukes. Rule number 3, if America or an imperial superpower tells you you have nukes, drop everything and find nukes.
They want their biases to be confirmed. Kids are no content, okay? Let people be cringe. Show me the fucking pay stub. Just be fucking normal. Holy shit, dude. You go to the gym that much, you're gay. Every guy can be a 7. Absolute bananas mode. Yes, the reason why What Do I Always Say is probably the most said line in this channel is because I unfortunately have to repeat myself every single day. Being a Twitch streamer, especially a leftist political commentator living in the United States of America and consistently
I need to make more
talking about
videos like
issues that
this.
pertain to like American existence. and
They make me,
contemporary
like, seeing
society.
this shit, like, makes me so proud of this community. Even though I made, like, this video. I'm not trying to say I'm proud of myself, but, like the music and everything around that, and the fact, that we go back every single day to listen to stuff that is so against everything else. Thank you. I edited this anyway.
It means that I have to repeat myself sometimes numerous times over the same hour, over the
Optimus
same
Prime's
broadcast,
always, no!
and certainly over the
Fuck,
course
I always
of a
forget.
year or multiple years. Sakura Gore, thank you for the 25 get the subs. Decked out the wazoo. In our current capitalist economic system, the gains are privatized, but the...
Holy moly, Sakura Gore, thank you for the 10-2-1 gifties. Thank you. Damn it, the lag. Thank you, dude. Fuck, you don't need to do that every single time I play this. You know that? But thank you for the 10-2-1 gifties. I appreciate it.
The losses
It's a bit,
are
I know.
socialized. Society
Yeah.
prospers
When old men plant seeds
for
the
trees they will never sit in the shade of.
That's it. And this is not Hassan's quote, this is an old fucking proverb. But that's it. Whenever you're feeling down, think about this. Someone had to, like, plant the seeds for why, like, you have certain rights, okay? If people sat idly by and did nothing, there's another proverb for you. The only thing required for evil to I think, prosper is for good men to do nothing. Or good women or good enemies. Okay?
The only phrenology I believe in is cop skull. I am your dad. I fucked your mom. That's precisely why you can look back at videos that I have cut from like 2016, 2017, even before that, and look at the exact same arguments that I am using back then and have it apply perfectly, unfortunately, perfectly into our current existence.
Okay, let's watch this. And yes, I will be watching Hassan when he's live. Maybe we'll play some Stardew Valley so that
Hey
we
everybody,
can focus
as
more.
of the time I'm writing this, Israel has killed more than 34.
Some of us are dodging gifters like it's a job. At this point, I fear some of the subsidy are going to TVs instead, lol. Okay, well, if they come in here, they get fucking banned, so, you know. Sorry that you're dodging so many subs. We'll watch the rest of the documentary another time. I do actually want to screen it first, because, yeah, even then I'm just like a, you know. We'll see, anyway.
4,000 Palestinians, mostly civilians.
Sakura, thank you for the gifted sub to Racoonery. Holy moly. There we go. You see? Your prayers were answered, chatter.
And they've displaced far
Dodge
more
that.
than that, leaving millions of people in extreme danger and without sufficient aid. These acts can conservatively be called war crimes, a fact so obvious I hardly feel the need to say it. Still, just a few hours ago, news came out of a possible ceasefire being brokered, and I am hopeful. Hopeful that the killings of the present moment can end, and hopeful that maybe we can finally construct some kind of lasting peace, an end to the debilitating blockades, the poverty, and the daily humiliations that have pervaded the lives of Palestinians for so long. At any rate, recently in the United States, a number of high-profile college campuses started protesting Israel's actions, the most notable of these protests, of course, being Columbia, where a number of student protesters were suspended and arrested. Just a fun fact, I actually went out to the Columbia protests for a few hours. My friends snuck me onto the campus. Conveniently for me, a good number of students actually recognized me, so I got to talk to them, and I have to tell you, from my perspective, they seemed just aggressively normal. They were just nice young people who were protesting an obvious injustice. Anyway, given my narrow personal experience, I have to say I was a bit surprised to read some of the opinion pieces generated.
In regards to the spite-driven point, in German there's a saying, Konsequenz heißt auch Irrwege sind... it's like Zoinde zu gern. So it's like being consistent means walking down even tortuous paths, yeah. Irrwege Zoinde. What the fuck does it Zoinde zu gern? What does Zoinde mean? Zuende. I was just about to say, yeah. Okay, I was like, I've never seen that word in German. Konsequenz heißt auch Irrwege zu Ende zu gern. Okay.
About these Columbia students by America's most prestigious newspapers. Some of these guys seem to think these students weren't nice, weren't normal, but were instead violent and nasty. So there's a few of these articles I could talk about, but I decided to focus on one because it is, frankly, just a bit of a gold mine. I'm going to respond to John McWhorter's New York Times opinion piece, I'm a Columbia professor. The protests on my campus are not justice. This is a very, very podcasty video, by the way. Don't feel the need to look at this one. Nothing much is going to happen on the screen. And with that, I guess we'll just get into it. McWhorter writes, last Thursday, in the music humanities class I teach at Columbia University, 2 students were giving an in-class presentation on the composer John Cage. His most famous piece is 433, which directs us to listen in silence to surrounding noise for exactly that amount of time. I had to tell the students we could not listen to that piece that afternoon because the surrounding noise would have not been birds or people walking by.
You know exactly what's going to happen in Germany, okay? When in like, you know, the next few years when like, because this has to boil over at some point, okay? Like people are not going to stop protesting until there's meaningful progress. People are not going to stop talking about Palestine, okay? However long it takes. And when that time comes, what does Germany always do? Germany will the government will put its tail between its legs and be like, well, there's no word for sorry in German. Es tut mir leid. Entschuldigung. Sorry. Oh, fuck. We fucking fucked that one up. Oh, yeah. I guess we were on the wrong side of history again. Yeah. There's no word for sorry in a lot of languages. A lot of languages adopt sorry in particular. Like, sorry is very broad in English because you can use it like when you bump into someone to say sorry, or like, I feel really sorry for you. That would be the es tut mir leid in German, right? Like, it brings me pain. Okay, that brings me suffering. Es tut mir leid, like that. Like when it's like, you know, when you're trying to comfort someone. But there's no word for like, I'm sorry that I did this to you, you know? So they often adopt like the word sorry. And that's a lot of languages, not just German.
In the hallways, but infuriated chanting from protesters outside the building. Lately, that noise has been almost continuous during the day and into the evening, including lusty chanting of "From the River to the Sea." 2 students in my class are Israeli, 3 others, to my knowledge,
No, I
are
know. Germany literally doesn't recognize Palestine as a state anymore. It's fucking insane.
American Jews. I couldn't see making them sit and listen to this as if it were background music. So, the first 2 paragraphs of this article tell a fun vignette about how this poor professor couldn't teach John Cage 433, and I guess there's a few things we could say about this. I could meditate on 433 and its meaning for a little while, but I'm not going to do that, because blatantly the only reason this professor invokes this piece of silent music is to get at the basic point. It's too noisy out there. I'm sorry, could we be a little less loud? I can't even hear the birds with all your chanting. Free speech is free speech, but this has gone too far. What with all the noise? McWhorter continues, I thought about what would have happened if protesters were instead chanting anti-black slogans, or even something like DEI has got to die, to the same sound-off tune that From the River to the Sea has been adapted to. They would have lasted roughly 5 minutes before the masses of students shouted them down and drove them off the campus. Chants like that would have been condemned as a grave rupture of civilized exchange.
Oh my god, dude. Some of these motherfuckers who are so educated are so fucking stupid, dude. Finkelstein about Germany? Okay, we'll watch that after. Fuck is not.
Heralded as threatening resegregation and branded as a form of violence. I'd wager that most of the student protesters against the Gaza war would view them that way. Why do so many people think that weeks-long campus protests against not just the war in Gaza, but Israel's very existence are nevertheless permissible? So over the course of his career, McWhorter has written a number of articles like this, the Know Nothing Campus Protest Movement. Articles where he gets mad at students for protesting conservative speakers like Milo Yiannopoulos, where he talks about echo chambers and how awful they are, where he talks about the importance of free speech. And because of that, I think, McWhorter now feels he has to play the part of someone who's, merely pointing out hypocrisy. Why would you guys dislike bad racism on campus, but be okay with pro-Palestine, anti-Israel discourse on campus? You guys don't make any sense. You're phonies. So what we're seeing here, basically, is McWhorter assuming his beliefs as fact, rather than attending to the merits of the argument. He doesn't have to argue that anti-Israel advocacy is just as bad as white supremacist advocacy. He just kind of assumes it with a what if? What if they were the same? But perhaps that's unfair. In the following paragraphs, he tries to add just a bit of nuance to the conversation. He writes, although I know many Jewish people will disagree with me, I don't think that Jew hatred is as much the reason for this sentiment as opposition to Zionism and the war.
Azanabi is live? Okay, we'll keep watching this until he starts chirping. And then I will play Stardew Valley. I'm not going to do Hades today because I want to listen to Hassad. And I'm sorry, I need to hear what's going on. The politics is too hot right now,
on Gaza. I know some of the protesters, including a couple who were taken to jail last week, and I find it very hard to imagine that they are anti-Semitic. Yes, there can be a fine line between questioning Israel's right to exist and questioning Jewish people's right to exist, and yes, some of the rhetoric amid the protest crosses it. Pro-Palestinian rallies and events, of which there have been many here over the years, are not in and of themselves hostile to Jewish students, faculty, and staff members. Disagreement will not always be a juice and cookies affair. So I guess that seems okay. Like, I have some problems with his language, but it's an okay start. But let's see how he follows it up. However, the relentless assault of this current protest, daily louder into the night, and using ever angrier rhetoric, is beyond what any people should be expected to bear up under, regardless of their whiteness, privilege, or power. Social media discussion has been claiming that the protests are peaceful. They are, some of the time. It varies by location and day. Generally, what goes on within the campus gates is somewhat less.
Yeah, Graham knows new merch. Go for it. Hold on, I'll just quickly show it. Graham has some merch. Also union made. Oh my god, this is sick. So yeah, if you guys are interested and want to support Gremlo, it's sick, dude. Yeah, also union made. Amazing. Hassan, they obviously, union manufacturing is going up because Hassan literally booked out like all of the union labor for that. Anyway. Let's go. Yo, he's doing the Hasanabi core shit, dude. I'm not even kidding. Hassan has done a merch shoot. Or like a shoot with like oh my god. With exactly those two props, okay? Men in socialism are all the same, okay? Alright? Hot take? No, it's not a hot take. But what you need to understand... No, it's fine. I kind of hate how leftists attempt to logically break down arguments, talking points made by fascists in a concerned attempt to spin the narrative when we should be calling these pieces of shit propagandists out for what they are, bad faith activists whose ideas should be dismissed. But if you don't explain it, then how can the Norman know if you are not the propagandist? If you can't lead the horse to water, okay, then it's not going to drink. And then it can choose to drink from the fucking fascist water, or can choose to drink from the, you know, your water, your ideas. But if you don't explain why your water's better, so you need to do both. But yeah, for you, it's irritating because you're like, I'm over this. You don't need to watch it then. That's completely fine, and I'm not hating on you at all. Don't watch it. You know the shit. It's like a lot of what Hassan says, you don't need to watch it, and you probably are the kind of chatter who also gets frustrated when Hassan calls out a chatter and like, but remember, that isn't for you. You've already learned. You've already been radicalized. Thank God. We have, like, people like that as around us. Okay? But always remember, there are some people that were just like you before you realized that you were a leftist. And you would need things explained to you. You're not just going to take someone's word from it when after, like, years and years and years of Red Square propaganda, you have been biased against hearing from those particular talking points where there is a left-wing swing to them. So it's important to break these things down. But it's not for you. And that's completely fine. Yeah.
Less strident than what happens just
Okay, let's just put Hassan up because I don't want to miss anything. Hassan is actually going to Cuba? Yeah, I know, I saw that, but I didn't know, like, much about it. Hasanabi. Everyone yell at Hassan's full of paper so he can go to Cuba. Everyone yell at him now. We got him? Oh my god, he's actually going to Cuba. Fuck, that's gonna be amazing. I'd love to go to Cuba. I can as well. I think you can go there on a South African passport. Okay, we'll just put him on, in the background. Because I'm going to use the pop-out tab anyway, so... But let's continue watching this until he goes live.
Outside of them, but relatively constant are the drum beats. People will differ on how peaceful that sound can ever be, just as they will differ on the nature of anti-Semitism. Wow, you know, that's a lot, isn't it? A lot going on there. So this article is ostensibly about the injustice of current Colombia protests. That is the name of the piece. And thus far, 7 paragraphs in, the only injustice that he's pointed to is that the protesters are loud. It's the John Cage defense again. He writes in this extremely weak way too, at least in these paragraphs. People will differ on how peaceful that sound can ever
Razan's
be.
Gonna use all of Cuba's bandwidth to stream? Bro, I'm almost certain, like probably like not out and about for IRL, but Cuba's definitely got better internet than the United States. There's no shot. Like, I have better internet than most of you motherfuckers. And I live at the bottom of the fucking world, dude.
Of course, the protests are peaceful, and that's true even though they chant and make a lot of noise. In fact, the very insinuation that protesters chanting is itself violent is essentially making the argument that there is no such thing as a peaceful protest. This is, after all, what protesters do. They yell slogans and sing songs and hit drums. If you can't allow for that, then you just think protests are intrinsically violent. Which, and I have to emphasize this, is fucking dumb and useless as a claim. The NYPD itself has better standards than this. They claim that the students they arrested were being peaceful. But to be fair, I guess the loud noises just really frightened McWhorter and perhaps even made him piss his pants out of raw terror.
They've got like one modern undersea cable that connects to Venezuela. But there are also LAN cables, you know, like, I get that. But Venezuela then connects to Brazil, like, maybe you only need one cable. I don't know. I don't know, I would just look it up before, like...
Maybe he pissed himself. Anyway... Anyway, it's easy to see through McWhorter's bullshit as he continues to write this. What I do know is that even the most peaceful of protests would be treated as outrages if they were interpreted as, say, anti-black, even if the message were coded as in a bunch of people quietly holding up MAGA signs or wearing t-shirts saying all lives matter. So yeah, obviously his problem with these protesters is not really what they do. That will become increasingly obvious, I promise you. His problem is with their message.
Okay, it's not great.
He disagrees with
it's
them.
Not great.
He doesn't like the things they're saying, and he'd like for them to be made to stop. The issue there, though, is that if he just said that out loud, he'd reveal himself to be a fundamentally illiberal actor who disdains free speech even as he pretends to celebrate it. So, he lies and calls the speech he doesn't like violence. A very clever trick. I imagine that McWhorter's largely dumb baby readership would be swayed by it. Maybe I'm being unfair here, though. Maybe I'm jumping the gun, because in the very next paragraph, McWhorter finally tries to persuade us that what's happening during these Colombia protests is violence. Like, he finally gives us
it's
examples.
Not great. But, like,
besides,
that's also the average. You can still get good internet, but yeah, we'll see.
Rather implausibly, it's an odd kind of piece when a local rabbi urges Jewish students to go home as soon as possible, when an Israeli Arab activist is roughed up on Broadway, when the angry chanting becomes so constant that you almost start to not hear it, and it starts to feel normal to see posters and clothing portraying members of Hamas as heroes. Okay, so let's go through this list of 3 things one by one. McWhorter's first example is that a local Orthodox rabbi told Jewish students not to come to campus because they might face violence. I don't know if I need to say anything about this, but I guess I have to. Someone warning people that violence might occur is not the same as violence occurring. If I say there may be a chocolate cake in your refrigerator, that doesn't materialize the cake, right? That's not how this works. His second example is that a pro-Israel activist confronting some pro-Palestine protesters got punched in the face by one of those protesters. Now, this is by far McWhorter's most compelling example. I mean, this is obviously a case of violence occurring, and it's honestly a bit strange that he sandwiched this example between 2 bits of nonsense.
He listened.
There are 2 problems here, though. The first...
Okay, we'll move over to gaming.
Man, I love it when the kids go and get creative.
He played it.
Got me roasting on a pig like I'm making bacon.
He played it. I added it to the playlist and he's playing it.
Especially when guys that take time for escalation. Man, I watched the clip and it was fascination. Student and the faculty against the fascist nation. Oh yeah, and I know that we gon' win, bro. Pays a holy water jug, it's a symbol. It's very versatile if you know how to use it first. You bonk up a cop and then you go and fucking quench your thirst. Stay dangerous. It's okay to take a risk. Give a fuck about the police. Grab a water jug and come with. Ooh, if you hate cops like me, then give me some dash. Ooh, if you hate cops like me, then shake that ass. Go ahead and shake your ass. Ooh, if you hate cops like me, then yell at cat. Ooh, if you hate cops just like me, then hit that dance now. Hit that bonk dance, baby.
What is life like on Beach Island? I don't know, ask your mom.
Bong, bong, bong. That's how you should treat the cop. Make them take more than 5 L's, that's how you beat the cop. Bong, bong. Do you want this juggernaut? Comrade, go hard with the jug. I call him juggernaut. Cal Poly going too off with big old plastic jugs just like a boob job. They wanna know what I think when I watch first. Thought that popped into my head is this is bunker. Bong 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 bong, what the students say. From Columbia Uni all the way to LA. Let us unify and rise in the coolest way. Motherfuck 12, free Palestine to the grave. Not a single cut, a lot of love.
Just type in bonk song into YouTube.
It's not a clip, only bitch, it's a life lesson. If you're resourceful,
you can easily link it. Hold on.
If you hate cops like me, then give me some dash.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic afternoon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hassan Abba broadcast coming to you.
Let me get it quickly.
Live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic moment because today is a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. That's right. It's Wednesday. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm turning off the music in Stardew Valley.
May Day. That's right. May Day. It's May 1st, 2024, first day of May. It is a very important day in revolutionary history. Very important day for labor in general. Unfortunately, because in the United States of America, we have to co-opt everything and then whitewash it. Of course, it's not. It's internationally an important day for labor. In America, we have Labor Day, which is different. And well, anyway, why is your dog always asleep? It's because in the mornings when I work out, she also works out as well. What is life like on Beach Island? I don't know. Ask your mom. Oh, this is great. Ready to stand up against corporate greed. Join the May 1st, 2028 movement. 4 more years, baby.
Okay.
I love that. We'll talk about that in a second. Anyway, folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of Hassan Hasanabi Piker. And let me tell you, okay, there's a lot happening in the world of Hassan Hasanabi Piker. My trainers are back. I finally worked out. I finally worked out in the gym again, which was great. Last night I ended the broadcast, and what did I do? I had a breakfast sandwich, and I watched Warrior. I'm also really invested in the Netflix show Blue Eye Samurai as well. That's pretty good. People were right when they told me, Hassan, you have to watch that. I was resistant at first. Chat is what they find out dogs sleep on average throughout the day as much as cats. No, dogs don't. They wouldn't. I would say that this dog normally probably wouldn't sleep as much throughout the day, but she works out a lot in the morning. Anyway. What about X-Men 97? Shit is gas? I haven't seen that, so I'm sure it is. So, I highly recommend the C-SPAN coverage today. This guy's a historian in student protest. He does such a good job combating the propaganda from callers. You won't regret it. Sure.
He's going to see it's 47.
His name is
Washington
Angus.
Journal continues.
His name is Angus Johnson. Anyway,
let's go.
You look
He's
like
gonna
a
watch
cutie
it
today. Hassan will never be able to admit he has the most cat-like dog ever.
No.
I mean, I'm fine with that. I love her.
For
and if
cat
cats
people,
are like
dude.
her, then that's great. Except the major difference is, 1, I can wrestle with her because she's 100 pounds. 2, she's actually the kindest, most gentlest soul of all time. What do I mean by this? Well, when new people come up to her, because she is so phenomenally well socialized, she actually responds positively. Whereas cats, on the other hand, are like little baby tigers, and you know, it's kind of hot and cold. It's a little hit or miss. Hey, be careful with that chain around your neck. I saw on Morning Joe that professional protesters are infiltrating the Columbia demonstrators with those things. Yeah, we're gonna talk about all of that. It's pretty funny. Yeah. Also, obviously, we have the Kendrick diss that I didn't get to cover, but there was a lot going on yesterday, as you guys know, which is why I did fucking like 8 hours of coverage,
got 1 day,
9
no way.
hours, 10 hours of coverage yesterday. I just wanted to give a shout out to the Columbia journalists, okay? Columbia student journalists. I don't know if you're in the chat right now, but I love you all, okay? You guys did such a phenomenal job yesterday, and we're all very proud of you. I was talking to a lot of my journalist friends, and we all felt the same way.
Let's go, dude.
We see you, we hear you, we listened to you yesterday, and we found it to be phenomenal. We found your coverage to be phenomenal. I already did my paperwork to go to Cuba. Everybody shut the fuck up. I did it, okay? I did it. Anyway. Please talk about CUNY City College. Yes, I will talk about that as well. Obviously, I covered that yesterday as well. I'm thinking of moving to Istanbul to be around more cats. That's great. That seems like something a very normal person would do.
I'm gonna go back to the island in a second. Okay. Not the island, back home.
Shouts out to the student journalists, by the way, 100%. Yes, Film the Police LA has the first 24 minutes of the UCLA attack by Zionist counter protesters, by agitators that are not from that fucking campus whatsoever. We're obviously going to be covering that. We're obviously going to be talking about how unimaginably awful the police were in that situation and how the university very clearly left these protesters out
Fucking
on
disgusting,
purpose
dude.
in the line of fire by counter protesters who are actually not even from the fucking campus. Now, it's UCLA's public school. You can have outsiders on campus, on the campus, but you know, the goal of the university is to still protect the students, and that's precisely what they didn't do. So I will be talking about all of that. I mean, it was so fucking flagrant that, like, even the LA Times actually said UCLA cancels classes after counter protesters violently attack pro-Palestinian camp. Think about that. Like, you got mainstream media being like, yeah, listen up, big dog. You guys fucked up a little bit. It's wild to me that rich asshole Persians living in fucking Beverly Hills, who would probably get fucking bullied if they went to Israel themselves, think that, like, this is the West Bank and they are the Jewish power party. Like, what the fuck do you think you're doing? You can't be doing a fucking pogrom in the middle of UCLA campus. Are you out of your goddamn mind, dude? We had a juicer POV in the Palestine camp. Wait, no way, really?
All right, we're gonna be making lots
there's
of
this
kegs.
like wonderful. It's just fascism. It's just fascism. Let me tell you why it's just fascism. Okay, the notion, the fucking idea, the notion that like.
No. What happened? Did he F? Just me? It's just.
From students, UT protesters were in solitary confinement. I was placed in solitary at 9 p.m. on Monday and was released at 7:30 p.m. on. Jesus Christ, dude.
In solitary?
All right, let's blast off. Fuck it. I'm mad. I'm pissed off. Let's blast off. I'm gonna talk about all this shit, okay? I was just like, the double standard is so fucking gross. It's so glaringly obvious. It's so unimaginable. And it's weird to me.
I don't want to do that right now.
UCLA Pro Peace student encampment attacked by rabid Zionist outside agitators for hours last night. Cops did nothing. In New York City,
oh, that's sick.
cops
Oh, let's
stormed
go.
the halls of CCNY
That's really good.
and Columbia University to brutally arrest 300 students for not loving Israel hard enough.
Okay. We need to make lots of
Democracy. Theoretical democracy
Autopeta is huge, yeah.
is dead.
Definitely giving it to the pigs. But it only maintains it, but that's fine.
Great stuff, man. Fucking great stuff. I was like trying to see. I did something last night. That I should have never done.
Oh,
I
no.
looked at a subreddit,
Oh, no.
World News or whatever, to see like what Redditors think about what's going on. And it was actually shocking.
Okay, we're gonna have to move some things around.
Genuinely shocking. Like the way that these people talk about, like, they moved away. It seems like they have moved away from like every Palestinian is a rabid dog that deserves the fucking boot to who cares about this stuff anyway, dude? Imagine just vote blue. Like, who cares about this stuff? These guys it's like a collection of individuals that I feel like are basically in a cult. Like the way they operate, it's so cultish. It is actually kind of shocking. It did feel like I peeked into the world of like dudes who are, you know, getting aneurysms off of the lace bra being incorporated into one of 72 Alpha Son Stellar Blade type shit. You know what I mean? Like it feels wild. It feels wild to see, and I have to believe that it's AstroTurf for my own fucking sanity, because like even the people I know in my life that I sometimes communicate with that have been like unconditionally dick riding Israel, even
I'm gonna move these inside as well.
are like a little bit more quiet
also use those.
lately, which actually is shocking. Like,
and I think we need to start making like a lot more of this. Move things around. How much wood do we have?
I checked the r/news earlier to see what they said about the students, and they said the students deserve to get put in Gaza because they're making Biden lose the election.
And we'll take the stone.
Yeah,
too.
I hope that like there aren't that many people out there who legitimately feel that way, right? I feel like that's the most. I mean, that is the ultimate divorcelli Octoberelli take, right? Which is, you know, running, demanding the white supremacists run over Black Lives Matter protesters because like they're actually fucking up the bag for Biden in the upcoming election. Like they're making Biden look bad. That is like, that was his take. That was one of his many fucking spicy takes that were just completely unhinged that got him banned off this website.
Oh.
And I don't know, it boggles my mind that people do operate that way where it's like, so I guess you just don't care about like voting beyond the fact that your team wins or something. I will never understand that. Like I've always looked at politics, and I think you should look at it in this way as well, because this is what politics is, whether you recognize it or not, as a means of distributing resources and power. That's what politics is at the end of the day. You vote for your team, and your team is like, here are some of the resources that will allocate to the things that you care about. And then the other team is like, absolutely not. Fuck that. We're also going to take away extra resources or whatever, right? And
we can also get a void salmon while we're
and
up
yet
here.
for some reason, Americans don't see it that way at all. They just see it as like, nah, it's just team sports. Like, I get nothing out of it. It's okay. Both of the teams are on the same side, actually. And it's fine as long as my team wins. It's just like, I don't recall a time, at least in my political commentary career, where so many like liberal, left adjacent content creators were so openly just channeling all of their energy into just dick riding whatever the Democratic Party is defending. That's just what we get from mainstream media, right? Like, I don't understand why there are online commentary. There's online commentary that is basically just the same exact shit. Like, online commentary is just like doing a shittier version of Rachel Maddow. It's like, bro, what is your audience? Your audience is just like Rachel Maddow, but I want to be able to say the N-word? Is that what it is? Like, what a weird constituency. Anyway. It's very odd.
Please be gold.
It's very strange stuff, and I it's like spiritually we're in a strange place in America, and I don't like it. Yeah, Rachel Maddow. Here's Rachel Maddow. So yeah.
They're gold. Let's go. Okay.
We're going to be talking about UCLA, obviously. The encampment that I went to, that got attacked last night. We're going to be, we blasted off already, yes. We are, of course, going to be talking about not only that, but also Columbia and CCNY and many other universities all around the country as student protests are flaring up and being dealt with by the violent, rabid dogs of the state in direct violation of First Amendment rights. Wait, what is this? You should know that my friend at the UCLA encampment knows you as the guy who brought pizza. That's crazy. I'm a little offended by that. Half the fucking encampment where Hasanabe is, and you got motherfuckers being like, oh, he's the pizza guy.
It's still a good thing, Hassan.
Anyway. She's really offline. That's good. It's been multiple times now that your presence has meant pizza for a mini young radical. Okay, well, I mean, it's fine. You're not beating the pizza boy allegations. Everybody needs to calm down with this pizza shit. Okay, I'm going forward. I'm bringing hamburgers. Okay, no more pizza. Hamburger time. Okay, tacos time. Glenn Greenwald compared you to Rachel Maddow, Lamau?
Lol. That's hilarious.
Wait, what? When? If I were a grifter, I'd plant myself in left liberal circles, prattle on all day about how Trump is a fascist and a Russian, and urge everyone to vote Dem, sometimes criticizing them. That's the easiest path to media wealth. Ask Maddow, Hassan Piker, and the Lincoln Project. Yeah, he's just so petty and so fucking resentful that he still will personally sandwich me between Rachel Maddow and the Lincoln Project, while simultaneously criticizing the exact same things that I also criticize about mainstream media. Yeah, that's awesome, man. Hey, thanks, dude.
Has pizza with him bugs? My conclusion must be the pizza guy. Bro, you gotta post that in Hassan's chat. You got it, dude.
Anyway.
That's a banger.
Playlist for later. I don't know if you saw. I did. Yeah. Oh. So. Yeah, why won't you vote for and promote Republicans is basically the Glenn Greenwald question at this point. It is pretty funny. Like, he's just like, the real radical politics in this country are actually on the side of directly funding and facilitating and supporting fascists, lending credence to their hallucinations, okay? And making it seem as though they do have a point after all. That's how you do radical politics. It's like, yeah, you're not wrong. It's just radical reactionary politics. You know what I mean? You're a radical in the other direction. It's pretty funny. It is pretty funny that, like, that is the only reason why I am a lapdog of the Democratic Party in the eyes of someone like Glenn Greenwald is because I say that Republicans are fucking animals, okay? Like, actual goddamn animals. Republican politicians are the only group of individuals collectively worse than the Democratic Party, okay? And I fucking hate the Democrats, as you guys all know. As a matter of fact, most of my time spent on this fucking earth is shitting on the Democratic Party. Why? Because they're supposed to be the champions of social justice, and they obviously aren't. So I do find it rather odd that, like, this man is simply calling me a stooge of the Democratic Party almost exclusively because I don't suck Republican cock on a regular fucking basis like Glenn Greenwald does, because I don't have fucking big dick daddy Peter Thiel funding and facilitating my entire fucking career, okay? Stay away from balconies, Glenn. You know what Peter does. Anyway. Dumbass.
Am I paying for this? No. Okay.
Is this an ego thing that you don't cover D-Man at the campus? Why do I cover fucking pro-Israeli agitators on campus every goddamn day? It's not like Kendrick versus fucking Drake, dumb fuck. Your understanding of this issue is so goddamn elementary. I don't know how to fucking respond to such a stupid fucking question. Oh man, another fucking pro-genocidal dickhead who is a 2-time divorce champion, went to a fucking college campus and yelled at a bunch of pro-Palestinian students and tried to debate them and agitate them? How shocking. I cover that every fucking day, dumbass. Is this an ego thing? Why didn't you cover him? Is it the ego thing? Suck my dick. Go watch the fucking dude who loves saying the N-word, okay? Jesus. Go watch fucking Mr. Defending, Mr. I'm debating the age of consent today. It's so odd. Satire is dead. Oh yeah, this is hilarious. U.S. condemns Cuba over long jail sentences imposed on protesters. Wow.
Wow, dude.
Mr. Octoberelli, Mr. Consentarelli. What the fuck am I supposed to cover? Why would I ever cover that shit? Like, think, ask yourself. Like, I'm over here covering
Bro,
fucking
that's
real news.
insane.
You're like, why won't you cover my debate daddy? One of the top Reddit posts right now. UNC Chapel students around the American flag to protect it from being removed.
What did they say
What?
about the...
10 hours ago, 27,000 upvotes. We're so goddamn fucking fashy, dude. It's crazy. Hell yeah, brother.
All right, let's go.
Yeah, Mr. Hard R. Ellie.
Okay.
Wow, brave statement here from Josh. In defense of the protesters. Yeah, oh, I saw this. Josh Hawley fucking chirping about Hong Kong police. Yeah, it's such a powerful nation, guys. We did it. America is so powerful. We got students that are defending fucking the American flag. The poor American flag, guys. Come on. Let's think about, how about we think about some good stuff, like how awesome our students are at defending the American flag.
Oh, Stardew Valley is so peaceful, dude. Makes me feel so much
Imagine how many
better.
up dudes, thank you for the gold type dipshits would be coming if that was a Chinese flag.
I can't wait for his son to watch that thing I linked. Hopefully
Ironically,
he does.
Colombia,
Might
not the
though.
university,
That's fine,
the
though.
nation, is breaking diplomatic relations with Israel. Colombia President Petro says they will break diplomatic relations with Israel. Maybe he saw the Columbia University and was like, we'll do it for you.
Based. All the countries in the global south, dude.
Here, by the way, just so you know, just so you fucking know, okay, here,
Yeah,
I'm
we
going to
won't
show you
pick these
this
until they're
real
all done.
quick. Okay, I'm going to show you the UCLA campus protesters. That right there, ladies and gentlemen, that is another one of these fucking psychotic flag, isn't it? That's not the no, that's not ISIS, chat. Of course it's not fucking ISIS. That is also, that's my car right there, but white. No, it's the messianic flag. It's not the Gadsden chatters, it's the messianic one here.
The land of Israel was given to the Jewish people by the creator of heaven and earth for an eternal inheritance. And that's what we celebrate every year for 8
Yeah. I thought it was the Jewish power one. It's not. I thought it was the Kahanis one. It's not. It's not the Kahanis one. It's the Messiah flag, which is fucking, you know, a cult in and of itself, but Chabad Messiah, the flag. Like the Messiah is going to come back. Messianic Judaism. Anyway. All right. Yeah, it's the it's kind of, it is tied into the red heifer shit.
Okay, do I have any summer seeds? I do.
It's just fucking religious cult nonsense, dude.
Bangles.
It's cultish nonsense. Brother, I was literally in this messianic sect as a teenager in Brooklyn. Holy shit.
You know your flags. It's time to
It says
shine.
Messiah, and it's often flown in Benkiver rallies. They flew them at the
I don't know
protest on
that
Block
flag.
8 in the Gaza. One of the many different sects of like insanity on the far right, the furthest right aspects of Jewish supremacy. Anyway, so let's talk about it. First, we'll get started off with the overall violent campus clashes, okay? Now, obviously, if you guys were in here, as many were, covering this in real time, last night, or over the course of this past week, you saw a very different narrative being presented in the media than what was actually going on. I interviewed the CUAD students. I went to an encampment at UCLA. The pro-Palestinian encampments have very clear-cut demands and are pretty reasonable overall. And all of these students are actually exercising their First Amendment rights. Free expression, free speech. It's supposed to be constitutionally protected. These are students who themselves are, as a matter of fact, learning these lessons from these college campus. The college education that they're getting is teaching them that values such as genocide, ideas like genocide, actions that are genocidal are bad and wrong. So, of course, if you're a student and you learn that, you're like, okay, well, I see what's going on in front of me, and I don't want my tuition dollars to go to the funding and facilitation of genocide. Perfectly valid, perfectly reasonable. There is a long history of students always being on the right side on issues such as this one, and always engaging in radical campus protests. Okay? And almost always throughout American history, these students have been called communists, radicals, outside agitators, have been violently suppressed. Now,
do I have any other
having said that,
iridium sprinklers? I don't think I do.
Having said that, for the past week or so, for the past 2 weeks, okay, American media in general, comprised of these psychopathic right-wing adults, have been begging across the board, across political ideology, across boundaries, across whatever your personal flavor of politics is, has been in unison, collectively screaming from the rooftops to do a Kent State on these fucking student protesters. Why? For the fucking crime of not loving Israel hard enough, okay? If you say something bad about Israel in the United States of America, we will fucking kill you. We have to kill you. You need to die. You need to die right now. We need to call the fucking police and kill you dead. They've been begging for this. Begging. And because the student activists broadly, in a surprising way, have demonstrated phenomenal messaging discipline and have actually portrayed themselves as best as they possibly can, as pacifist as they possibly can in the face of counter protesters, agitators, and even police presence and police intimidation, the media didn't have a lot of reason to be able to point to go, this is why you got to fucking kill them right now. But that didn't stop them from demanding that the police come in and pack these kids up anyway. That's why they tried to hyper-focus on whatever they could. Sometimes counter-protesters would agitate, and there would be a little bit of a scuffle, and people would go, see? clashes occurring on college campuses because of the pro-Palestinian side's rabid anti-Semitism. They lied for weeks about anti-Semitism on campus when they were demanding that Jewish anti-Zionists get fucking packed up with the rest of the anti-Zionists. They went as far as to blame it on students not fucking enough, like Scott Galloway said that. Charlatan. A fraud. What is life like on Bitch Island? I don't know. Ask your mom. And then yesterday, Columbia students were unjustly suspended in the midst of these negotiations, these fake negotiations with the university. They were unjustly suspended. Some of the students weren't even at the encampment. They were a fucking class. Suspended for what, you might ask? Suspended for suspected pro-Palestinian sentiment, of course.
My God.
They were suspending Palestinian students. Incredibly racist. I don't know how else to describe it. So, of course, the students did historically what they've done time and time again. They took over Hamilton Hall. Almost to a T. Almost exactly to the same fucking date. Columbia students have a long history of taking over Hamilton Hall.
Yeah, I want to go fishing now.
To further
Call the rest
continue
tomorrow.
their protests. This is a part of the history of the school. It is directly on the website of the school. So the students took over Hamilton Hall and renamed it Hind Hall. Named it after Hind Rajab, the 6-year-old Palestinian who was executed by the Israeli state, who famously called for an ambulance. And then the ambulance and the medical team that tried to get to her was also shot at by tank artillery. And yet,
I want to use an iron bar for that.
They said, well, a couple windows were broken in an effort to get into Hamilton Hall. And there's outside agitators that are actually that have taken over this student protest movement. We have to go in and we have to sick the rabid dogs of the state. Think about that. New York City and the state chose to use multiple millions of dollars worth of resources instead of stopping crime. Okay. Instead of that, they did a show of force. They said, no, this is a fascist police state, actually. How dare you fucking say anything mean about Israel? We will fucking kill you. We will pack you up. We will arrest you.
Oh, I forgot to take the iridium bars. Okay, it's fine.
Yesterday, before police showed up here
Let's
at
take a look.
Columbia, students received a shelter-in-place warning. Hours later, we saw dozens upon dozens of protesters in zip ties taken into city and police buses as their peers, protesters, and even faculty members cheered them on from the outside. Dozens of NYPD officers in riot gear entered Columbia University around 9 p.m. Some through locked gates, others seen here coming through a second-floor window of the building occupied by demonstrators Tuesday night. The officers entered Hamilton Hall at the request of the university. While inside, police cleared barricades, conducted multiple arrests, eventually clearing the building. Police also began clearing the tent encampment that had been the symbol of the protest on campus for nearly 2 weeks. Then NYPD moved further north in Harlem towards the City College campus. We were there when dozens of officers breached a gate to clear the encampment and began arresting protesters.
Yeah, I mean, of course they were doing IDF shit last night. New York mayor vows to bring back what he's learned from Israel police back to the NYPD, which, by the way, this is from August 23rd, 2023. But let me tell you something. The IDF already trains the NYPD. IDF doesn't just train the NYPD. The IDF trained every single local police department in this damn nation, all the way from New York City down to fucking a bumfuck part of Iowa on anti-terror initiatives. Kettling and corralling was the IDF tactic early on that our riot police also took on and used so adequately on every fucking Black Lives Matter protest, as you saw in the 2020 BLM protests. Okay? Post 9/11, IDF trained every single fucking police, pretty much every single local police force. Why the IDF, though, you might ask? Well, they're the best at dealing with terrorists. Anyway. So it's far before Eric Adams and his dick riding of Israel that this situation, this collaboration was very much in existence. Yeah, I love this. It will be interesting to learn how many of those arrested in Hamilton Hall in Columbia are actually students. Yeah, it turns out they were all students, dickhead, but it didn't stop you from saying, interesting. And it didn't stop your fucking asshole panelists on CNN from making these assertions all goddamn night. These are the people directly responsible for your fucking parents, for your mom and dad and your grandparents, for having these like insane ideas that there's outside agitators on college campuses really pissing off these students, really fucking getting them wired up, getting them ready to act in scary ways and doing anti-Semitism, none of which is true, by the way. It's all just fucking bullshit fabrications from mainstream media to do what mainstream media has always done. Demand that this exact same thing that we watched unfold last night happen. Over and over and over again, because how dare they? How dare these students fucking speak out against Israel? Israel is small bean. Israel is powerful lion. But Israel also neurodivergent and minor. Israel, best nation on the planet. Israel, best democracy. Most moral army on the planet. Israel always somehow finds themselves to be in the crosshairs of scary, rabid Muslims that are operating on anti-Jewish sentiment. Of course, Israel has to defend itself. Israel must defend itself. Fuck these students. Kill them. Kill them all. Kill them all. Right now. Kent State. Kent State. Kent State. That's all we heard from mainstream media for fucking weeks and weeks. And now that it's happening, now that it's unfolding, now that the New York City spent millions of fucking dollars bringing in the fattest, most divorced, roided out dipshits with fucking batons and sometimes even live ammunition, as a matter of fact, with guns, into Hamilton Hall to brutally arrest and suppress 300 total students from both CCNY in collaboration with CUNY, the City University of New York, and also at Columbia University. Your forced anger is so cringe. Thank you. Chill, bruh. I know, you're right. I should be covering this with a fucking smile. I should not be getting upset about this. I must be faking my anger. I must be faking my anger. I can't possibly be angry that everything that I'm seeing and everything that I've said is going to happen is happening over and over again. And yet the media never actually fucking turns around and goes, hey guys, my bad. Sorry for yelling. Sorry for yelling, chatter. I apologize. You're right. I should not be so fucking mad about Anderson Cooper and every other trusted name in journalism and news basically bricking your stupid fucking parents' brains every goddamn night with this bullshit propaganda that is so easily dismissed. It is so easy. And yet, nobody sees it. You mean Hins Hall? Man, shut the fuck up. I already fucking used both, okay? Don't do this smarmy fucking rad-libby bullshit to me either, okay? Shut the fuck up. Goddamn 34-month subscriber. You mean Hins Hall? I know, dude. I know. I've been using both, okay? I've been using both of those terms, you stupid fucking radlibs. Oh my god. Oh my
is
god.
very annoying.
Aesthetics all the way.
But yeah.
Fuck.
I mean, it's a joke, so you can.
Dozens more students were loaded onto city buses and detained by the end of the night. Many faculty members were outside, like this professor we spoke to, who was visibly upset over seeing so many students
Thank you for
handcuffed.
the 50. Holy moly. But it's just, he's angry. It's not the right time. Don't worry, chatter. I'm not shouting at you. Don't worry. I promise.
At a press conference before
He's
police
just
arrived
angry.
at the college.
The students were calling it Hamilton on the radio last night too. Rad libs are so shitty. It's just like unproductive. That's not the point, okay? Yes,
It's fine.
I
He's
know
not
why
going to be able
it's
to take a
called,
joke now.
Hind Hall. I've talked
And,
about
yeah,
it as well.
don't worry.
And I go between both.
Let's go,
And I
Jacob
also
Johns.
always fucking mention why it's called that, while simultaneously also, for context, so that people understand exactly what fucking hall this is, use Hamilton Hall, especially when referencing the historic significance of fucking Hamilton Hall. Shut the fuck up, 40-month subscribers. Oh my god. Your concern trolling in this circumstance is simply coming out of a narcissistic desire. Okay?
He yelled at me on,
It's
on
like
his
when
stream.
someone has
I just thought it was funny. I made the joke in
she
here.
on their bio.
It's okay.
And I call them she.
Chatter, Crispy, the albino, don't be upset. Hassan has yelled at me so many fucking times. He will never ever like hold it against you. He's yelled at me so many fucking times, unjustifiably, and sometimes it has made me really upset. Don't worry, okay? He's angry. Don't stress. Okay, I hope you're not feeling bad. It is a bit annoying, but it's only annoying if you think of it from the perspective of he thinks that you were calling him out and being smarmy and everything. Remember, that's his perspective. He thinks he's like being like told that he's not like saying it correctly. He doesn't get that you're doing it in a joking fashion, which I completely can get from your perspective. So don't be upset, okay? Crispy, Albino. I also like, and just ignore everyone fucking dunking on you. People should not like be so weird about doing shit like that. Tensions are high. Just don't take it personally, okay? All right. Don't stress, I promise you. He's never gonna remember you said that.
Of the organs of
Motherfucker
media,
can't
so much
remember
of the
what he
organs of the
says day
state
to day.
are basically reaffirming your mania. They keep consistently giving you like little bits and pieces here and there to constantly say, no, you're not hallucinating. No, you're right. You're right. These fucking 18-year-old
So please
students
just,
are
I hope
actually
you're not
Hamas.
feeling
You're
upset
right.
and sad.
They're at least Hamas adjacent. I mean, maybe they are Hamas. See, they have tunnels under Hamilton Hall.
If it says resub, does that mean I got gifted? Yes, you must have gotten gifted before.
Hamas is
Okay, thank you,
everywhere.
man. I know, it
It's
just
everywhere,
sucks to be
all
yelled at by
around. Top of
Hassan.
the
I know.
hour, 3-minute Hamas break.
I know, as well as anyone. It sucks to be yelled at by Hassan. I've been yelled at like 5 fucking times, dude. Only one time did it really upset me. But he was having a bad
You have
day.
to defend
And I
yourself
was having a
against
bad
that,
day
dude,
too.
by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime.
Okay, we're gonna do some fishing today. I don't want to plant any more things right now. I don't care.
That's it.
Oh, but I do want to make some more of those iridium sprinklers.
There's a 3-minute ad break now.
College campuses, Mayor Eric Adams
Yes.
blamed outside agitators for the chaos and urged student protesters
Okay.
to call it quits.
We cannot and will not allow what should be
Wait, aren't you supposed to
peaceful
really
and
want to
peaceful
start to
gathering
play their daily trivia lotto
turn
games,
into a
right? Yes,
violent
but I'm not really well
Bro,
known for
you
that.
did that.
I was just the one linking
You're
them.
fucking rabid dogs.
I'll tell you,
in the end.
Bro, I owned him so hard that fucking day. He was like going on at me for being a Northern Lion stan. Okay. And he was like, I was like, yeah, play these dolls. And he was like, oh my god, you're such a fucking Northern Lion watcher. And I was like, okay, well, fuck you. I'm gonna doll pill you. And so I kept on progressively linking dolls and saying to him, there we go. Now you're doll pilled. Enjoy your fucking dopamine. And it was all because I was spiteful at him because He fucking said in like a derogatory way, "Oh, you watch Northern Line. Oh, such a fucking nerd." Shut the fuck up, Hassan. You will never be him, okay? And I'm joking, by the way. I love Hassan too. So this is all in jest. I'm not actually angry at him for that. But I did want to make sure he could see how fucking good the dolls were, okay? And I made sure to send like the Taylor ones that like would work with him. I didn't send any fucking geography shit because I know he's too much of a himbo to like be able to do any of that. And his geography is so bad. Did you see my poem? I did not. Hold on. I need to turn Hassan back up though. Sometimes I don't read everything in chat.
So peaceful in
Windows retreated from a mountain, so
to how much more radical these students used to be.
Happy
did they try to
season
paint
chain?
the protesters of the Vietnam War as sympathizers of the Vietnamese army? Of course they did.
Yeah, it's getting cold here.
They kept saying,
"That's beautiful.
These guys are Viet Cong supporters." And then obviously there was a steady flow of propaganda talking about how the atrocities committed by the Viet Cong. Yeah, of course they did that. Remember Jane Fonda? Jane Fonda went and talked to the North Vietnamese forces. They called her Hanoi Jane. They fucking despised her. There are still t-shirts and jackets that say, "I'll never forgive Jane Fonda. I won't forgive. I won't forget. Fuck you, Hanoi Jane. Fuck you, Jane Fonda." Like, people over the age of like 80 still carry resentment towards Jane Fonda. They wanted to kill her. Yeah, this Vietnam vet ain't Fonda Jane. So yeah, I was at VFW not 3 years ago, and it still had Hanoi Jane piss targets in the urinals. Yep.
What else do I want when I'm going to the island?
That serves
the
no
bombs.
purpose.
Wesleyan University President Michael Roth says he has not cleared the encampments at his campus, but he thinks students' efforts should be on legislators instead.
It's the White House that can make a difference on the ground in Gaza and in Israel. And so I think getting our political energies.
Yeah. Forgive Jane Fonda when Jews forgive Hitler. That's a real fucking patch, baby. Yeah, dude. Jane Fonda wronged you in the same way that Hitler wronged the Jews. That's true. Like, I just want you to understand how fucking insane we can get. Okay? I need you to understand how insane we can get
come in.
and how insane we have always been throughout American history. The reason why I'm mentioning this is because, like, the mania that you experience,
I'm not going to be doing too much commentary.
All around you, with all of these fucking campus protests.
But I do want to listen to most of Hassan's streams today, so I probably will be live for quite a while just playing Stardew. You're welcome to just chill here. Much slower chat. You won't get shitters, and if they are, they'll just get banned immediately.
This level of animosity still being shared by everyone over the age of fucking 75, 80 towards, like, Jane fucking Fonda.
We got some of this.
I'm showing you this because, like, things have not changed in America. This has always been a very American attitude, and it comes from the same fucking. It comes from the same place of hurt. It comes from the same fascist interest. It comes from the same reactionary sentiment. Okay.
I don't think he's going to cover that Kendrick stuff.
Here.
It's just generally very unimportant.
The year was 1968.
What's happening?
Let's look at the Columbia University protests.
You are not going to see this level of mobilization in America for a very long time. This stuff is so important. It's going to be in the history books. And yeah, I don't think he's going to get to the Kendrick stuff. I don't even think he'll get to gaming later today. This stuff is too important. Yeah. And I think Kendrick would understand. If Kendrick is a Hassan stan, which in my mind he is.
And demonstrations, many of which ended in violence. Such was the case at Columbia University in April 1968.
But there's a bug, so I had to close this down, but I actually quite like it because then
in February 1968, Columbia University began construction on an $11.6 million gymnasium in Morningside Park. part of the Harlem neighborhood that houses Columbia's main campus in New York City. Almost immediately, there was objection. Students and activists argued the gym discriminated against Harlem residents by evicting and displacing them to build the structure. The gym would be built with a main entrance that catered to students and university affiliates. But local Harlem residents, many of whom were black, could use part of the facilities but would have to enter through a back door in the basement. Many interpret this as segregation and racism. Among the gym's fiercest opponents was Columbia's Student Afro-American Society, founded in 1964.
That's straight fucking
Members of
South
the
African
SAS labeled the
apartheid. By the way,
construction
that's straight up
project
fucking South African
Jim Crow.
apartheid shit, by the way. I
And
mean,
it
obviously
listed
South
help
African
from other
apartheid was
black
way
activists
worse.
in the Harlem
But
community
like,
and throughout New York.
they had different
While the
bathrooms
SAS
for different
worked to halt
races in South Africa.
construction
It's one of the
gym,
most famous things
another
people know
campus
about.
organization, Students for a Democratic Society, or the SDS, was building
It's really fucked up, man. Really fucked up, these students.
a case against the university's apparent involvement in the Vietnam War. In 1967, one SDS member, Bob Feldman, found documents in the school library showing ties between the university and a think tank involved in weapons research for the U.S. Department of Defense, known as the Institute for Defense Analyses, or IDA. Many saw this as the university directly supporting the war in Vietnam. In the spring of 1968, the SDS, led by then-chairman Mark Rudd, organized a rally against the university. Their rallying cry? Students would not attend a university that exploited black people and developed weapons designed to kill the Vietnamese. On April 23, 1968, several hundred Columbia students gathered in front of Lowe Memorial Library, the university's main administrative building. They attempted to take their message inside to University President Grayson L. Kirk, but the administration locked the building down.
How do you even justify
So, the
different
group marched
bathrooms
to
for
the
different
gymnasium
races?
construction
Just
site
white
and tore
supremacy,
down
dude.
part of the fencing that surrounded it.
Apartheid
The
South
police moved
Africa,
to disperse
black
the
people are not allowed to
crowd,
go
arresting one
to.
student in the
It wasn't, and by the way, it wasn't just
Then
white versus black.
protesters staged a sit-in
There was
at
like
an
a
administrative
tiered
building,
system of
preventing
fucking
D.
racism
Henry
in
Coleman from
apartheid
leaving
South
his
Africa.
office.
If you didn't know chatter,
They presented a
I
list
am
of
South
6
African.
demands. 2 included stopping construction on the gym and severing ties
So I
with
live in
IDA.
South Africa.
The students
You might know that
promised
though.
not
Most
to
people do.
leave until their demands were met. The students eventually released Dean Coleman the next day, but their numbers had grown upwards of 400.
But obviously, like, none of that exists today. And South Africa is such an incredibly, like, compared to the rest of the world, so much more fucking progressive.
Like,
because recently the apartheid ended
now,
30 years ago.
The things that the
to this
students
day.
now are that
Well,
are doing
to a few days ago.
that are protesting against, like, Israel are so much kinder. They're so much. They are
Yes,
pacifists,
and also against
okay,
the-
in comparison
the
to what these
genocide
dudes
in
were
Gaza.
doing.
Library and 3 additional buildings on campus. Students and community members sympathetic to the cause brought.
But the dean's different than a janitor, bro. That's bullshit. They didn't fucking keep a They
I am
did
also
not
Greek, but
hold a
in name
janitor
only.
hostage. That was media propaganda, dude. Get the fuck out of here. Oh yeah, they held the janitor hostage, and then yet the janitor immediately left. How did that happen? Was the janitor How did they hold the janitor hostage? Number one. Number two, is he a master of kung fu? Did he actually fight his way out? Is that how he got out? The janitor was there for 10 fucking minutes. You think that was being held hostage or being held back
Mystery
for a
works,
brief
surprised they're
moment while
cutting
they set up
hours.
the fucking protections?
I work. Surprise, they're cutting my hours to save
and
money.
other
Aw.
supplies.
Fuck, chat,
The
that
university
sucks.
tried to
Well, you're always
negotiate
welcome
an
here.
end to the
Everyone,
standoff
I
over
mean,
the next several
like, Hasanabi
days.
heads know that.
But the administration refused to promise amnesty to the protesters, and no agreement was reached. Over the course of the week, the numbers of protesters grew, until finally on April 30th, police, acting on orders from school president Kirk, moved in and forcefully cleared all 5 buildings.
Okay.
Amid the chaos, more than 100 students, faculty members, and police were injured, and 712 students were arrested. Motivated by the actions of the police,
Jim Crow South, and I'm sure South Africa was a big
fucking
part of the
thugs
rationalizing among in-groups populace.
broke in.
Yes, but South Africa was specific because it wasn't like America where you're either white or black. In South Africa, like, for example, people who were colored, which, just so everyone knows, it's not a racist term, it's a racial designation in South Africa. It's like a whole ethnic group that is incredibly diverse, and like mainly in the more southern part of South Africa, in the East and Western Cape. But like colored people and Indian people got more rights than black people, and white people got more rights than everyone else. But for example, Japanese people were considered to be white, Chinese people were considered to be Asian, so they'd be in the Indian category. Yeah. They like, it was a tiered sort of system. So even in prisons, like the Indian political prisoners on Robben Island would get like more amenities, like they'd get fucking jam, when like the black prisoners would not, because they were seen as like closer to whiteness. So yeah, that's one of the differences between like, one of the most glaring things was like it was a tiered system, almost like feudalism in a way. But yeah.
By this is like, you have, especially when it comes to Israel, you have a lot of donors who are just very openly like, if you don't fucking do this, if you don't immediately pack up these students, like, I'm just going to not give you millions of dollars any longer. Robert Kraft openly stated, if you don't pack up these fucking kids, okay, in between getting rub and tugs at massage parlors in Florida, Robert Kraft turned around and was like, hold on, I'm jerking my shit off right now by someone who was trafficked, but let me tell you something, okay? Once I'm done getting my shit jerked off, okay, I'm gonna fucking come at you real quick, Colombia.
America's a system on media.
Shit,
I mean, America had apartheid too.
You better fucking,
it's just no one will ever call it apartheid, because apartheid is like a very heavy word, even though it is. Apartheid, all it is just when the government
zerked off right now. Let me tell you something, okay?
You know this. Apartheid is only when, like in any instance where the actual state has laws that segregate people into classes, and these classes are defined by what race or ethnic group these people have, or even religion, or whatever way in which they group people. Because a lot of people will combat and be like, no, apartheid is only a white versus black thing. It's not. Apartheid means apartness, and it works both ways, because the thing is, a lot of people will say, oh no, but like, it's not apartheid because Jewish people can't go into the West Bank either. Do you think white people could go into Bantustan in fucking apartheid? No, of course they wouldn't. You have to keep the classes separate in order to like create that further separation between them, so the government can solidify like the propaganda that they're spewing about like that sort of stuff. Bantu is like, it's not a good word, but it is used like a lot to describe it, is the word for black people. So Bantustan would have been like the homeland, okay, that they specifically gave, like black people can live in this area in South Africa, okay, like, yeah.
We are so far fucking removed from socialism, big dog. Okay, Farley, calm down. Farley!
But that's why Israel is an apartheid, because it doesn't matter. If your government segregates people, it has to be the government, the state doing it, okay? Not just like individuals doing it themselves. Like gentrification.
No, my dad just walked in.
Like something like that wouldn't
Farley's
be like
going
apartheid,
nutty mode.
You know, in some sort of definition. It has to be
Are
the
you
state.
still voting for Biden? Bitch, when did I say I am? When did I say that?
No, it's Will's dog, Farley. He's taking care of
I'm
Will's
not
dog.
voting for Donald Trump. Doesn't mean I'm voting for Biden. Before I forget. So I thought a good propaganda framing chat, and Hassan, let me know if I'm cooking. You can't protest genocide nowadays with how woke everyone is. It's silly. Anyway.
Apartheid has happened in Australia. It's happened in basically any colonized country in the world. Apartheid has
Farley's
happened.
a bit of a fucking
but South Africa put a name to it.
fan, you know what I mean?
Because
he
South
forgets
Africa was
quickly.
different.
He has a short memory. little man.
Because South Africa was different because a lot of the apartheids that happened previously in other countries happened like the century before, or like much, much earlier on in the 1900s. Like, for example, I mean, I don't really know the date specifically. So apartheid was more modern history. Apartheid was implemented actually in the same year as the Nakba, 1948, you know, so think about that. And also Hassan was right on this, like the reason why sanctions worked against apartheid South Africa was because, well, the US funded South African apartheid. It was basically like a proxy state of the United States, like, what was the other thing I wanted to say with respect to that? What was I saying? But apartheid has happened in Australia. The difference is that the South African apartheid didn't genocide the population because, you know, and Noam Chomsky speaks about this, like, black people in South Africa are the majority, and you need a cheap workforce. So there was no genocide of, like, black people in South Africa by, in the apartheid. But there was a genocide in Canada, in Australia, in numerous other countries throughout the world where an apartheid has been implemented. But what makes South Africa more specific is the fact that it was like the law of like the land, and because the black people were in the majority, like, yes, Canada too, because black people were in the majority, it was so obscene because it affected most people in like South Africa in like a devastating way. Yeah. Any time that there's been a colonization, there is normally an apartheid. And all that is the government puts into law that certain people have certain rights and tries to keep those people separate. Yeah. Yeah, India as well. Like, as apartheid is just when government tries and implements laws to keep people apart. Jim Crow South, that's an apartheid as well. Okay.
You got on Epic Cuddles? No, I'm not. I do rarely allow. I do sometimes allow. Huh? Thank you. My dad said posture check. Dana Bash. Today, destruction, violence, and hate overtake college campuses across the country with Jewish students feeling unsafe in our schools. It is unacceptable, and harkening back to 1930s in Europe. Our Inside Politics show open here.
And just to be very clear, me knowing a lot about apartheid is not because I'm like specifically well read on it. This is what every single child in South Africa learns. Like, everyone learns this, okay? Obviously, schools differ, and like there's still a fuckload of austerity in this country, so schools are going to differ, but this is like the baseline. A lot of the time, what we learn at school is about apartheid. So this is why South Africans know like so much about this, because it's like, it is like, the history is taught so much. It's why South Africans make so many jokes about race as well, because it's something so common. All right. So for example, like somebody, like if I'm walking on the street and someone calls me whitey, it's not like a mean thing. They literally are just being like, oh, white girl over there. It's not like trying to be like, oh, I'm making fun of you because you're white. It's because like so much of like South African existence revolves around race. It's actually almost endearing if somebody was to call me whitey, you know?
Angus Johnston is a history of student protest. Is a professor.
Obviously, I can't say it back and say it, but like for example, that sort of language towards like people's whose skin represent oppression, like is not like I would never be able to say like that anything back in that sort of way, referring to someone's skin, because my skin represents oppression, right? But like that is not something that a white person in South Africa should ever like get upset about, you know?
And how do they compare to Vietnam protests of the 60s and 70s?
Well, we're nowhere near the level of scale of the Vietnam War protests yet. But the thing that's extraordinary to me about this wave of protest is not just the number of protests that we're seeing, not just the number of students who are participating in them, but the incredible pace of acceleration.
Let's go. He's watching this.
These have gone from something fairly small to something that is sweeping the country and continuing to grow in the space of about 2 weeks.
And why the timing of this? Obviously, the war in Gaza has been going on since early October. Why is this all happening now, and why have these past 2 weeks been such a focal point?
Well, it's clear that
I think what needs to happen is that beyond the students, beyond SJP, beyond JVP, Jewish Voice for Peace, Students for Justice in Palestine, and beyond YDSA, there needs to be more momentum from the broader student body. But also on top of that, there needs to be more momentum from unions that come in to show support, whether it be grad student unions, whether it be faculty unions across the board, and just other unions as well.
Damn.
It's just that right now there is a lot of momentum on this front. There is a lot of momentum on this front, and we must not let up. We must not cave. We must not capitulate. That the goal, obviously, the goal, obviously, from the state, the goal, obviously, from the universities is to violently suppress these demonstrations. UAW 4811 announced that they're going to go support the California students. Hell yeah. I hate the media's insane pro-Israel coverage so much. It's even made my mom a little anti-Semitic. I've had to explain to her the difference between Judaism and Zionism multiple times now, and luckily she's starting to understand. I used your Christian Zionist takes, and that helped a lot, so thanks. Yes. You should always do that. You should always describe to anyone and everyone in this time when people are developing anti-Semitic tendencies as a consequence of, like, Israel
Do we get any more?
consistently trying to shield themselves from criticism by channeling Judaism in the most cynical way possible, in the most disgusting way possible, that it absolutely has nothing to do with Judaism whatsoever. And as a matter of fact, Jewish students who are anti-Zionists are at the forefront of these protests and are overrepresented in the arrests, are overrepresented in the harm that actually the state conducts on Jewish student populations. Remember, Jewish revolutionaries have always been at the forefront of social justice historically.
Yes,
it is actually
even in
the exact
apartheid
opposite.
South Africa, Joe Slovo and
While
Ruth
Israel
First.
desperately tries, and very successfully,
and Nelson
in
Mandela
my
was also
opinion,
allowed to
tries to say that they represent the interests of all Jewish people around the planet, and marries their unjustifiable violent atrocities with the long history and culture of Judaism, which is gross. It's gross to do so. It is anti-Semitic to do so. That's exactly what the fucking Nazis say. You must not forget, Kent State. 3 out of the 4 students that were murdered by the National Guard in Kent State were Jewish. Jewish students are also overrepresented, like I said, in the arrests. Since October 7, I've had a shit ton of anti-Zionist voices on this broadcast, many of whom are American Jews. Some of them are anti-Zionist Israeli Jews. They are some of the loudest voices against Israel, minimizing their impact, making them seem like they're tokens, is one of the grossest, most anti-Semitic things you can do. Jews across the board, let's not forget, Jews across the board, 15 million of them on this fucking planet, okay, are not even a fraction of the Christian Zionist movement in this country. Okay? Christian Zionists in this country, those who believe in a theological reason for Israel to be a Jewish ethno-state because they believe in Armageddon. They believe in the rapture occurring, Jesus Christ coming back to earth, like anime shit. They are far larger than the number of Jews on the planet, okay? Anti-Zionist and Zionist Jews alike. This is why I always say, this is why I always say when people go, Zionist Jews own the U.S. government, yes or no? No, of course not, dumb fuck. Of course not. Do you not listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth? There are a shit ton more Christian Zionists in this country than there are Jewish Zionists. Okay?
Reminds me of Nancy
I do not know if you are willingly or unwillingly channeling fascist propaganda here.
Okay.
If every single Jew
you can only get 3 from him
in the United States of America tomorrow collectively decided that they are all loud and proud anti-Zionists, America's actions in Israel would not change. Okay? Evangelicals have a broad, outsized. Evangelicals in this country have phenomenal outsized political power. Okay? White evangelical Protestants specifically. Love becoming a Nazi just through weapons-grade stupidity? Exactly. However, this is absolutely a problem. This is why anti-Semitism, real anti-Semitism, of course, increases anytime Israel does some shit like this.
I think I need to change the deluxe spade.
And because people lack critical thinking skills, they just see like Israel doing this and then repping the Star of David, repping Judaism while doing this, and claiming that they're doing this for Judaism, claiming that they're doing this for Jewish people across the board. And
yes,
then
it's very good
the media
that he's exploring this
literally
topic.
also repeats that fucking propaganda.
I'm very glad he's watching this video. It's very good. We watched it earlier, and Left Flank Threads also watched it. It's very good.
Real and much more fake instances of anti-Semitism.
Thank you, 3150. Holy moly.
The ADL claiming that anytime they hear someone say from the river to the sea, Palestine should be free is an anti-Semitic incident, which leads to anti-Semitic incidents rising by 7,000% or whatever the fuck. And the media just unconditionally reports that as though it's like, without uncritically reports that as though that is actually completely valid. When people see that reality, they go, well, what the fuck's going on here?
Those ones in there.
This is such a wonderful opportunity for the fascist Nazis in the United States of America. Okay? A phenomenal opportunity for the opportunist fascists to be like, see, look at what the Jews are doing.
Anything I should take?
Columbia University's decision
you
2
can
weeks
put
ago
coal
on
and seaweed in
Thursday
tanks?
to
You're
send
right.
in the police and shut down their encampment really sparked a response among students around the country. And so we began to see a lot of reactions to that. And then as it got more media attention, as people started hearing about them, they continued to snowball. And we've seen that a lot of times in the past, including in the 60s and even earlier. But there seems to be a particular level of intensity of the student response around the country this time. And I have some theories about that, but I don't think we fully understand it just yet.
What are your theories?
Well, clearly, this is an issue that a lot of students feel very strongly about. We are in an era where images from war and violence across the world are things that we not only see in our living rooms on television, but we see on our screens on social media and so on. I also, though, think that we need to start thinking about the fact that this is the post-COVID generation of American students. Just about every undergrad on American campuses right now are students who started college after the COVID lockdowns. And so this is really the first post-pandemic or post-lockdown wave of American student protest. And I think that suggests really interesting things about what's going on.
How much did you watch what happened last night? New York Police Department clearing the students out of Hamilton Hall in Columbia. At the same time, overnight, seeing the violence between protesters and counter-protesters at UCLA. After several hours, LA Police Department moves in to separate the two of them.
Yeah, I was watching in New York and listening to the Columbia student radio station. I found an old FM radio that I had tucked away somewhere. The images that, and certainly the Columbia images and the city college arrests and violence were really troubling. But the thing that really struck me was what was going on at UCLA, where the encampment at UCLA was essentially raided by counter-protesters who were engaging in what seemed like really aggressive acts of violence. It took hours for the police to be called in, and then once the police were called in, according to the LA Times this morning, they stood and watched as counter-protesters were firing off some sort of tear gas kind of a thing, or pepper spray, firing off.
They were using bear mace, the counter-protesters, the Zionist agitators, okay? All the fucking Beverly Hills Persians went to UCLA campus. All the Bel Air and Beverly Hills Persians got up in arms, okay? Don't even go to the school at all. Got up in arms, went over there to beat the shit out of the UCLA campus students. Yeah, they used bear mace, skunk spray, and fireworks as they screamed, "It's time for a second Nakba."
We're fine for now. We need to go fish, but let's go get
Ironic,
some fish food.
Because so many Persian Jews oftentimes get shit on by the American state because they look a little too much like they're Muslim. And yet here they are doing fucking West Bank style pogroms.
Fireworks and engaging in physical altercations with the demonstrators as well.
In terms of what's happening on these campuses, what we're seeing, you mentioned the images, the social media images. It was a caller in our first segment, the Washington Journal, who said in the 60s, we weren't waving Vietnamese flags. We were waving peace flags. And she, I think it was a she, didn't understand why all these protesters at the universities today are waving Palestinian flags. In terms of the images that we're seeing and how it compares to the past, what are you finding?
Well, I think that we really do misremember a lot about the 1960s. The cultural memory that we have of what was going on in the 60s is in many cases very, very different from what actually happened. During the Vietnam War protests, there were people waving North Vietnamese flags. There were students chanting ho 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 Chi Minh, Viet Cong is going to win, and hey hey LBJ, how many kids did you kill today? And famously, American student organizers went
this is
to
very good.
North
I love this.
Vietnam,
I'm gonna turn it up a bit.
and toured some of these sites. This is why
what was the Canada example you mentioned about your Indians?
Viewers are still angry.
Like just look at like what's happening to natives in Canada right now. I'm not Canadian, but like just have a look at what Canada did to its native population. That's it.
The brutality of war was
and what it's still doing.
Not critical of America and not finding common cause with some of the people who were on the other side.
If you want to know more information, there's a streamer. She's called Peganox. Okay, I'll write it in the chat. You can go into her chat when she's live and ask her. She does streams where she talks about indigenous education streams because she is an indigenous Canadian and has less rights in Canada because she is indigenous.
8003. As folks are calling in, Professor Johnston, Saturday is the 54th anniversary of the Kent State massacre. we had a caller who was a freshman at Kent State on Monday on this program to talk about his experiences and how these images have brought back that experience that day. How did Kent State become such a historic tragedy?
So Kent State is actually only one of 4 campuses in the late 1960s where police officers or other law enforcement officials deputized in one way or another killed protesters or passersby. There were people killed at Berkeley in '69, at South Carolina State College in 1968, and at Jackson State just a week and a half after Kent State in 1970. Kent State, though, was significant and was transformative for a few reasons. I think one is that Kent State happened in the middle of a huge upsurge of protest in response to Nixon's decision to invade Cambodia. Many, many campuses shut down. Many, many campuses stepped back from the kind of confrontation that happened at Kent State. But in Kent State, the governor of Ohio was running for the United States Senate, and he did not want to appear weak, so he sent the National Guard onto campus. 4 students were killed, all of them well over 100 yards, several hundred yards away from the National Guard troops. And crucially, 2 of those students, by the way, were just passersby. And crucially, there was a journalist for the student newspaper who had a camera and took a bunch of photos, which were then able to be delivered to the AP and ran on the front page of newspapers all over the country the next morning, including the famous one of the woman wailing in front of behind a dead body of a fallen student. That is so well known today. And then as now, images are really powerful in shaping national coverage and national memory.
Talking with Angus Johnson this morning and taking your phone calls about the student protests past and present. Matt is our first caller in this segment out of Falls Church, Virginia. Democrat. Matt, you're on with Professor Johnson.
Good morning, Professor Johnson. I have a comment and then a question for you. My comment is I'm not really well versed on the Palestinian-Israeli conflict long term, and I don't really have an opinion on what would be best for them, but I really look at the rights for protests in this country, and it seems crazy to me, the overreaction to protesters on these college campuses. I mean, just these small groups of kids and they're being surrounded by giant hordes of police seems crazy to me. So my question for you is, do you think more college campuses are going to have protests now that this overreaction will probably lead to another reaction?
That's a great question, and I think there are 2 parts to the answer to it. One is clearly the crackdowns are prompting more protests. We are seeing that spiral happening. But also, I think it's really important to remember that
I need lionfish,
police have been called out and arrests have been made only in a minority of the campuses where these protests are happening right now. There are a lot of campuses where the administrators have chosen either to just let the protesters be and allow them to continue their encampments, or to negotiate with them. At Brown, just yesterday, it was announced that they had negotiated a settlement and the students were going to step away, and there was going to be a discussion on campus about Israeli divestment in the fall. My own daughter is a student at MIT. There, the encampment, the last I heard, had been allowed to go on peacefully for more than a week. So the crackdowns that we are seeing are not inevitable. They are not something that is happening at every campus, and many campuses that are not experiencing these crackdowns are finding that they are able to continue their business and continue the semester peacefully.
Returning to Kent State for a second, you mentioned the photographs. Is it Howard Ruffner that you were referring to, who was the photographer there?
Yes, yes.
So he, in 2019, spoke about taking those photographs at an event. He was releasing a book about the photographs from Kent State in 1970. It's
UCLA. Here is okay. we're gonna talk about the UCLA protests in a second and the counter protests who fucking went nutty mode. UCLA supply needs urgent headlamps, airsoft goggles, gas masks and respirators, skater helmets, shields, wood for barriers, knee and elbow pads, rain ponchos, canopies, utility gloves of various sizes, super bright flashlights with strobes, charged umbrellas. For medical, they need EpiPens, non-steroid inhalers, headlamps, organizational bins. For food, they need hot food for lunch, vegan food, gluten-free food, ice, no packaged food, no coffee, no bagels, no bananas, no nuts. For logistics, they need sleeping bags, AA, AAA, C and D batteries, rope, zip ties, electric or solar power, generators, lotion, aquifer, and no sunscreen. Gluten-free vegan food. I mean, brother, I think it's fine. You know what I mean? They're in the fucking heart of Los Angeles, okay? It's not that difficult. When I got pizza for the protesters at the student encampment, I also got vegan options and gluten-free options as well. You know what I mean?
People allowed to have dietary
Not that big of a fucking deal, you know? Yes, you can. Yeah, please ensure the donations are BDS compliant. You can donate to the you can donate to their link. I believe they have here, I'll see if we can find it.
All right, thanks, Hundo
Very
Man, for being
scary
here.
that this type of hardening of encampment will inevitably give credence for escalation of police response. They're trying to protect themselves. At the end of the day, you have power in numbers, and when the state very obviously stands aside and allows, and I will show you the images which will help you, I think, understand exactly what occurred last night at UCLA at the peaceful encampment overrun by counter protesters. They have a Venmo here. SJP UCLA Venmo right here. If you're outside of the state and you want to help them.
Oh, I need to put my... Oh, I did.
Do I think counter protests will face criminal charges? If there's enough pressure, potentially. But let's be real. Many of the counter protesters in the video are Persian. They explicitly use sexist Persian profanities in this video. There's a large Persian monarchist presence in this neighborhood, so entirely unsurprising. I can't say this enough, but for our Palestinian brothers and sisters need to know that this is not the majority attitude inside Iran. This is not even the majority attitude amongst many Iranians outside the country. These people represent the worst part of our community and heritage.
Clown! Uncover your face! Where are you from? Where are you from? Do you even speak Arabic?
Oh, we got two. Great.
Yeah? You speak Arabic? Have you been to Gaza? Send them there. Send them there. What language do you speak? Where are you from? Where's your ancestors from? I'm a reporter. Why are you even here? You're just another dummy, right? Another stupid guy. No fucking brain, right? Just an idiot. Hello, guys. This is one of the terrorists. Look at this kitty. You don't even know why you're here, huh? You don't even know why you're here.
Fucking Jabberwocky's mask is so funny. Choice.
Get out of here. Get out of here. This is a terrorist. This is a terrorist. Fuck you.
A lot of the protests have been actually unmasked as people who work and live in Israel. Wait, what? No way. UAWUC just released a statement. Should the university decide to curtail the right to participate in protected concerted activity, discriminate against union members or political viewpoints, and create or allow threats to members' health and safety, among others, UAW 4811 members will take any and all actions necessary to enforce our rights. Told you. This is why unions are very important. Okay? This is why intersectionality is best demonstrated by unions in moments such as this one. You understand? Yeah. Motherfucker wearing his like Ugg slippies, his pajamas to go out, get out of his fucking Bel Air mansion that his dumbass daddy bought and paid for, drive his little fucking McLaren down to the UCLA campus to go beat on some fucking students, dude. It's nice.
Good to know. They're from Kitty 50.
If only there was someone this man could ask this question to, perhaps at his job instead of Twitter. I feel like I'm losing my mind a little. People don't understand that occupying buildings on campus is like one of the most common forms of student protest for decades, and now some devious new ploy devised by professional anarchist plotters, right? Yeah. I don't know if you know this, Chris. Hasanabi head Chris Hayes, but you're employed by MSNBC. Perhaps this would be a fun little opportunity for you to address these concerns you have on air. You know, because the morning program is literally repeating this propaganda in the most devious ways. Yes, dude, a juicer was inside the fucking encampment. Jesus Christ, you guys are so fucking annoying.
Are the students? Tell me if you want a better angle.
Wait, that's it. Wait, that pump goes hard, brother. Hey, yo, bro, you think you could put this shit on a horizontal mode?
On what? On portrait?
Portrait, yeah. You might have to put your phone on yeah, put your phone on lock so it turns. Yeah, you have portrait lock. Yo, you have portrait lock on. Put landscape unlock or whatever. It's not flipping.
Oh my god.
Jesus, yo, bro, bro, put it back portrait, bro.
Put it back up.
Yeah, put it back portrait.
This is good overall, though. You know why this is good? Because obviously the juicers are very young. Okay, having one of them inside of the encampment is a good thing. Having all of them see that these protesters, these student protesters, are just like peaceful. They're just peacefully fucking demonstrating against genocide is a good thing.
Yo, bro, rotate the phone, bro. Yeah, thank you.
Israel is a racist state.
Look at the juicer. That's what I'm talking about, dude.
Okay, we've got a lot of fish to sell.
Fucking brings a tear to my eye, okay? Oh, here's Karine Jean-Pierre. Okay, let's just fucking cover the UCLA protest real quick because I feel like I'm gonna have to dive into this really quickly. But what happened at UCLA last night is obviously unconscionable. It's gross. It's disgusting. What's peaceful about this? The students are peaceful. What's not peaceful is actually the counter protesters coming in and fucking beating the shit out of students that they can get their hands on.
Pointed in the right direction could be very powerful.
Police will now stay on campus here at Columbia until at least May 17th. Yesterday, the university said in a statement that any of the students who were inside Hamilton Hall could face expulsion. But yesterday at CUNY, I heard from a student who was saying, look, we're all here in solidarity with the suffering in Gaza, and any consequence students face is just paling in comparison. Vlad.
All right, Lilia, thank you very much.
In this hour with New York City.
Facts about my 75-year-old black father. He watches Sam Piker literally every day. He talks mad shit about Taylor Swift constantly. That's awesome. All right, let's look at Karine Jean-Pierre. First, let's go through some of the details and the minutia, I guess, or rather, the significant violence that students experience. UCLA, why are you spreading misinfo? No, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. That is not misinformation. That is real. Okay? Unlike the apartheid regime of Israel, the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour is real. Okay? That part is real. Unless you subscribe for $5 or for free, in which case you won't actually see the ads at the top of the hour. We're going to dive into the UCLA counter protests, all the agitators that came from all around the neighborhood to fucking beat on some students and do some West Bank style fucking pogroms in the middle of UCLA campus, dude. So, there's 24 minutes, specifically detailing, what is this? Man simply too informed to not know that presidents obviously don't control how school administrators and law enforcement deal with local protests or riots. Why are these complaints not directed at local authorities, law? Yeah, you're right. I said, good thing we voted for Biden so this would never happen. No, you don't understand. Biden is small bean, okay? Biden is a small bean. He has no power here, which is why he's only fucking shit on the student protesters that are getting brutalized by the police and said that they are anti-Semitic. That's the only sentiment that he's expressed so far. Also, guys, if we don't vote for Biden, then Donald Trump is going to win. And then Donald Trump is going to do exactly the same things that Biden is doing, but much worse because he's all powerful. He's all powerful. This makes no sense. Makes no dang sense. You know? You have to vote for Biden so that Trump doesn't come in and then do the same things that Biden is doing.
I have no idea about pepper spray.
And worse. Anyway, here's the first 24 minutes of the attack at UCLA campus. This is the song. Remember, they fucking on GoFundMe raised a shit ton of funds specifically to set up a massive podium that is loud and disruptive to constantly play October 7 footage when they don't have like the worst techno music blaring, okay?
Yeah, milk is a base.
Yeah. Jerry Seinfeld's wife, Jessica Seinfeld, gave $5,000, among many others.
I don't think it's advised. I think I've heard it being advised before, but I think it'd be good to look it up. I want to make the warp totems. Yo, thank you, Sean Vids.
So as you can see, there's a necessity for why the encampments are protected this way, because people started when
one of the good oi bruvs. Thank you, Sean Vids. Fucking amazing YouTuber. Follow Sean on YouTube. Really, really incredible creator who I've got a lot of respect for. Thank you so much. Welcome in, Raiders. We are doing Stardew Valley, but I am really glued to what's happening in America right now, so we are watching that through Hassan. So yeah, I'm not going to do the Sean bit that I always do when Sean raids, because this is just stuff is so serious. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid. I'm just at the moment wanting to listen to what's going on. Yeah.
PD as well. What is life like on Bitch Island? I don't know. Ask your mom.
Thank you for the follow.
Take off your mask, you fucking pussies! Take off the mask! Take off the mask, you fucking pussies! Take off the mask!
It's so funny that they're like, take off the mask, you fucking pussies. Meanwhile, the fucking counter protesters are all wearing masks because they literally are there to do fucking violence. The students are wearing masks for two reasons, as we know. We've talked to the fucking student encampment media liaison people.
Thank you for the
They're
follow.
wearing masks because they don't want to get doxxed, and they're wearing masks for accessibility purposes. Now, of course, on the other side, the same people that are saying, take off your fucking mask, you pussies, are wearing masks. Okay?
But for a different reason.
They're saying epilepsy warning. If you have epilepsy, don't watch. Okay? There's going to be strobe lights. We're watching fucking protest footage. All right? There's going to be flashing lights, everybody. Oh my God.
Iridium ore.
As I was stating, what do you mean by accessibility purposes? This is a fucking petri dish of disease if you don't actually properly protect yourself, especially if you're immunocompromised. What do you mean? That is the accessibility purpose there. Okay? It's too late. I looked. All right. Well, it's too late for you. All right. Hopefully you won't die. Wonder how the people who ask for epilepsy warnings are never people who need them. They're just like the virtue signal. It's fine.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We don't need infighting now. We don't need infighting. It's good that there's an epilepsy warning. It's good.
Respectfully, you don't have to dance around saying COVID. No, I mean, it's COVID, but also everything else I said is
Everything else
perfectly
as well.
valid. What do you think when I say a petri
Oh my God,
dish for
people are so
diseases?
fucking annoying,
COVID is
man.
a part of that.
It's very annoying
What the
when
fuck?
people are like this. I'm just gonna sell these. Okay.
That's wild.
I'll be back in a second,
Everybody
chat. I just need
loves
to watch
picking
them.
on the one thing that they care about the most. Okay, I got it, chatter. That's why I covered that and more.
Government putting out requests for folks to get flu shots. Okay, sick. I'll go get
Do you
one.
think
Thanks
they
for
were
letting me
actually there
know.
to purposely
Giant
create
Ewok.
chaos?
Yeah,
mean,
I'm sure flu's gonna be rough
look.
this year.
What
They
do
do
you
them
think
at the
they were
pharmacy
doing
up the
there?
road from me, which is sick.
Do you think they were there to simply ask questions? Even though when they go there to simply ask questions, the purpose is still the same: to agitate, to disrupt. Israel defenders always behave in the same exact ways that Israel does, like fucking fascists. Because they are fascists. Israel is a fascist state. Zionism is a fascist ideology. And those who are defenders of said fascist state and its fascist actions, such as ethnic cleansing and its fascist maintenance of an apartheid regime are, of course, going to behave in the same exact arrogant, violent ways as though they are, perfectly nestled in the midst of the West Bank, where the Israeli occupying force will come in and defend them. They can do the pogroms, and then the IDF will come in and sweep it up. Like, look at this shit. Remember Montana Tucker crying the other day? Like, they won't let me ask questions. Are they playing babies crying? What? Too easy to disrupt legitimate protests? Fascism as a word has no teeth at all. Only in your bubble, not in the mainstream, not regular people. People don't even know what it means. It doesn't matter. That's precisely the reason why I use the term Nazis, because everyone knows what a fucking Nazi.
But B shots as well. Yeah, I just need to get a prescription for that. I used to get them all the time. They're really, really good. Yeah. Fuck, this is so insane, dude. We're gonna find out that all of this, like, Israel pays a lot of people to do propaganda for them. We'll see.
Because most people don't know fascism, but they know what a fucking Nazi is.
Yet. Like,
and the reason why they hate Nazis is because of fascism.
Okay. Chop down a lot of trees and things, but I think now let's go get some ghost fish and some
Identical is crazy? Is it?
Yeah, we'll also
is
put
it though?
fish. No. Yeah, I'll put
Fascism
my
is the
tackle on here as well.
underpinning ideological movement that the Zionist ideology represents. Same as the Nazis. Is it that crazy? Is it that crazy? Think about that. Is it? This ain't 2007 no more, okay, chatter? Perhaps Israel should have dialed it back a little bit if it didn't want the truth to come out about its actions, and for broad populations in the Western world to see that reality. It is no longer relegated to the hyper woke, socialist, anti-Zionist movements that you could just cast aside. Now you have an entire generation that sees the fucking truth. A lot of this stuff that would have been absolutely unimaginable, impossible to use, the terminology that was so quickly pounced on as anti-Semitic, no longer hits as hard. That's another thing that you're seeing alongside the arrogance demonstrated by Zionist defenders. Is like the idea that the old versions of defending Israel no longer hit as hard, nor do they work, because people can actually see what Israel's doing. People are paying attention to what Israel is doing
Social
to the
media
Palestinians.
has revolutionized stuff like this into radicalizing people and making people see the truth. It's amazing.
That's a big issue. How do you deal with Zionist gaslighting? I mean, I don't. It doesn't bother me at all. I have firmly held convictions. I have been advocating for Palestinian emancipation for a decade publicly. It's just that many people are now catching up, and it's great that they are. It's great that they're seeing the truth, seeing the reality. How do you counter it? The counter to Zionist gaslighting is just simply the truth. To speak the truth. That's it. And not mince your words.
We don't have enough rocks
This is insane. No, I'm on YouTube.
Oh, YouTube? You're a YouTuber?
Yes. I wouldn't walk through there because something could come flying.
Oh, yeah?
Like some wood.
Is this the safest place?
I would say, yeah.
I don't like that they're...
Holy fuck. So they are monsters. Oh no, I don't have any bait.
Welcome to the rice fields, motherfucker. It's crazy.
By the time I had this main bear spray.
I probably need bait. Oh no, wrong one.
We're spraying bear spray, so it's hard to breathe over here right now.
Bitch, nigga, snitch, nigga, hoe, nigga, bitch, nigga, snitch, nigga, hoe. Bitch, nigga, snitch, nigga, hoe, nigga, bitch, nigga, snitch, nigga, hoe, nigga, bitch, nigga, snitch, nigga, hoe.
Yeah, it's like watching modern day fry course, but stupider. Yeah, no, literally.
Oh, nigga, bitch, nigga, snitch, nigga, hoe, nigga, bitch, nigga, snitch, nigga, hoe, nigga, bitch, nigga.
Jesus Christ, man. What the fuck?
They're throwing stuff. Throwing stuff at the encampment.
Okay, what do I... How many do I have? How many ghost
Well,
do I have?
black
2.
bloc, right? Remember, it's the outside
see. Yeah, I got
agitators. The anarchists have joined the fray. They are the ones. They are the ones who are agitating, right? It's so cool that the cops are just watching these motherfuckers like openly provoke, openly try to fight. They want to say it so badly. Oh, they do. For the record, they do say it. They have said
Only
it.
3. Oh, You know what? I'll empty one of the ponds. It's so much easier. I don't know what Welcome to the Rice Field is, but I think maybe it's a Vietnam reference.
Yeah, then now they're playing the Israeli TikTok song, the Zionist song, the choice song for the TikTok viral trend where they were like fucking torturing Palestinians that they've apprehended unjustifiably. It's so sick, man.
I'm shocked the cops aren't here.
No, the cameraman here is not a third party. It's Film the Police LA. He is an anarchist. He's a very famous LA area anarchist who fucking is always filming cops. They hate him. I think his son might have been killed by the police, actually, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
What pond do you want to live in, dude? Oh, empty pond. Oh, well, there we go. Oh, can you only have one at a time? Okay, well, fine.
We have our disagreements, but it doesn't matter. He is always yeah, his son, I think, was killed by the Los Angeles Police Department. Yeah, he's despite our disagreements sometimes, I don't care. He's great.
So fucking insane, man. I just have no words. Oh my god. It's so fucking gross, dude.
No, the music is not edited in. They brought fucking PAs to blast Israeli music. All Israeli music is a version of like the shittiest techno you've ever heard or fucking Eurovision music. I swear to God. What was that back there? Pay attention to what's going on over here. Throwing shit. Trying to take off the... So one must ask, why are they trying to take off the fucking barriers? Because they want to be able to... Because they want to be able to break in and beat the shit out of the students. Just so you know. Hitler Youth activities over here.
Okay, I think I want to move this. Where would I put it? Maybe here. Yeah.
It's just so fucking gross.
It is so insane.
It's so goddamn gross, dude. Ugh, it's so fucking gross. Is this why you are bending over backwards in protection of the Jews? These protests do have some external groups fanning the flames. One of them is non-Zionist Jewish groups that hate the Zionist state, modern-day Israel. It's important to factor this in if protests turn violent. Non-Zionist Jewish groups are infighting and possibly piggybacking on the movement to further their own religious and political rebellion against the Zionist modern-day Israeli state and giving out shekels to fuel it, says Reardville, USA.
Bro, that's so insanely fucking anti-Semitic, dude. Like...
Bending over backwards in order to protect the Jews is a fucking insanely Nazi version. Very cool choice words.
This is not about being Jewish. That's what they use it as the the shield. They don't give a fuck about, like, Israel does not give a fuck
dragged a student out and
like,
beat on him. Yeah, we're gonna cover that in a second.
But you you guys all know this.
Watch your back. Hey, watch your back.
Every time a pro-Palestine student got outside the wall and beaten, they were swarmed like paparazzi with flash cameras. Yeah, by the way, that guy was using shekels in the 4chan way and not like the actual currency of Israel way. Yeah, that music, again, is the song that became a viral trend in Israel with the Israeli occupying force bastards kidnapping Palestinians in the West Bank and torturing them with that song, just so you understand. Yeah, the awful song played by the Zionist counter-protesters in so many of these videos is Mantara im Matara, an Israeli children's song the IOF blasted on an 8-hour loop to torture captive Palestinians, which of course turned into a disgusting Israeli settler TikTok trend. Like they started doing it to themselves, like because of how fun it was. Yeah. Just a psychopathic nation, dude. Sorry. It is just so fucking, it's sicko mode all the time, dude. Just not even remotely redeemable. Holy fuck. Playing music and other sound clips over the PA like this is a common psyop tactic that has been used in the military by the U.S. government. It's basically a form of torture to wear down an enemy and break people, especially the manner they're using it. Oh, yeah. Why are people calling it the IOF now? I mean,
yes.
I've been calling it the IOF for quite a while now because the Israeli defense forces don't engage in any kind of real defense. People call it the IOF because
you know how amazing this is? My sister's not really, she's a bit of a normie. But she literally was like, no, it's not the IDF, it's the IOF. How fucking cool, dude. She corrected me, I hadn't heard the term before. She told me. You know?
Between two news updates, yeah.
Hey, sister, yeah.
It's a target-rich environment.
She's been in France, so it makes sense. Like, there are probably a lot of, like, base people around her. Well, I mean, France
These are mostly Christian Zionists, right? These counter-protesters? Probably not. I don't know. But this is Los Angeles, so most likely not.
Family sounds nice. They are nice.
I would say that there are far more radical anti-Zionist Jews in New York.
My parents would be way different if they weren't
in Los Angeles.
If we weren't living in South
Many
Africa.
of the anti-Zionist
100%.
Jews I spoke to at that encampment talked about how difficult it was for them to make Jewish friends, specifically because of their disinterest in paying fealty to the state of Israel. Anyway, wait, hold on. Where were we? Let's continue.
Guy is just playing right through it. My guy is unfazed.
What was that all about? I'm sorry.
Well, yeah. No, a lot of Persian Zionists and anti-Iran types and just general fascists. Yeah.
I thought it's about this right here, what you were talking about.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly. These people are civilized. So I think they're just hoodlums, man. They're hoodlums. You know what? The Israeli, I blame the Israelis, man. They're too aggressive. They're too aggressive. They're very warlike.
I mean, it's clear who started that.
Now, oh yeah, they came
They're
in
masked
here,
up all in
a
black.
group of thugs came in.
I saw it, yeah. Watch your back. Keep your...
Come closer.
Ben Galaib of TYT was among the mob as an observer.
No,
I wonder what he
didn't get anything.
observed. Maybe he observed stuff that he did not like. Maybe he's no longer defending Israel or Zionism in general. Who knows? Because I'm observing a bunch of outside agitators coming down to campus to get a couple licks in on some students at the behest of a fucking psychopathic, rabid, genocidal apartheid regime engaging in an act of ethnic cleansing in defense of such actions. That's what I'm observing. And when I observe this, I think to myself, gross, you're disgusting. Your parents should have swallowed you. You should have never been born. You are just a rabid, filthy little piece of shit.
Aww.
You know?
That's
what I'm observing.
Oh my God, I can't see.
They brought their bear mace out too.
Fucking disgusting, dude. Please, can I get a fucking... On how you treat other human beings, dude, it's fucking insane. Fuck, man.
God. You let me get water out of this? Yeah, sure. Where is it at? It's inside the bag. Okay, hold on.
Yeah. Then they started lighting fireworks. You know, towards the encampment. They started launching fireworks in the direction of the encampment.
Oh, here's your backpack. Don't lose your backpack.
That's the reason you wear no sunscreen. Chad was asking about it.
Why no sunscreen? What's up with sunscreen?
Guys,
What
I mean,
happens?
just like the Israeli government, this is defensive fireworks. You don't understand. These guys are very threatened by the presence of an anti-genocide demonstration on UCLA campus. That's why they traveled to the UCLA campus to launch fireworks directly
stick to skin. Oh God!
In the direction of the peaceful
Holy fuck,
protesters.
dude.
You know, as an act of self-defense, because they were so scared that these anti-Zionist Jews and anti-Zionists alike were threatening them by saying, "Hey, Israel, maybe you should cut it out." You know?
Oh yeah, fuck Follow.
Damn, last time a Palestinian lit a firework near Israeli checkpoint, they got sniped? Huh, yeah. Well, that kind of state violence goes only in one direction, not the other. They're coughing because they're bear macing all around. The counter protesters came in with bear mace, specifically to bear mace the people in the pro-Palestinian encampment.
It's so fucking gross.
Yeah, this
dude.
was a
These
funny
things
change
are-
in the abstract, but this is from 2 days ago. Pro-Palestinian student activists, many of whom are Jewish, taken out of the byline. Pro-Palestinian student activists say their movement is anti-Zionist, but not anti-Semitic. It is not a distinction that everyone buys.
I need to go back.
Why did they take out the many of
I don't
whom
have
are
any
Jewish?
water.
There was so much mace in the air that the air was toxic to breathe, and I still have a sore throat.
Oh
Yeah.
my God.
Bear mace stays in the air for a while.
Bro, there's no way that that's fucking legal, by the way. I'm just amazed. Of course, none of this is like legal, but like, Jesus Christ, that's fucking bioterrorism, dude. I'm just... How can fucking human beings act this way?
And most of all, don't sweat. It's hard to do it now.
Maybe I can go to the top instead. There's a wire projector TVH, yeah. Oh, I can't go that way. Damn. Okay, we'll go tomorrow because we didn't get a lot of Philippines. Fucking.
Oh, here, let me show that one more time.
It's just like completely illegal in California. I mean, like, yeah, what, they don't really care. The laws are for thee and not for me. I'm sure none of these motherfuckers are gonna be charged.
Oh, by the way, here's some updates. I was going to talk about this because I've been in contact with some of the student activists, some of the organizers. Okay. Update from UCLA organizers. They're gathering officers' laws, trying to get a number of CHP, and may attempt to clear the encampment today. Also, UAW 4811 is planning on showing up en masse at 7 p.m. Pacific on UCLA campus. Also, another update, UCLA canceled classes today and declared the encampments illegal. Faculty were threatening to strike today. They're currently in an emergency meeting to see how to respond to last night's situation and things as they progress. UCLA encampment is currently on total lockdown. I can only come in and support if I know someone inside the encampment or if I'm just dropping supplies off. Supplies can be dropped off at the New Fowler Museum stairs by parking lot 5. I'm currently working on facilitating. I'm currently working on talking to the student organizers to see if I can attend as well. How many Jewish protesters are there? Do we have any data? I constantly get attacked by my Jewish friends that these protests are anti-Semitic, which is wild. I mean, I don't know if there's currently any kind of hard data on how many.
Any shady rocks here? Probably not.
Of the protesters are Jewish, but there's definitely a lot of Jewish anti-Zionists at that protest. I talked to many of them when I was there.
Three days? Well, Kevin, okay, no way.
They say the encampment is illegal, but nothing about these actual crimes that we saw.
I hate
Admin at
Dreamer
UCLA
Con. I'm
canceled
not
the
doing
classes
that.
today.
Fuck that.
Faculty are calling for a strike in support of students tomorrow. The way our students were left completely unprotected is shameful. This is an assistant professor at UCLA of Asian American Studies Department, Noor Judah. Calling all faculty, no work on Thursday, May 2nd. We call on all UCLA faculty to refuse university labor tomorrow, Thursday, the day after May Day, in protest of the university administration's egregious failure to protect the students' protest encampment from attacks by self-professed and proudly Zionist mobs coming to campus every night to enact violence. Chancellor Block pointedly ignored the well-being and safety of these students in his campus message sent on Tuesday and failed to acknowledge it in his message today. Students from the besieged encampment wrote last night, the life-threatening assault we face is nothing. Tonight is nothing less than a horrifying, despicable act of terror. Many students were injured, as were several faculty who rushed to the encampment to support the students. As faculty, we find our university administration to be complicit in such terror.
I wish
we
I could
thus
do more.
ask all faculty colleagues to show support for our
here's the
students
link, though.
and stop work, including teaching tomorrow, May 2nd. The
Here.
conditions imposed on our students are also our working conditions.
I
We will
donate
continue
to
to
that
work
fund.
stoppage
I don't have Venmo, so I
if
sent
the
money
university
to Oni
administration
to
continues
send
to
it for me.
fail our students.
But if you can. Oh god, it makes me
It's
feel
not
sick
just the
inside.
students, it's the faculty that is also joining the protest as well. UAW 4811, which is what I just mentioned, is obviously not just auto workers, but UAW is comprised not just only of auto workers, but also grad students as well. I suspect that that is the grad student union. So faculty and staff are also joining the protests in solidarity due to the unimaginable amount.
It's just so disgusting,
Wait, what?
man.
Check MHUD logs. One of them was literally a neo-Nazi. The guy that was coughing from pepper spray in the fireworks video is a neo-Nazi. More info on the video in the thread. Oh, this guy is? I was there. I got maced by this older man. Was coordinating the boys speaking Hebrew. They all had the same look. Brown hair, olive skin, and beards. If anyone has info about this guy, let me know. Leave our kids alone. They are a local transphobic movement that has been harassing our schools. A group of Israel supporters have attacked anti-war protesters at UCLA University of Los Angeles in the U.S. The group was filmed carrying out assaults and using fireworks and pepper spray on demonstrators at the Gaza war protest encampment. This is the info about the neo-Nazi. This guy, Narek Palyan, is a neo-Nazi. Zionist coordinated with a neo-Nazi to attack Jewish and
That's
Palestinian
gonna be
students and
annoying.
journalists. UCLA has taken
Jesus
down the
Christ,
Daily
dude.
Bruin website. Wait, what? No way. Oh my God.
What?
They did. It's a host error. If you're looking for a... Wait, I've been told that it was done to censor the student journalists. They sent me a copy of their most recent article before it was taken down.
Holy fuck, dude. What the fuck?
What the fuck is going on, man? Refresh. It's there.
Oh.
I mean, I went on
Maybe
the website.
it might be just an error.
It says browser working, Los Angeles Cloudflare working. The host is giving an error.
It might be an error. You never know.
UCLA Radio News is up still.
Because that would be, I feel like, way so fucking insane to do. I feel like they wouldn't go that far, dude.
Why is it?
It is there. It isn't there. I just only got a cache version.
It's
from
up.
Cloudflare.
Click on the actual
No.
article.
Well, just wait.
I get the error now, but it works. Well, I'm trying and it's not letting me get in, but maybe other people are able to get in.
That's one you have to wait on.
Likely a CDN error. Your regional area might have it offline. People are saying it's back up, but it's not up for me. I'm literally refreshing right in front of you. You're probably seeing an archived copy.
Yes,
You're
it's
probably
likely cache.
having Cloudflare show an archived copy of the website. Okay? Here.
That's
Look.
fucking insane. What did I
It
need
works,
to
but
do?
it says the website dailybruin.com is currently offline. Cloudflare's always online shows a snapshot of the web page from the Internet Archive's Wayback Machine. So if you are able to see the website, you are seeing an archived version of the website before
Lobster,
it was taken down.
carrot.
Okay? Go to the website, not a linked article. I'm going to fucking lose my goddamn mind. I'm literally clicking in front of... Look at the stream. Use your eyes. I am going to dailybruin.com. And people are like, no, dude, don't go to an archive page.
Oh my god, people don't know how to fucking listen, dude. What is a link card? Valley.
There could be a number of different reasons as to why they've taken down the Bruin website.
Winter only, okay.
It is rather weird that they have, though.
This rabbit's feet. Go. I'm gonna give that away too. I really need to organize all of this. Oh, I can read this.
Down for everybody or just me? It's not just you. DailyBruin.com is down. There you go. Is that good? Is that helpful? I know that you will probably see an archive website and still come in here to tell me that it's actually still up. Okay? Because you saw fucking way back. No, it's not getting DDoSed. If it got DDoSed, there would be a different a different issue. It's being taken out by the host. This man with the red bandana was one of the main agitators. Oh, can anyone identify this man at UCLA? He assaulted a student at the encampment.
Oh my god.
NPC, no place in this world. Fuck you.
Pussy NPC.
Fuck you.
We just see to any.
Why are you out here by yourself? Walk behind the fucking. Oh no! Hey, stop!
How brave are these fucking limp dick, cowardly fascist thugs
Oh my god.
to beat on a single fucking pro-Palestinian student that's trying to fucking fix the goddamn barricade. Worthless fucking scumbags.
Stop!
Internet sleuths found out that man and he's a healthcare worker in Israel. Are you serious?
I need MHUD to confirm that.
Yeah, they're like NPC pussy. Yeah, you on the other hand, you're fucking brave. They're back at UCLA. Please watch. What do you mean?
Oh, sick.
Oh, this is live. Yeah, this is nothing. Chatter. This will get minimal coverage? No, it won't. And it's not. It's actually getting not minimal coverage, but a decent amount of coverage, at least on LA Times. As I showed you, UCLA cancels classes after counter-protesters violently attacked pro-Palestinian camp. There's no uncertainty here. Okay? This is very clear-cut.
Oh, gosh.
Very clear-cut. They're just straight up fucking saying that the pro-Palestinian camp was violently attacked by counter-protesters, and they are in the fucking wrong. The reason why they're doing this, the reason why they're openly showcasing this is because this is beyond the pale, okay? It's beyond the fucking pale. It is such an obvious instance. It is such an obvious, gross Nazi fucking action against peaceful demonstrators that even the LA Times is not going to cover it with uncertainty.
Don't say it here. You don't need to say it here, Lily.
Other national dick riders of Israel, like the New York Times, will still fucking say, police officers respond as clashes erupt at UCLA encampment. The university called in law enforcement officers to help after horrific acts of violence occurred on campus Tuesday night, an official said. Violence broke out as counter-protesters attempted to pull down barricades at a pro-Palestinian encampment. Violence didn't break out. They brought the violence. They were being violent. Oh, editors. UCLA is complicit in violence injected upon protesters, failed to protect students by the editorial board of the Daily Bruin. This was the article that UCLA is censoring. by the Daily Bruin editorial board. Here it is. Here's I downloaded the article. It began with ear-piercing screams of wailing babies loudly emitting from speakers. Counter-protesters tearing down the barricades, laser pointers flashing into the encampment, people in masks waving strobe lights, tear gas, pepper spray, violent beatings. Fireworks sparked at the border of the encampment, raining down on tents and the individuals inside. At around 5 p.m. yesterday, Chancellor Jean Block sent an email to the UCLA student body claiming the security presence of the area had been increased. That was not visible in the midst of the escalating violence. And even with the security present, there was no mediation far into the night. UC President Michael Drake expressed support for Block's decision to declare the encampment unlawful Tuesday evening, adding that action was needed when the safety of students was being threatened. And yet, in spite of official statements from the university and the UC, we witness little being done on the university's part to ensure the protection of students who exercise their rights. Mary Osako, Vice Chancellor of UCLA Strategic Communications, released a statement at 12:40 a.m., acknowledging the violence, adding that the fire department and medical personnel were involved. This came after a source in the encampment told the Daily Bruin that at least 5 protesters have been injured. Wait, hold on. I got to get March. I'm trying to see if we can go there, and I'm trying to see if we can get microphones this time so there's like better sound.
Oh my goodness.
Also, I posted this earlier today. In America, if you don't say you love Israel, either the police will beat you directly or they'll wait around and watch as fascist gangs do it on behalf of the state.
I'm waiting to get a lucky ring.
Hey, okay, when random motherfuckers come on campus to beat up students, but when students bring people, that's a no-no. No, it's no, obviously I'm not gonna fucking randomly go there. If I go there, it will be with the students. And we're currently working on it. But I will show you the CNN propaganda after I show you what the students have been trying to fucking communicate to the public, and that the university took this down. We are sickened by this senseless violence, and it must end, Osako said. This came after a source in the encampment told the Daily Bruin that at least 5 protesters have been injured, but for hours, UCLA administration stood by and watched as the violence escalated. LAPD did not arrive on scene until slightly after 1 a.m. Once Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass sent them in assistance at Block's request. Daily Bruin reporters on the scene were slapped and indirectly sprayed with irritants. Despite also being students, they were offered no protection. The world is watching. As helicopters fly over Royce Hall, we have a question. Will someone have to die on our campus tonight for you to intervene, Gene Block? The blood would be on your hands. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, the police did not fucking intervene or interfere as Zionist thugs marched into campus and did whatever the fuck they wanted to.
It is a self-report.
Statement from the besieged UCLA Palestine Solidarity encampment. The only means of protection we had was each other. We keep us safe. The university's hypocrisy is all too apparent. The university would rather see us dead than divest. Call on UCLA to disclose, divest, and end the silence.
Milkshake brings all the boys who they are, but there turns out the boys are fascist.
Despite the danger, we refuse to engage standing by the principles of our encampment, self-defense. For all the school's pretense of student safety, we have experienced an unprecedented amount of violence and hatred while they stood by. The university's hypocrisy all too apparent as signs of this escalation were reported. Now, let me tell you something. Remember, I am reminded of the MLK video that friend of the show, Johnny Harris, made, where he said that the images of police brutally cracking down on civil protesters in the civil rights movement caused many in the United States of America to really question their loyalty to white supremacy, and we magically actually eviscerated racism in this country as a consequence of that. Does that feel true to you right now in this very moment? Earthquake in LA? I didn't feel it. Or am I? Racism has not been eviscerated, my man. I never said it was. I guess I missed it.
I just felt the earthquake. Oh.
Amit Romem from Israel?
Hope it's not.
Wait, that dude is actually a fucking Israeli? Yo.
Jesus Christ.
Ain't no way, dude. That's crazy. This motherfucker left Israel, came to 4.3 near Corona. Yeah, I didn't feel it. Ain't no fucking way this dude was like, yeah, no, I got the smoke for American pro-Palestinians as well. No shot. I don't know if that's real or not.
Okay.
No, I don't know if that's real. It's probably a fucking it's probably a fake name to bait people. There's like a bunch of fucking dipshits out there. I don't believe that shit.
I trust the Sun on this because like there's gonna be a lot of misinfo.
It's a Zionist joke. It's some slur.
Oh gosh.
Oh, there you go.
NPC, no place in this world.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. It was literally to try and paint. That's bait, and it's trying to paint like these protesters as anti-Semitic by claiming that that was that person. Never fall for it.
Anyway.
Prime example.
So now that you saw all this, let's take a look at what the here. Let's watch this really quickly too. Now that you've seen all this,
to come out on that, Liddy. Hassan knows. I trust Hassan on these sorts of things. And I feel like he would.
It's a fake name. It's a slur against gay people in Hebrew. Just Zionist trolling.
We'll wait for the official reporting. Press are all over this. They are going to find out who these people are, very likely. Okay, what did I need to make?
Aerial video shows security officers just watching from afar.
Need to go get a
not doing the one fucking thing that they were tasked with doing, which is protecting the students. Okay? There's an old lady, a pro-Palestinian old lady that they're trying to rip the fucking barricade off of. And the fucking counter-protesters are screaming, "You have no chance, old lady." The IDF bravado towards children and the elderly rearing its head on U.S. college campuses. It's great. "You stand no chance, old lady. We will fuck you up, old lady. We love beating on old ladies. What do you mean? We're here to defend Israel. Of course we're going to do some Israel shit." Anyway, so let's hear what our beautiful, brave, bold, progressive beacon of justice in the world, Democratic administration had to say about all this.
I'm wondering if the White House has any response to the reports of violent clashes on UCLA's campus last night, that there was a group of counter-protesters that tried to forcibly dismantle the pro-Palestine encampment.
Wait, check out the LA Times headline now, much more ambiguous. No. Dude, are you serious?
Holy fuck, dude.
Well,
we're watching the consent be manufactured by...
Yeah. Everybody. right
I just
before your
pre-watched
eyes.
Hassan. I was just about to say it. Right, consent manufactured right before your eyes. I was literally
After
about
violent
to say
protests at UCLA, UC president launches an investigation into response. After violent protests at UCLA, I wonder how that happened. I hope somebody clipped that.
I mean, it's still in the VOD, so you know, someone would go back and clip it. Good thing you could do to help Hassan. Go find the clip where he showed that article, and I'll send it to him in chat if you can't see your link.
The pro-Palestine encampment.
Oh, there we
Wait,
go.
check out the LA Times headline now. Much
No,
more
never mind. There we go.
ambiguous. No,
You don't need to.
look at that. It went from UCLA cancels class after counter protesters violently attack pro-Palestinian camp to no. Dude, are you serious? Well, consent is manufactured, everybody.
No, that's the.
There you go.
People are sending him the wrong clip, though.
In real time.
Oh.
In
did he
fucking
refresh
4K.
the page? Did he refresh the
In
page?
real
Is that what
time.
happened? Oh yeah, you okay? I wasn't watching. I was playing Stardew. Holy fuck, dude! All right, I need to get a lot of copper.
Hold on. I'm going to post it.
Oh my god, he brought another side table. This motherfucker only brings side tables. You just got a side table.
The House passed the anti-Semitism bill.
Holy fuck.
House has passed the anti-Semitism bill to expand definition. Nice. I did. I added LA Times. Check out the LA Times headline now. Much more ambiguous. No. Dude, are you serious? Well, consent is manufactured, everybody, right before your eyes. After violent Do you read any newspaper regularly? I read all newspapers regularly.
And the clash that resulted afterwards.
So look, what I can say more broadly, any form of violence, we are going to denounce, we're going to call out violent rhetoric, any type of
is there gonna be a but?
violence.
How is there a hater comment 5 seconds after you just tweeted? Yeah, they're fucking dedicated, man. They're fucking committed, dude. They're
Hey, watch Andy.
committed.
Let's see if there are two.
So
fish in
many.
there.
The Morning Joe Clips community note got removed. Wait, what? Why did
What?
they remove the community note stating that these are chains that are readily available by the campus safety?
That's insane that got removed, dude. What the fuck?
That's crazy.
Okay. What should I do?
We haven't even covered that yet. We'll talk about it in a second.
We have to call out. That doesn't change anything. We're going to continue to do that.
Thanks for calling out the violence. Who's doing the violence? We're just gonna call out the violence. Anyway.
Stay safe, okay?
Let's talk about Dana Bash's psychopathic fucking propaganda here. Okay? Claiming that at the top of the hour there isn't a 3-minute ad break.
Maybe I have a pearl.
Which there is, for the record. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, for the record, for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Oh, let's go get more of these. So
Are we still yelling at you about Cuba? No, I put my information down.
Okay. I'm really angry. You've been doing okay, nothing for me. I've been playing Genshin. Alright, stay safe, Yubi.
Destruction, violence, and hate on
you know what I
college
messaged you.
campuses across the country.
How much you want to bet she's not talking about fucking the destruction, violence, and hate that pro-Palestinian students are subjected to on a regular fucking basis?
I saw you say in Hassan's chat that you wanted to fly out sooner, but it was too expensive. If that's something you want to do, just let me know. We can help you, okay? I do not want... If there's anything in my power that I can do to help, I will. All you need to do is ask, okay?
Campus police used chemical irritant munitions to remove protesters. Around the same time,
just don't be afraid to because sometimes like asking for support in Hassan's community at the moment there's a lot. I'm gonna take it one day at a time. Play Genshin Impact, alright?
Even a scooter.
Play your Genshin Impact,
the NYPD
just chill,
was
okay?
able to clear Columbia University after protesters barricaded themselves inside a campus building. 300 people were arrested at Columbia and City College of New York. But it is unclear how many were actually students. New York City Mayor
all you want,
Eric
that's
Adams
what makes you
warned
happy
this
in
morning
Genshin,
that
okay? I
professional
don't...
outside agitators are getting involved.
There is a movement to radicalize young people, and I'm not going to wait until it's done and all of a sudden acknowledge the existence of it. This is a global problem that young people are being influenced by those who are professionals at radicalizing our children.
Shut the
I'm
fuck
not
up.
going to allow that to happen as the mayor of the city of New York.
Many of these protests started peacefully with legitimate questions about the war.
Motherfucker.
But in many cases, they lost the plot.
Yeah, totally. They asked too many questions about the war, and we don't like that.
They're calling for a ceasefire. Well, there was a ceasefire on October 6th, the day.
Oh my god, I fucking hate her so much. God, these people are such fucking freaks, dude.
Before Hamas terrorists brutally murdered more than 1,000 people inside Israel and took hundreds more as hostages.
I'm wondering, as I'm watching Fox News right now, they are using the footage of the fireworks set off by counter-protesters and saying it came from the encampment. What the fuck do you do to defend against that? I mean, just show them the footage. I don't know. I don't know what else to say other than the fact that it is a lie. You can fucking literally see it. You can see all of it in broad daylight. Well, not broad daylight, at night, but still. You can literally see it.
This hour, I'll speak to an American-Israeli family whose son is still held captive by Hamas since that horrifying day that brought us to this moment.
There was no ceasefire on October 6th, dumbass. That ceasefire was still destroying Palestinian lives. It's not a real ceasefire under an apartheid regime.
You don't hear the pro-Palestinian protesters talking about that. We will. Now, protesting the way these...
You don't hear Palestinians talking about that. We will. Shut the fuck up. Oh, so brave. Thank you.
Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister is prosecuting the retaliatory war against Hamas is one thing. Making Jewish students feel unsafe at their own schools is unacceptable, and it is happening way too much
Bro,
I need to
this
make
is
the
literally
Statue of
mental
Blessing.
illness in display, okay? You are just fucking hallucinating at this point.
I forgot about
You
that.
fucking psychopathic fascist demon, you. Holy shit. You can actually criticize Israel, but not in the way that you know, you can actually criticize Israel, but please don't criticize Israel too much, because then, you know, the police should kill you.
I'm a UCLA student. I deserve to go here.
Oh, and then she plays the fucking clip from the dumbass fail son actor wearing the fucking IDF shirt every goddamn day, being like, oh, I can't go to class. Isn't that funny? Whenever Zionists say Pallywood, they love doing Pallywood. They actually love manufacturing victimhood while simultaneously using that manufactured victimhood to destroy Palestinian lives and destroy the lives of those who dare defend Palestinian lives.
Okay, let's see where the other ones are.
It's great, man.
Pay tuition. This is our school, and they're not letting me walk in. My class is over there. I want to use that entrance. Why can't I go? Will you let me go in? This could be over in a second. Just let me and my friends go
Fucking
in.
bullshit.
Bro, just shut the fuck up. You
Yeah.
can use a different entrance. Like that. He wants to use that entrance specifically.
It's wild that CNN, like, do you think CNN doesn't have enough producers or editors or actual journalists to see exactly what the fuck is going on there? Do you think I have some secret superpower where I can see things that they cannot? No. Okay. It's not like I'm more capable than they are. It's just that I'm honest. And they're not. They're dishonest. She's holding back tears. She's
Again,
so...
what you just saw is 2024 in Los Angeles.
Shut the fuck up, you fucking freak. God damn it. Here's another wonderful CNN.
Hold on, let me just see where I can get the rest of the...
What? These protests are literally just trying to get a soundbite to go viral and seem like a martyr for zero effort. Like, sir, people's families and wives are up in the air. Nobody cares about this guy guzzling buckets of cum on camera by saying he can't walk to class. Yeah, I mean, that is precisely what that dude is doing. He's literally a fucking TikToker, I think. They're literally, and it works because the media does. The media does literally take that one snapshot and go, see, they're telling Jews they can't go to class. It's not true at all. It's complete bullshit. He's trying to walk into the encampment, and he has been for fucking 4 days, 5 days now. CNN, of course, doesn't give a shit about the context. We've seen it. What is this? Lauren Boebert attempts to rip down Palestinian flag that was draped over George Washington statue at the GWU campus.
You have a lot of money from running your chest farm, Saudi Valley? I do. I'm gonna make more though. Everything's still in progress. We're gonna have wine going in the bar.
Excuse me, that's up there. Excuse me.
Fucking dumb bitch.
Yes, this
Fuck
is private
you.
property. This is America, and that shit needs to come down.
This is America.
Did I do all of these?
Excuse me. Weak ass.
This is private property.
Unfortunately, Lauren Boebert was not allowed to bring her pedophile husband on campus because there are children present. This is why she's alone, surrounded by security and other congresspersons, but her pedophile husband was not allowed because he is not allowed to be within a 10-mile vicinity of a place of learning where children go.
I think
Are you a student here?
I'm on faculty here.
Then climb up there and get that down. Wait, the flag is personal property.
I thought her arms would be stronger with all the hand jobs she was given in movie theaters. Nope. All that forearm grip strength didn't come into use here.
The statue is not. Get it down.
Get it down.
It's personal property. I'll stay here.
Zionists always demonstrate phenomenal arrogance and act like they own the fucking place, no matter what.
Oh yeah, Israel doesn't give a fuck about the hostages. Like
Yeah,
literally,
I
there
saw
are
her
protests
fucking
happening in Israel
brilliant
right
take.
now.
Friend of the show, Jabri, owned her as well. I got a strange inkling that all these Columbia and UCLA students running around yelling "Free Palestine" would not be jumping at the opportunity to do a semester abroad in Gaza. To which Jay Aubrey and many others correctly pointed out, that's impossible to do because Israel destroyed all the fucking universities in Gaza.
Huh. Yeah.
Literally every quote tweet.
I'm trying to think what more I should be.
This one's good. You claim to be against murder and yet you do not wish to be murdered. Curious. This is obviously a joke, but unironically, this is like how debate lords are. This is how they carry themselves, like, regularly.
True.
You think liberals would feel weird that they are on the same page with Boebert of all people? Yeah. How does that work? Because liberals love negatively polarizing themselves. They have no fucking real values, right? And the only time they decide that they're against something is when they see a bunch of the dumbest fucking psychopathic rabid Republican reactionaries pushing that exact same narrative. So you would think that liberals be looking at the situation and going, yeah, actually, I've realized maybe I was in the wrong here. But nope. Yeah. Oh, you think the fire department should put out the burning building? Well, why don't you go take a nap in the burning building if you love it so much? The House votes 320 to 91 as we're talking, by the way, to urge the Department of Education to codify criticism of Israel as unlawful anti-Semitism.
Who's this guy?
Oh, that's awesome. Marjorie Taylor Greene said, anti-Semitism is wrong, but I will not be voting for the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act today that could convict Christians of anti-Semitism for believing the gospel that says Jesus was handed over to Herod to be crucified by the Jews. Read the bill text and contemporary examples of anti-Semitism, like number 9.
So I need to help the guy in the field. Alright. Go back. Come back tomorrow.
So I can say fuck America, but I can't criticize the Zionist regime. Nice. Yeah. Liberals like you, Hassan, let's be honest for a second. Let's get serious. Liberals like you, Hassan, law, since when do you care?
Oh my god, shut the
About
fuck up.
what in particular do you think you are criticizing
fucking
here?
wreckers, dude. Hassan has literally been like
Wait, let's look at number 10. Drawing
Openly.
comparisons of contemporary Israeli policy to
like,
that
ever
of the
since he's
Nazis.
been a political commentator,
Well,
he's
there
done
you
this
go.
shit.
I'm doing an anti-Semitism. Holding Jews collectively responsible for the actions of the state of Israel. Wait, what? Wait, what?
I want to see
Bro,
more chart-coded.
hold up. I thought Israel was the representative of
I
Judaism.
don't think so.
Wait,
I think that's,
hold on. This is number
I think
11
that is leftist.
openly dictates that anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. Great. Okay. Seems to me like this is a little bit conflicting. Because number 11, holding Jews collectively responsible for the actions of the state of Israel, that is anti-Semitic. Objectively so. Except
have
that's
enough
exactly what
fiber and
Israel
stone.
says all the time. Accusing the Jews as a people
Goes to
or
mine
Israel as
tomorrow.
a state of inventing or exaggerating the Holocaust, That's also anti-Semitic, true. Accusing Jewish citizens of being more loyal to Israel or the alleged priorities of Jews worldwide than to the interests of their own nations, also anti-Semitic, true. Denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination, e.g. by claiming the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor. Are you fucking kidding me? You can't say Israel is racist, bro. If you go to the West Bank as a Christian or as a Muslim and have like a 16-year-old settler spit on you, and then you turn around and go, "Hey man, that's kind of racist." Well, there you go. Pack it up, dude. You're being anti-Semitic right now. You have to eat that spit. Hassan is now an anti-Semite by law. Yeah, it turns out there was a good reason for me to be declared anti-Semite of the week. So don't equate Jews to Israel, but saying anything about Israel is anti-Semitic. Yeah, obviously, Israel's actions are completely... Literally replace Israel in that sentence with any other country. People look at you like you have three eyes. Yeah. For example, if you changed Israel to Saudi Arabia... Okay. If you changed the state of Israel to the state of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, okay, and then changed Judaism to Islam, literally everyone would be like, shut the fuck up. What are you saying? Shut the fuck up. You would not find... I don't even think you'd find Saudi Arabians who love the fucking kingdom to accept that. It's ironic because here's a fucking rabid anti-Semite. Are you ready for this? Where is it? Letter to the New York Times, New Palestine Party, visit of Menachem Begin and the aims of the political movement discussed. It was Einstein who literally fucking compared the actions of the early terror cells to the actions of fascists. Okay? Which, of course, fill out the paperwork to go to Cuba, you charlatan. I did. I already did. Shut the fuck up. Einstein warns against partition as leading to narrow nationalism. April 19th, 1938. Albert Einstein, Professor Albert Einstein, last night opposed a proposed partition of Palestine as against Jewish spirituality and as leading to narrow nationalism. He addressed 3,000 Laborite Zionists who crowded the Hotel Astor's Grand Ballroom, far beyond capacity of a sixth annual Third Seder of the National Labor Committee for Palestine. Speaking in German, Dr. Einstein declared he would much rather see a reasonable agreement with the Arabs on the basis of living together. He urged that if the Jews are forced to accept partition, they bear it in the knowledge that it will be in contrast to our nature. The Laborites, who had given noted scientists a thunderous 3-minute ovation as he arose to speak, applauded him somewhat less enthusiastically when he had concluded. Many in the audience, not knowing German, did not understand the address, and no translation was read. Other speakers were Herbert Morrison, chairman of the London Country Council, who urged the British government to restore the absorptive capacity principle of Palestine immigration. Maurice Feinstein, secretary of the United Hebrew Trades. David Pinsky, president of the Jewish National Workers Alliance. Goldie Meyerson of the Palestine Histadrut. Isaac Hamlin, secretary of the National Labor Committee for Palestine. It's weird that all of these Jewish orgs and early Zionist orgs were... Some of them just use the term Palestine? What's that about?
More of these. Oh, there's so much stuff to do.
Yeah, Einstein, more like Hamasstein. Exactly. The early part of Professor Einstein's address dealt with anti-Semitism. He declared that we shall survive this period of oppression no matter how heavy a loss of life it may bring.
That's
a community
that's
like
sick.
ours, which is a community purely by reason of
Thank
tradition,
you.
can only be strengthened by pressure from without.
Wait, hold on. I
For
need to
today, every
load.
Jew
Yeah,
feels
there we go.
that
Sorry.
to be a Jew
My
means to bear
picture's
serious
hanging over chat
responsibility,
window. Sorry,
not
you see,
only
like,
to
the
his own
bottom
community, but also towards humanity.
Okay.
Coming to the subject of Palestine, he praised the accomplishments of Jewish pioneers despite the fanatical Arab uprisings. He paid tribute to the solidarity and confidence of the Palestine Jews. The disorders he charged were fomented by those interested in embarrassing not only the Jews, but particularly Great Britain. On the subject of partition, he asserted, I would much rather see a reasonable agreement with the Arabs on the basis of living together than the creation of a Jewish state. This would be considered an anti-Semitic act now. This is an anti-Semitic
It's insane
anti-Semitic statement.
that like still everyone
according to Zionists.
after all of this, like we're not seeing any, like we are seeing cracking, but still so much unity in like the American Congress in pro-Israel statement after everything, and it's just so revealing. I didn't mean to go here. It is like there is no one, like there are a few good people, but the rest of them are all fucking ghouls, dude. They don't care.
But I mean,
it blows my
Okay.
mind. Because it's the fascism they
apart
created,
from
they need to
practical
defend.
considerations, he said, my awareness of the essential nature of Judaism resists the idea of a Jewish state with borders, an army, and a measure of temporal power, no matter how modest. I'm afraid of the inner damage Judaism will sustain, especially from the development of a narrow nationalism within our ranks, against which we have already had to fight strongly, even without a Jewish state. We are no longer Jews of the Maccabean period. A return to a nation in the political sense of the world would be equivalent of turning away from the spiritualization of our community, which we owe to the genius of our prophets. And if external necessity should, after all, compel us to assume this burden, let us bear it in the knowledge that it will be in contrast to our nature. Who is this guy? Seems smart. Yeah, he was a pretty smart guy, you could say. You know, socialist
too.
smart guy.
Bro, I'm on the Hassan prediction today.
Definitely
Okay.
had enough foresight to warn against, you know, these sorts of things happening.
The hive mind is real.
Condemning violence in our community from the UCLA chancellor.
Good morning to all of you. Some pretty stunning images coming to us overnight, Evan. We also are just learning at this hour that banners have been hung from the hall. They read Hind's Hall and Intifada. Hind is a reference to a woman who was killed in Gaza.
Oh, we can't do the paleontologist right now.
Intifada, of course, a reference to uprising,
It was a child,
violent struggles that
a
Palestinians
6-year-old.
have had over the years against Israel.
Woman.
Yes,
CNN's
I'll take
Casey
Robin
Hunt
Hood's
referring
right
to
now.
6-year-old Hind Rajab, a woman killed in Gaza.
He was 6, yeah.
Nice, man. Come on, guys. Come on, please. What are we fucking doing here? "6 years old, man." Anyway, new. Israel warned the Biden administration, this is from 4 hours ago from Barak Ravid. Israel warned the Biden administration that if the International Criminal Court issues arrest warrants against Israeli leaders, it will take retaliatory steps against the Palestinian Authority that could lead to its collapse. Here's Prem Tekker's
It's like, yeah, no, we're gonna punish
Israel is blackmailing America, its largest funder, supposedly the world superpower, to make it stop an international court from holding Israel accountable for war crimes, all by threatening to hurt the people it's accused of committing war crimes against even more.
Let me see if there's anything I can get here.
Nice. Thanks, guys. Well, can't do anything about it. Anyway, here's some more footage from the... Oh, my God. From what the fucking... from what the Zionist counter-protesters were doing.
Hey, chill, don't, bro. Hey, chill.
Pig. They keep fucking pepper spraying themselves too. So happy. Counter-protesters are in full brawl with pro-Palestinian demonstrators at UCLA. Some counter-protesters have been using sticks to try to strike the hands of demonstrators holding the fence. Both sides use pepper spray in exchanges. No police in sight. Doing anything to the Palestinian Authority would be cutting off their nose despite their face. It'd be harmful to Israel in the long term to do something like that. Yeah. But it's not shocking that Israel would literally fucking neuter its own security apparatus that it uses that is sick against the Palestinian population in the occupied West Bank. That would not be the last time that Israel has done such a thing. That's classic
it is just so
Israel
insane
behavior.
how they're basically just
it
saying,
would literally embolden.
no, we're going to do
It would
apartheid
literally
harder.
embolden infinitely more radical groups to take control over the power vacuum that they've created. So that they can turn around and be like, see, it's just like Gaza. It's just like Gaza. We have to kill all the people in the West Bank too. Moving away from a slow burn of serialized pogroms directly to direct ethnic cleansing, like the form that you see in Gaza.
Do I have to get this one? I'm sorry if you find this stuff distressing, chat. It distresses me too. Feel free to like turn off the stream. This stuff really freaks me out. But I want to watch it.
Kind of insane how peaceful it was when you were there, and now it's an attack on them, and they were so nice. Like, what a night and day difference from the agitators. Yeah, and if you notice, even amidst all of these attacks, they are still keeping their fucking cool. They're still demonstrating discipline. They're not fucking retaliating. They're simply sitting in a defensive posture.
That's right, motherfucker!
What a lesson this teaches, by the way. If the university capitulates to these rabid fascist freaks, these Zionist counter-protesters, you're basically giving the go-ahead for any and every paramilitant group around the nation to go and beat on these pro-Palestinian students, Christo-fascists and Zionist fascists alike, Zionist Christo-fascists and Jewish Zionist fascists alike, to basically give them the go-ahead that police are not going to defend these encampments that are peaceful, and that you can go in, and if you beat them up, then we'll say, sorry, too violent for us, and take it down ourselves. Dude yelling into the megaphone is currently screeching the most important prayer in Judaism, the Shema. Translation, Hear, O Israel, the Lord is our God, the Lord is one. Counter-protesters at UCLA descended on pro-Palestinian demonstrations to fight and tear down the encampment. It's full-on brawl. Men are walking towards the fence trying to tear it down. Counter-protesters are throwing things at them, including glass bottles in some cases. Real good guy behavior, bro. Real good guy behavior. Shocking to me to see the the defenders of genocide behaving in such animalistic ways here.
Oh my god.
This was last night at UCLA campus, which the LA Times correctly titled "Violent Counter-Protesters stormed the UCLA pro-Palestine anti-genocide
and also
encampment."
that would make it so much
Then they changed that
worse.
title because it was too good.
It's already against you.
And they changed it to "After violent protests at UCLA, UC president launches investigation into response." Phenomenal edit. The NYPD just posted a highly edited propaganda video complete with over-the-top dramatic cinematic score about their raid on Columbia last night. It has to be seen to be believed. Oh, I can't wait to see this shit.
Oh my god, that's disgusting. Why are they doing that? Why are they fucking cutting?
The left are free Palestinian terrorist R words.
IDF cuts videos like
Nice,
this.
man.
What are you fucking doing?
You fucking owned them.
So I need to. Cops don't have constitutional duty to protect you. We learned that recently. Fucking insane, man.
No police in sight at UCLA as counter-protesters descend on pro-Palestinian protesters to fight them on campus. I've been for an hour now at UCLA watching this brawl. No police response of any kind. At least this fat fuck is getting his cardio in for the day.
Oh, constitutional duty. Yeah, that's what I meant. Like a responsibility. Yeah. It wasn't even overturned by skirts. It wasn't. It was just like they cleared up the law. Stay strong.
Counter demonstrators brawling the pro-Palestinian demonstrators at UCLA. No police in sight. It's past 1:30. This has been going on for an hour. The cops just stood idly by and watched these fucking fascist freaks for an hour and 30 minutes continuously try and fail to break into the fucking encampment. If the university does not offer unconditional support to this encampment,
exactly, robot lunatic,
and actually defend the encampment, what lessons will people learn? That you can get away with doing whatever kind of violent, illegal action as long as those in your crosshairs are pro-Palestinian students.
I'm so glad
okay
Hassan
to do this
exists,
kind of
dude.
thing.
Holy fuck.
Don't you think that
so
it's
important. He's
rather
so important
strange,
for the
by
young
the
American
way,
life, dude.
that CNN is still fucking running the line about how outside agitators are the reason why the NYPD had to storm Columbia? That there were outside agitators, maybe even a terrorist at Columbia University. The real outside agitators were and have always been the police and the Zionist counter protesters
Oh, yeah, I can cite
that do
those
not
clips,
go
you're
to
right,
that
thank
school.
you. I keep
Marksy
forgetting,
Marks, thank you
because
for the
it's
10
like
gifted
such a new
subs.
feature. Keeping these here. Eventually, we're gonna get a Junimo box so we can send it to our room, which will
Yeah,
have all
I
of our
hope the
things, but we'll keep
UAW
this
also
for now.
takes action for the record. Sean Fain said the UAW will never support the mass arrest or intimidation of those exercising their right to protest, strike, or speak out against injustice.
Thank God for
Our
the UAW.
union has
I
been
knew
calling
we'd
for a
say this.
ceasefire for 6 months. This war is wrong, and this response against students and academic workers, many of them UAW members, is wrong. We
Let's
call on the
fucking go,
powers
dude.
that be to release the students and employees who have been arrested. And if you can't take the outcry, stop supporting this war.
This is why unions are so important. It's amazing.
Do you think the Teamsters will get involved too? Probably not. I can't speak for the Teamsters in California, but Teamsters National, most likely not. Sean O'Brien is no Sean Fain. I will tell you that much.
City police clearing.
Do you think Johnny CIA will cover this? Yeah, 25 years later to talk about how wonderful the protesters were.
A Columbia University building that was seized by protesters. Dozens of officers arrived on campus late last night wearing riot gear. They used a ramp to get inside Hamilton Hall, which was occupied by protesters overnight on Monday. Video shows special police units entering the building through a second-story window, including our guest, who is with us now, who was first into the building. Officers say about 40 people were arrested there. The university released these images of the damage and vandalism inside Hamilton Hall. You can see overturned chairs and furniture, broken windows, and smashed panes of glass. In a statement, the university explains it made the decision to call the police after consulting with security experts and the Board of Trustees. It reads in part, quote, the decision to reach out to the NYPD.
Guys, they broke glass at Hamilton Hall to overtake it and turn it into Hind Hall. Which is why we had to send in the multi-million-dollar Gestapo to break every fucking window and every door inside of Hamilton Hall. Do you understand? Okay. And also violently arrest hundreds of students. Do you get why that narrative is so fucking stupid? Do you understand why that's fucking dumb as hell?
Was in response to the actions of the protesters, not the cause they are championing. We have made it clear that the life...
Oh, this tweet perfectly captures the moment. Yeah. Photo 1, NYPD lineup in dark navy shirts and light khaki pants before storming a building at Columbia tonight. Photo number 2, neo-Nazis in West Virginia like 3 days ago wearing dark navy shirts and light khaki pants. Yep.
Oh, I've already done that. Cool.
With the Confederate flags and everything. Yes, I know Dr. Phil is currently on campus, okay?
Dr. Phil? Oh, Hassan will probably get DMCA'd.
It might look like it's the same photo.
Or is it like actually Dr. Phil?
It's hard to spot the differences between the two photos because it is the same photo, but it actually is a different photo, just so you know. Counter protesters continue fighting in front of police as the police line up about 100 feet away. Yeah, the cops finally do show up, right? And what do they do when they show up? They're like, yeah, let's get them to just, you know, fight a little bit longer. Check this out. The woman labeled as the wife of a terrorist wife is the mother of a Vice and NPR journalist. This is so disgusting and racist, CNN. They're talking about my 63-year-old mother who lost over 200 members of her family in Gaza. She visited the encampment for 20 minutes and ate some hummus. Sources. Wife of an indicted terrorist was on Columbia's campus.
Oh my fucking god, that's disgusting. So insanely fucking racist, dude.
Yeah, except Lama Al-Arian, I don't know if you realize this, but like your mom wears a hijab. You know, that's enough.
Really?
She should have condemned the hummus, is what I think is the expectation, right? Instead of eating it. Oh.
Oh shit, hold on.
This is CNN, by the way, and not Fox News. You might be thinking, like, where is this coming from? This is some fucking unrestricted Islamophobia out of control. And from a media that is desperately trying to manufacture consent to violently destroy the student protesters and squash free speech on campuses. It's not from Fox. It's from CNN.
It is insanely evil.
Okay?
Oh, okay, you just do this.
Counter-protesters continue to fight pro-Palestinian demonstrators in full view of the police about 500 feet away. They arrived 27 minutes ago and have not intervened.
Okay, thank God I got one of those teeth now.
Counter-protesters at UCLA, this guy's crazy, continue to fight pro-Palestinian demonstrations in full force. I saw this video. Who arrived 30 minutes ago but have yet intervened. There have been dozens of minor injuries tonight, mostly pepper spray and melee wounds.
Melee wounds, dude.
That's sick, man. That's sick. That absolutely is a fucking... That person should never be able to fight ever again. That person is a trained fighter. And he should never be able to fight ever again. His face is fucking literally out in the open. Probably from that same fucking, probably friends with the same dudes that were there a couple days ago that were screaming the N-word at the pro-Palestinian protesters.
Yeah, don't use hope, chat. This is like, you know how it is.
Counter-protesters at UCLA are attacking the encampment in bursts in view of the police tearing down the fence and punching and throwing things each time. It has now been 40 minutes since the police has arrived. That's the high kick guy, by the way. Oops, hats off. Now we know how fucking bald you are, bitch.
Oh shit, I'm gonna die.
It says you stand no chance to the old lady. I have been here watching this for 2 hours like this. Wait, he posted it himself? Wait, there ain't no way he posted it himself. Tom Bibian is in this video. The moment we rushed the terrorist encampment last night at UCLA to take it apart. Wait.
Fucking insane, man.
Bro, why are these guys... Hey, look at that. Orthodox Jews for Palestine. Also, we love you, Hasanabi. Jewish Hasanabi heads at the encampment at GW, George Washington University. That's awesome. I love seeing that. You love to see it, folks. Dude, this arrogance will lead to their demise, okay? Listen. It doesn't feel like it. It doesn't feel like things will get better. It's always darkest before the dawn, okay? I'm telling you right now, their arrogance will lead to their demise.
Yes, 100%. You can't just, like, do this. You literally can't.
Yeah, law tip, everything that these counter protesters are doing are undoubtedly criminal acts in the state of California. Cops doing nothing is telling. Marksy Marks, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Exactly 1 hour after arriving at UCLA, police move in closer and counter protesters move away, leaving the encampment alone. Jackie Jean, thank you for the 5 gifted.
It would be nice to have a shortcut here. Oh, the Diamond Hunter.
Wait, did a Jewish 16-year-old get beaten by pro-Palestinian protesters? What are you saying? What?
Oh, and these boots are really good.
Brother, do you see? 1, do you see any 6-year-olds here? 2, do you see any of the pro-Palestinian protesters actually fucking doing anything violent? What is happening? Like, I haven't even seen... I don't even know where this propaganda comes from. Why the fuck would there be a 6-year-old there?
Oh, sick. Okay, we've got another one. 2 away.
Yeah, and last but not least, what kind of fucking drugs are you smoking on? Amitabh's Light. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. Is this it? This is where it's coming from? You conveniently failed to mention that the pro-Hamas thugs at UCLA had beaten up a Jewish girl unconscious, which prompted the response by Jewish students. Stop lying and playing the victim.
Happened.
Jewish girl at UCLA was surrounded by 5 people wearing keffiyehs and bludgeoned in the head while they stomped on her Israeli flag. She lost consciousness and her body went limp. She was carried and then sent to the ER. Wait, is this even at UCLA campus, this video? What the fuck? This is 23 likes, man.
That would have been reported on by the media immediately. Like... Fucking idiots.
Former advisor to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Jerusalem Post columnist, New York Mets fan, conservative. What is... I have no idea where this is from. Like, absolutely zero idea where this is fucking from. No, Visegrad posted it too. Yeah, all the fucking fascists. So wasn't it UCLA? I have no idea. I don't know where this is from. But what I do see is a girl on the ground surrounded by what I suspect are, oh yeah, it says Go Bruins. It is at UCLA. Surrounded by Zionist counter-protesters. And I do not see a single fucking keffiyeh or anything like that. Like, I don't even see a single fucking pro-Palestinian person in their vicinity.
Hurt in like by her own people.
It's been doing the rounds on Reddit with no backstory. All grifters are jumping on it without actual info. Hey Hassan, I love your streams, but why are you supporting pro-Palestinian protesters getting beaten on? They should just quit protesting. We already know the Zionists run America, therefore America will never stop funding Israel. We can speak about this. Yeah, dude, thank you. I love the guy being like, hey, listen, one of the most valid and one of the most robust protest movements sparked against the genocidal state of Israel is actually bad. Instead, we should talk about how Jews control the media on Twitch. Thanks, chatter. Yeah, no, that seems like to be a much more productive thing to do instead, is just like fucking screech about anti-Semitic nonsense.
Hi, Gooby.
I read elsewhere what actually happened was she tripped while holding a flag, but the story being spread is that she was beat up by protesters, even though there's none in sight. Yeah. First video here seems to show. I just left the UCLA protest where some pro-Israel counter-protesters have gathered today to oppose the student encampment. What I observed shows that the only violence and hatred taking place at these events being perpetrated by third parties and police trying to distract them from the legitimate and peaceful pro-Palestine student movement. I observed several incidents where unprovoked counter-protesters intentionally positioned themselves to verbally intimidate and harass a diverse group of pro-Palestinian protesters who were repeatedly trying to move away and avoid any conflict. The video below shows one of the pro-Israel supporters roaming on the pro-Palestinian side, harassing a group of Asian students and calling them rapists and terrorist worshippers. Another video below shows the Palestinian group moving back from the hostile group of people and setting up a human wall to protect themselves and de-escalate. The last video shows a few Israeli supporters attempting to break this wall. Finally, there was no police presence during the 3 hours I was there. The lack of police presence to subdue this insightful and hateful behavior by Israeli supporters is in stark contrast to the excessive shows of police. Takes a degree of investigative journalism to dissect their videos of anti-Semitism, but the 7-hour-long hate crime on pro-Palestinian supporters doesn't break through? Of course.
Be safe out there, chat.
It's wild to see hours and hours and hours of endless footage.
How many years into the game? This is my third year, so
it's
I'm
wild
like
to see hours and hours upon hours.
Wait, well, technically the second year. No, third year. So like
Zionist agitators going to a peaceful encampment and brutalizing the Palestinians there.
I played very slowly.
Screaming obscenities. Using fireworks, using pepper spray, bear mace, and the like for hours.
On first floor.
On
yeah,
end.
I love the new update.
To only turn around and be like, "Yo, actually, here's a 3-second video from a couple days ago
things running,
where I'm going to greatly massage the narrative that this person was brutally beaten down." Baba yine açıkları verir misin? Açıkları ver. Bunlar yeni.
I clearly need more things for Thunder. Holy moly, this all needs to be sorted. Oh my god, oh my god, we need a lot more.
Onları ver bitireyim.
Mostly fish. Oh, I love the fishing. It's great, dude.
It's just like, it's always the same shit. It's always the same fucking bullshit. Oh. We perceived someone even sneezing in our direction. This justifies a tremendous escalation of violence. Even if it is not fucking true. It doesn't matter. Our cause now, our pro-genocide What is cause, life like on Bitch is Island? just. I don't know. Ask your mom.
Thanks for the follow.
Bullshit.
Have a bed, stay strong. Yeah, I'm not going to be live for much longer. Either, like probably an hour.
On campus cannot be endlessly
But I'm still gonna be
interrupted by
watching.
protesters who violate the rules and the law. The university says it believes that the group that broke into the building was led by individuals who are not affiliated with Columbia. We want to ask about that. In total, police last night arrested around 230 people. They also cleared the encampment that had been up for about 2 weeks. Now the university is asking the NYPD to stay on campus until May 17th, which is just 2 days after Columbia's commencement. So a lot happening last night.
Quite a commentary. Columbia thinks it needs the NYPD there for a safe and orderly commencement. In a moment, we will speak with Deputy Commissioner of Public Information for the NYPD, Tariq Shepard. He was on the Bearcat you just saw officers using to enter Hamilton Hall last night. But first, we're joined live now by New York City Mayor Eric Adams. Mr. Mayor, good morning. Can you talk to the series of events yesterday that led Columbia to ask you and the NYPD to step in here and help out with the situation at Hamilton Hall? I know it was a last resort probably for you, but also for the university. What brought you there?
Really, the team, Commissioner Caban and his team, they were speaking with Columbia's representatives.
See, there's a reason why you only interview the police after a fucking insane escalation like this and not the fucking students. Because most of the students are not fond of the police presence on campus, even if they themselves are not exactly fond of the pro-Palestinian movement. Because they're like, well, what the fuck are you doing? Why did you bring the police to beat the shit out of our friends? Even if we don't agree with them, you probably still shouldn't be blocking off the fucking rest of campus and occupying it like we're a hostile entity here. But of course, the only students you will see on mainstream media will be those who are vetted carefully ahead of time that either are already affiliated with groups like Stand With Us or many other groups that have been funded by the Knesset with grants and whatnot. That's the only students you will fucking hear from in mainstream media. They never, ever show the actual fucking pro-Palestinian students, ever.
In leadership, as well as the other colleges, and it was clear after I was briefed probably 2 days ago the extent of the outside agitators, as Columbia University indicated in their letter to us, that we had to do something. And I really encouraged them to look at this for the safety of the students, for the facilities, and then after breaking into Hamilton Hall, I think that the leadership at the school realized that our concern was actually materializing, and we had to really move in for the safety of those children and do it in the right way. And I see the independent observers saw how the police department deploy and use precision tactics with minimum amount of force because these
did
minimum.
You did fucking kettle them so that they were not.
Just
they were
lying.
not in the
Just
sight
fucking
of
straight
the
lying, dude.
arrests because we saw that. We watched that happen last night. before moving into Hamilton Hall from the entry point from the courtyard, they literally fucking kettled every single media person there and also the legal observers into a different hall away from the site of the actual arrests. Doesn't really seem like there were independent observers there at all.
Support children to make sure that we could really eradicate the problem that we were seeing.
At what point, Mr. Mayor, did you and the NYPD
you mean the problem
view this
which
as something
was just,
more
like, free speech?
than a student-led protest? You mentioned the outside agitators. Columbia talked about them and their student. They said it became clear to them that it wasn't just students inside that building. At what point was it known to you that this was something more and that there were people who maybe had plans for worse than what some of the students were up to?
Well, I believe that when we started seeing footage and we were able to identify what was always my belief based on some of the organization and individuals, but once we were able to actually confirm that with our intelligence division, and one of the individuals, her husband, was arrested for and convicted for terrorism. On a federal level, once we were able to identify some of the other people, I knew that.
They're talking about a woman who visited the encampment for 20 minutes, a Palestinian woman. Okay, first of all, husband of a terrorist? Like, how many fucking degrees removed are we doing here? She also happens to be the mother of, as we found out, a Vice and NPR journalist. How insane. 4 days ago, a Palestinian woman went to the encampment. That's the only person that they could physically find to justify these actions. Dude. The woman herself is 68 years old.
Oh, like... You have to be so fucking cooked,
I highly
dude.
doubt that the dude that they're calling a terrorist is actually a fucking terrorist either, but even if he was, okay, it is a political designator regardless. The notion that, like, the woman herself is also guilty. What do you mean? So America is just letting in terrorists? America only lets in one kind of terrorist. Right-wing fascists into the country, okay?
There was no way I was going to allow those children to be exploited the way they were being exploited. And many people thought that this was
you never need to ask,
just a natural evolution of the protest.
I don't know people if they come in and plug shit,
these were
then I ban them.
professionals that were here, and I just want to send a clear message out
whatever you want.
that
you can plug your own channel if you stream.
there are people
you know
who
that.
are harmful and are trying to radicalize our children, and we cannot ignore this. That these outside influences, I don't know if they're international. I think we need to look into that as well. But there's an attempt to radicalize young people in this country.
That's where I want to turn to Deputy Commissioner Shepard about that, because as you told us when you were walking in, you were part of the operation last night. Tell us what you discovered along the way. I know you brought in a pretty staggering visual. And then
staggering visual, chat. Get ready. Get ready with a staggering visual, by the way.
What do we know about these outside agitators? Were they very connected with these students? Did they know each other? How did this turn out the way it did and culminate in such a... I mean, I'm glad it was peaceful, but how did it get to this point?
Right, so the first thing is, as the mayor just said, once we realized
that
and expected that the outside agitators would step in, we started to prepare for anything and the worst case scenarios, which is their job. They're not coming in to try and unify anybody or to actually protest. They're coming in to create discord.
Right. They really wanted that moment where police and they...
Bro, this is literally just Israel defense. They were asking for it. Sorry, we are an unstoppable force. Sorry, the NYPD is a tsunami. They were basically asking for it. That's great. Thank you. Thank you to the liberal journalists at the liberal institution that is MSNBC.
you know, had that interaction, and maybe there could be video of them being dragged off, and you know, and you guys did a pretty good job of containing.
Yeah, look at that. They were looking for the cops to beat on them. They were looking for the cops to beat the shit out of them. They were welcoming it, just like Hamas welcomes Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign, just so they can garner sympathy. Oh my God, it is the exact same parallel.
It inside the building and just walking them out. I'm sure that's not what the plan was.
Yeah, our cops did a phenomenal job last night of staying calm, organized, and really a precise operation last night.
I don't think this is going to hit in the way that they think it will, by the way. I don't think Americans are not like this.
This is not what students bring to school, okay? This is what professionals bring to campus.
No, people, they do anyway.
Turns out that is precisely what students bring to school. The bike lock is and was available for sale on campus via Columbia's Public Safety Department under their crime prevention discount bike, locker, and laptop lock program. This morning, this video actually had a community note. That community note was manually deleted.
Oh well.
Look at this.
This is the same chain.
Katie, look at this. This is an industrial.
Is this the same thing?
This is not.
Why was this full price? Oh, okay, so it's maybe just for previous things.
Because these are the locks that we cut off for the doors in Hamilton.
Were any outside agitators arrested at Columbia's Hamilton Hall?
I think Commissioner Weiner addressed that already.
No, they didn't.
For anyone in your like that's just a bike lock.
This is the same chain.
Katie, look at this. This is an industrial.
Is this the same thing?
You don't understand. These outside agitators.
Holy moly, thank you.
Save me! Okay, they are ninjas.
Holy moly.
So when the cops actually stormed the halls, they literally magically perished. They threw smoke bombs and escaped. So we could not arrest them. And then we only arrested the students. It happened to be that the hundreds of people that we arrested were all students. Using this Hamas chain.
Is Hamilton Hall?
I think Commissioner Weiner addressed that already.
No, they didn't. Were any arrests made of outside?
Are you asking me or you?
Yeah, I'm asking.
Commissioner Weiner said that there was a presence of outside agitators. We know that some were arrested, but we are not getting specific about yet.
How fucking condescending does that guy sound, by the way?
We still have to run names by Columbia, but we know that there were outside agitators inside Hamilton.
Okay, so they were arrested last night. Okay. Absolutely. Agitators arrested at Columbia's Hamilton Hall?
I think.
Oh, absolutely, he says. Okay. Okay, yeah, it's fine, dude.
NYPD did an amazing job arresting hundreds of college students to protect them from outside agitators, NYPD says. They've never dealt with a bike theft, so they don't know what a bike lock looks like. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fucking good one, dude. Oh,
there you go.
God.
Cops don't know what a bike lock looks like because they've never investigated a bike theft in their lives. Now, you see, if these outside agitators were playing Candy Crush on their fucking phones, the cops know exactly what that's about. Look at this deleted tweet by Ali Bauman. Oh, yeah. Breaking. New York City Hall sources tell me, CBS New York, she's a CBS New York reporter, by the way, evidence of the wife of a known terrorist with protesters on Columbia University campus.
They are outside agitators, and we actually found out who they are.
These are heavy industrial chains that were locked with bike locks.
Don't post any information
and this is what we encountered on every door inside of Hamilton Hall.
I don't want anybody
and so
getting
in order
banned
for our
here,
emergency services group
by
to
bad actors,
enter into the building, they had to first cut through these chains, but also get rid of debris and
making fun of the cop? Oh, okay.
Barricaded doors that were barricaded with refrigerators,
I thought you were
vending
talking about
machines,
the outside
chairs,
agitators,
you name it. They pushed
that they
it up
were
against
actually
those doors to try
confirming,
and
and they
stop us
have
from
found
coming in.
identities
But
for.
our
I didn't read
guys
your,
would not be stopped. They did a
message
fantastic
properly,
job of
Adethin,
entering
sorry.
into that location and taking people into custody without incident last night. They took about 40 to 50 people into custody.
All right, we need to make a lot of.
The funniest part is like the notion that even if they weren't bike locks, like even if they were
Right.
regular fucking chains, like the notion that students do not have the capacity to purchase these things is hilarious. Like, how is this evidence of anything?
It is insane.
I love the investigation. Like, I love how fucking stupid the NYPD is. That, like, their investigation is not even, like, offering circumstantial evidence. It's just like, here's what they used. It's readily available online and promoted by Campus Safety's very own website.
I'm gonna sell these potatoes.
No pushback by the media. The media welcomes it, by the way.
Custody inside of the lobby of Hamilton Hall last night.
So, Mr. Mayor, those 40 or 50 people that were taken into custody last night, what are they going to be charged with, and when are they going to be charged?
Well, it is a series of items. Number one, a form of burglary, trespassing, criminal mischief. Cameras were damaged. Methodologies that were used for typical actions like this, professionals use. Clearly, these children were trained on how to barricade location, what type of locks to be used. These.
Oh, he's such a fucking freak, dude.
What is he saying,
trained,
bro?
They were trained, Chad. Okay, let's see.
Bro, this is literally IDF shit. These children, you might think that these are just regular children, but if you look at it carefully, you'll notice that these are children of Hamas. That's right. These are children trained by the IRGC and Hamas. One might think that these are, you know, the children of upper middle class, professional, managerial class individuals. Turns out they were all sons of Hamas, but not the good kind. Not the good son of Hamas who spends all of his time talking about how Israel is awesome, but the bad kind.
What's going to be the easiest?
That's right. Ismail Haniyeh personally trained these children. I'm saying it. That's why we have to kill them.
All these methods we saw in our videos of the type of training that they were being issued.
Yeah, I wonder why American children know how to fucking barricade doors. Let's think about that real quick. I wonder why American children know what school supplies they use in an instance where, like, they have to barricade a door at a school. Do you think it's Hamas training? Or do you think they learn that at school, at fucking school shooting drills? I don't know. Who's to say, guys? I mean,
by these professionals. And so they're going to be charged with those crimes. And those who were on the lawn area, the goal is for those students, it would be summative offenses. But we want the schools across the city to be clear that the property of the schools are for the students, not for those who want to come in and be disruptive to our way of life.
Can I just clarify, the 40 to 50, are they people that you know to be professional agitators? You just referred to them as children. Are they students? So just...
Bro, it's so bad.
I found this.
It's
photo.
so bad that one of the fucking MSNBC was like, "You just said they're children."
Yeah. No, we've actually looked through the thing.
So we know how many of the people that you arrested last night were professional agitators who had no affiliation with Columbia University, and how many of them were students who are at Columbia University.
A great question, and we are sorting through that now. It has been indicated by Columbia when they reached out that the substantial number were outside influencers. When you look at the wearing all black, covering your faces completely, those methodologies, our intelligence division study this type of behavior across the globe. We just had a team that just returned from overseas looking at some of the methods that are being used.
Say it, bitch. He means Israel, by the way. Yeah. Our intelligence dictates that some of these students covered their faces, so they must be outside agitators.
Oh, we've got moss soup. We can make that. Who is a professional agitator? They're literally just saying that they're literally saying the students are Hamas.
With these actions, there's no coincidence that you're seeing these young people across the globe being trained with the same type of individuals, and that is our concern. It's more than just Columbia. It's more than what we saw at City College. This needs to be a clarion call for our country. These are our children, and we can't allow.
He's like, we need to do more of this everywhere around the nation. More of this, please. Yeah.
Okay, so we
guys,
did...
you don't understand. Hamas is an international institution at this point.
More times, basically.
They're everywhere and they're anywhere and everywhere.
Allow them to be radicalized like children are being radicalized across the globe.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams. Mr. Mayor, thanks so much for your time this morning. We really appreciate it. And Mr. Deputy Commissioner, in terms of physical resistance, once you got in the building, you talked about the barricades, you talked about the vending machines and the refrigerators. Did any of the people inside the building confront police physically? Were there any altercations?
There was very minimal confrontation once ESU decided that we were going to enter that building. They did have to deploy a distraction device on the first floor of Hamilton Hall. That made some of the resistors sort of retreat, and then ESU was able to push through, cut the chains.
Bro said distractor device. It's a flashbang. He's talking about a flashbang grenade. Bro said distraction device like it's a fucking toy. Like he dropped a squeaky toy and a bunch of puppies came running at it. Please explain. Please, someone ask, what do you mean by distraction device? Like, did you drop a fidget spinner on the ground? Is that what happened?
Deep.
Yes, they deployed flashbangs as a simple means of distracting. You know what radicalizes students? You know what I'm going to say. State violence. That's what radicalizes students. They're not getting radicalized at the Hamasabi broadcast, okay? The leading sponsor of these kinds of activities. They're not getting radicalized. Well, maybe they are getting radicalized against the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour, and sometimes I forget and run it at 18 minutes in. That's the most you're going to get radicalized against here at the top of the hour at the Hasanabi broadcast. Sponsored by Hamas, of course, the Al Qassam Brigade.
Let's see. I gather one egg.
What radicalizes students is getting fucking flashbanged and packed up.
Okay, it counts.
By a bunch of fucking Gestapo thugs.
Just wait for them to. We'll sell this.
Whose, tax dollars are funding their overtime for the crime of being anti-genocide. That's what radicalizes students. Here's some more students being radicalized. Breaking news, NYPD raids Fordham University encampment. Tents can be seen thrown around inside the occupied lobby. Attempts were made to block the view of the raid from people outside.
It radicalizes students' parents.
Get through the debris, and then we took them into custody without incident.
So no injuries last night?
No injuries as of now. We're still sorting through all of the prisoners that we took into custody, but as of now, what we saw was just a calm, precise operation. ESU did a phenomenal job last night based on what they were dealing with.
Yeah.
As we said a minute ago, Columbia has asked you all to stay on campus through graduation and even a couple of days after. How do you envision the NYPD presence now for the next several weeks?
I want you to understand something. If they do end up finding one dude who's like an alumni or one dude who's not like a fucking college student, that still doesn't justify the actions. I also need you to understand that as well. Like, it is so fucking unimaginably stupid. Like, the fact that they think they get away with martial law.
What is life like
because
on
the
Bitch
school
Island?
believes
I don't know,
that there's
ask your
like
mom.
outside agitators.
Thanks for the follow. 450. Oh, I need a melon. I don't have melons. Okay, we'll see.
Columbia may have arrested those some of them professionals last night, but there will still be protests, not just on campus, but in the area.
This is a serious
warning to all U.S.
So the police commissioner and the mayor will stay in constant contact with Columbia. However, we're partners in this. We don't want to see this return to what it was last night or before. However, Columbia does have to take some onus and make sure they secure their campus, but we will be there as a partner to make sure.
Good that people are aware of that.
Yeah,
Thank
this chatter is correct, by the way. Outside agitators, not organic intersectional moral revulsion. There were definitely a few people sneaking in on every campus. Talia had a story about her discovering the person next to her was a Zionist cutting content. Yeah.
That it doesn't return.
But
what that looks like, we haven't decided yet, but we'll stay in constant
I
contact.
think the question about who the outside agitators are, how many there are, that's a longer investigation. And staying on campus could be helpful.
Yeah, absolutely.
In that front.
Absolutely. And we'll be a good partner in that way, but we have to make sure.
No, walk through it. How? Do you feel like the fucking dumbass that you're talking to has any investigative capacity? Like, literally, he showed you a bike lock and was like, this is a bike lock of Hamas. The fuck do you mean? Yeah, no, a unprecedented amount of police activity on campus surely will be necessary and good. Perhaps you should use more distraction devices on the students. You know. You should keep doing that. You should just keep beating the shit out of these students and arresting them until they say they all unconditionally love Israel. This will definitely work.
Sure that Columbia is doing their part to secure their campus, and when needed, the NYPD will be there like we are for this entire city, 365 days a year.
And you all said yesterday part of the reason you did decide to go in with Columbia's help and insistence was because you had recognized people who were known to you at the NYPD as not students, but people who were there to cause trouble. Is that true?
Right, that's true. And to make it clear, Columbia identified many of these individuals as non-students as well. And so once they recognized that and then they broke into Hamilton Hall, that was a clear indication that something had to be done. And then they reached out and they
It's great that like no evidence is necessary for any of the statements that he's bringing forward. You could just simply, guys, hear me out here, okay? I'm about to say something fucking crazy, partially a little fucked up, okay? You could ask the student organizers if there is veracity to any of these statements. I know, I'm a little crazy, okay? I know I'm a little crazy, but you could ask those guys. I'm just saying. A bridge too far, potentially. I know. Of course, that would require you to air any kind of footage that makes these student protesters very reasonable, that will most likely make them look super reasonable and their demands perfectly morally just. I know you can't have that, which is why you'll just keep doing this instead.
Letter was pretty specific.
Okay. NYPD Deputy Commissioner of Public Information, Tariq Shepard, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
We really
Thank you.
appreciate
Thank you.
everything you're doing.
Yeah, UCLA is live now, right?
I wants to get some sugar. How do you make sugar again?
New from Kibri Killet, Jessica Seinfeld and Bill Ackman both donated thousands to fund the pro-Israel counter-protesters at UCLA in the lead up to last night's violent attack on the university's pro-Palestinian encampment.
I can't remember at all.
UCLA press conference is happening right now.
Palestinian students. And I myself have personally been faced those violences that the UC has perpetuated.
Fuck off, policy Karen, fuck you. Fuck you, policy man, fuck off.
Yeah, but just to be explicit, we're going to
Fuck
keep them
off, policy Karen, fuck
met,
you.
divest from the Zionist entity.
Huh.
My goats. My fucking goats.
So we met with the chief investment officer on the UC Regents before. Again, this protest did not start a week ago, right? This movement didn't even start October 7th. The UCLA Divest Coalition is older than this specific siege that's been happening for the last 200 days. But we've been demanding divestment all year. And so we've met with the UC Regents. We have made these demands of them before. We have met with the chief investments officer. We presented them with our demands. They are the companies that we are demanding that they divest from. They're aware of the the universities that we no longer want them to partner with, etc. They're very aware of what our demands are, and yeah, until you'll know when our demands are met because the encampment will be gone, right? So yeah.
Do you have any facts or figures on how many people were injured last night and the extent of their injuries?
At least 25. No, it's in the hundreds. It was at least more than 100 people. I was one of those people that was injured. Most of these people here, I'm pretty sure, can speak to their own stories. I was simply live streaming on the Instagram for SJP, and I was bear maced and also pepper sprayed by Zionists. All of them being really taller than me and much bigger than me, and I was met along with my peers here with violence, and all we were trying to do was defend the encampment and to defend our demands. And despite this, though, we remain steadfast. All we think about is those Palestinian children that are holding up those signs with the names of universities and thanking us. That is more than enough to keep us going.
Let's go, dude.
All right, we can. Yeah, do you want to go?
Yeah, so there were 25 people hospitalized last night, and there were numerous more who were injured, who were maybe too afraid to go to the hospital or couldn't make it to the hospital.
25.
And hundreds of people maced and pepper sprayed.
Hundreds of people maced and pepper sprayed, and our medics were completely overrun, and we needed extra support that no one could provide us with.
They're fucking amazing,
yes,
but,
dude. A good amount of our people were actually turned away from the hospital, and ambulances were not coming.
Okay,
and I know that the news isn't really good at
you know, describing the timeline of events. But the police actually mobilized pretty fast as soon as they started shooting fireworks at us. Instead, though, the police came with an EMS truck, took one of the counter-protesters to the hospital, and escorted that counter-protester to the hospital.
And left the rest of us.
And left everyone there while they were still shooting fireworks at us.
Have you received any assurances about your safety moving forward from the university? And do you know if they're pursuing an investigation into the
But you don't understand. Maybe the counter protester threw out a hip while trying to fucking head kick an old lady.
That's funny. No, like I don't think they're planning on doing so because they witnessed everything that happened last night. They know about this. They just don't care. They literally do not care about our safety, about our lives. They would rather watch us like be killed than to protect us.
Yeah, the UC system always releases a statement that's super like, there was violence broke out, a clash, we don't condone any violence, and it always refuses to acknowledge that pro-Palestinian supporters are the one being like harassed and being put into physical danger. And so without that acknowledgement, I don't know how he could provide us with sufficient safety.
Chancellor Block released a statement like just a few minutes ago that was like, you know, supposedly acknowledging the events of last night. It said that, you know, violence ensued at the encampment, right, which is a incredible just like underrepresentation of what happened, and said that the university would of course be taking like strict measures to address this, including disciplinary actions such as suspension, expulsion, dismissal, but the folks who were the ones being
Wait, be the willingness to write, uphold, and continue fascist ideology under the false morality of fighting it. Yes.
Having bricks thrown at them, being just physically assaulted.
No,
like,
no, you are 100% right.
Yes, those folks are students and professors and things like that. The folks on the other side are not, vast majority not UCLA community members. They are not faculty, they are not students. And so when the university is saying that the disciplinary action that they're taking is going to be suspensions, expulsions, dismissal, we know that means they're going to punish us for having been brutalized last night, which we absolutely condemn.
We don't believe that the police protects us. So
I called 911 3 times last night at 11:30 p.m. because the medics told me that they needed help and they did not come or help until 4 or 5 a.m.
Right, like
that doesn't address the question.
Doesn't address the
yes,
question.
We have videos. We are sending reports to the necessary channels, but we also do not trust that the necessary action will be taken. Right? The chancellor just sent us an email that said he will punish us, the ones who were brutalized, for what happened last night. Right? And the police again were called many times, not only by the people in the encampment, but by people outside who were seeing this happen on social media. They were calling UCPD, they were calling LAPD, they were calling medics, they were calling the hospitals, and all of those sources were turned away. They said the police would hang up on the people who were calling the police. Right? And when the police
100%
came,
correct.
There's video evidence, there's live streams everywhere. They stood in a line
essays
and
in
they
this
watched.
chat.
And then they stood in a line and they moved forward a little bit more to kind of start dispersing whatever. And they pushed us closer to the Zionists. They moved in and they didn't do anything. They didn't come in between us. And I will be clear that when I'm saying this, we don't want police on our campus. We don't want police to be the ones defending us. We assert that our people are the ones keeping us safe. The only reason that our people were able to survive last night was because we have street medics there, we have legal observers there, we had folks coming in from all parts of Los Angeles, bringing in donations of water, saline solution, gauze, all these things, right? We keep us safe, right? We say that over and over and over again. We keep us safe. The police did not keep us safe, and they will not keep us safe any longer.
Identifying people through social media, and I've already seen people's like license plates going out. I'm just curious if you can talk a little bit about what that's like internally to try and identify this.
Oh, I need to go get some sugar.
That's so unlike the police. So shocking to me.
Yeah, I mean, that really is not our priority when we're looking out for the safety of our peers. That is way more urgent right now. We've had less than 24 hours to recover from last night, so I don't really think that we're in the place right now to take the time to try and recognize these people.
So moving forward, are you taking additional steps in order to assure the safety of the people who are in the encampment? What steps are you taking?
I don't, given that there are Zionists probably watching us right now, given that they stalk and surveil us, I don't think it's safe for us to announce that on public and media, so I think we will refrain. But we are taking measures to
They're very clever.
ensure safety in our encampment. No.
Of course not. And also, like, all of this media coverage, right? Like, there's a lot of eyes on UCLA right now. There's a lot of eyes on Columbia. There's a lot of eyes.
Maybe the cops wanted to realize that you do need them. That's such a funny take, man. That's so awesome. It's just like, yeah, cops are always protecting the fascists in every single circumstance. Just so you realize you do need them. Yeah.
There are 1.5 million people being starved. There are 2 million displaced in Rafah, right? That is why we are here. We are staying until those things are eradicated, until Zionism is eradicated. All of this Zionist aggression, this Zionist aggression is, of course, like deeply, deeply unjust. We see it as a direct extension of the Zionist occupation in
Who wants to be a rabbit?
In Israel, right?
Chat.
These people who have been harassing us and attacking us for weeks, and not just this week, but like for months before this, but they're proudly IOF trained, IOF soldiers, right? The LAPD trains with the IOF. These people are wearing IOF jackets, walking around campus, proudly boasting. They're saying, we are proud boys, we are armed, we are proud to be American and armed, we are here, and we're coming back with more people and more guns. This is the shit they say to us, right? And so we see their actions as a direct extension of the occupation in Palestine. The brutality that is used here is learned there. And the brutality, right? And so the resistance that we do here is to uplift the resistance that is happening there. So focus your media attention on Gaza, right? The university protests will stop when occupation is lifted, and so yeah, that is our main demand.
And I would like to redirect that question. It doesn't matter whether or not we feel safe. I think everybody here can confidently say we would relive last night every single night until this stops. Every single night.
Yeah, so brave,
There will be
man.
no more questions. Thank you very much. If you have additional questions, you can refer to a media liaison throughout the day. Thank you very much. This will be the end.
My fucking goats, dude. They're incredible.
amazing.
All of them. Of course they're well spoken.
Or you can just buy as many as you want. Okay, sick.
It's so
Wait, let's
incredibly
check
clear
this.
the UCLA police stood aside and let a pro-Israeli lynch mob run wild at
see if
UCLA.
it
They did nothing
increases
for
the
2 hours. The
experience.
violent Zionists assaulted students, launched fireworks in the encampment, and sprayed mace on the students.
Wait, 921. 18921. I didn't even check if it did.
Always the same bullshit, dude.
Okay, it does. 18921. Okay, well.
The takeaway from that will be like whatever 3-second thing that they can clip to be like, wow, these
They're
guys are
happy now.
radicals. Either to diminish the impact
So this is so cute, man.
or to either
That
diminish the
bears don't
impact
want it with
or to
food.
basically
Not all
say that they're
bears, though, so
violent
true.
and rabid or some shit. Yeah, cops are staging already. I think the intent could be, the suspicion is that they want to clear the encampment. That's what they're thinking. Also, here, let's
Within
watch
that
this.
encampment at the
We're going to watch this video and then we're going to watch the NYPD's defense.
moment, and today Republican lawmakers were
Please
as well.
stay safe, chatters.
They were, yes. James mentioned President Biden. Well, he is 4 blocks from here at the White House. This is very much the heart of Washington, D.C. and the heart of yet another protest. You can see
Please,
here
stay
many
safe.
of the protesters
Okay.
are gathering. Just to the left, we've got the barricades that have been put up that were put up, I should say, to try and keep the protesters inside and agitators, as they've become known, outside. Now, over the course of the past week, those barricades have just been piled up in the centre. The real challenge for the authorities here is simply what to do about it. Do they move in, like police have done in other campuses, or do they stay away? The concern is that to move in, and certainly the Metropolitan Police here in DC were concerned about this last week, if they did move in, that they would exacerbate what they believe here to be a small and relatively isolated and peaceful protest. Now, into that come the politicians, of course. James Comer is the chair of the Oversight Committee, a Republican, a controversial character, many would say. He and some of his colleagues came here in what could only be described as a photo op. But they wanted, they said, to see for themselves what the situation was on the ground. Honestly, they wouldn't have been able to see because of the number of media that were surrounding them. But I did catch up with James Comer briefly. But what about the students' right to protest and their concerns about Gaza?
You have a right to protest. I respect that. We all respect the First Amendment.
No, okay,
the problem is you don't have the right to trespass. You don't have the right to intimidate. And that's why we're here today.
They love free speech, don't they, folks? Don't they love free speech? Can't you tell how much they love free speech? These students have a right to protest, just not one that hurts my feelings, actually. If they do that, then I'm going to demand the police come in and beat the shit out of them. Land of the free, home of the brave. I consider what they're doing to be intimidating.
We need tomatoes.
Yeah.
You can see the statue here of George Washington has been commandeered by the protesters. He is one of them at the moment. I want to have a chat with one of the protesters who's agreed to talk to us. Miriam, thank you for talking to us. I can see here you've got a sign with the rules and regulations of this protest movement. How long have you been here at this location?
I've been here since Thursday morning. Yeah, we've been here. We're planning to stay until our demands are met. We're demanding that the universities protect pro-Palestinian speech on campus, that they drop all charges against pro-Palestinian student organizers and organizations, that they immediately disclose all investments and endowments, that they divest from the state of Israel, and that they end all academic partnerships with Israel.
How would you characterize the mood of the protest movement here? Because I've been here a few times over the course of the past week. There are a Jewish community who come here from time to time. They claim that you're anti-Semitic. They feel offended.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a funny thing, like optically. I know this guy is not super contentious and he's just doing his job. But it is pretty funny to just be like, what do you have to say to people saying that, like, these protests are virulently anti-Semitic?
So I can speak to this as a Jew myself, a Jewish student. I think we have seen a lot of baseless claims of anti-Semitism that are meant to distract and divert attention away from the genocide that's been going on for over 200 days, the 76 years of military occupation that we've seen. And
by the way, yeah, George Washington, like, sure, racist, slave, or whatever, those are significant and important points to mention. But he also had a little bit of an intifada dog in him. You know what I mean? Just saying. Like, he did do an intifada.
13. Let's go jump them, because then we can see if there's any recipes that we haven't unlocked.
Now, obviously, it was a bourgeois revolution, but still, it was a revolution nonetheless. Intifada nonetheless. A violent revolutionary figure.
And, you know, I feel that it's really just a distraction tactic. And I can say that I feel more safe.
Lamont dude did a revolution to keep his slaves. Fair. That's why I specified that it was a fucking bourgeois revolution and not a proletarian one. But who cares? I mean, it's still a revolution nonetheless.
Being Jewish inside this encampment than outside, because I know that everyone here believes in collective liberation.
That's interesting. But briefly, I mean, do you understand why phrases like "from the river to the sea," like "intifada," like "only one solution"?
Oh, that's awesome. Only one solution, intifada revolution, which is so funny because like they're saying it in English too.
And sell a bunch of copies.
Yeah.
That they are offensive to some Jews.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of discourse about words and speech, but there's not a lot of discourse about genocide. And I would push back and question, you know, if people are more concerned about certain words and certain speech than they are about genocide and the murder of over 35,000 people, then I think they need to have a shift in their priorities.
And lastly, Miriam, very briefly, we've seen what happened in California overnight. We've seen what happened up in New York. Are you concerned that the police might move in here as well?
What? I'm watching the vids. Huge fan since Russia invasion. I don't think you should be telling people to not vote. I never have told people to not vote. You're wrong. I tell people to vote all the fucking time. I love voting. It's ridiculous. Don't come in here with some bullshit like that. You've been very
Fucking
reactionary
libs, dude.
and anarchist lately. That's pretty funny. You're saying I'm both reactionary and also anarchist. I don't think you understand either of those words. You're just kind of using those words without recognizing it. Yeah, someone said, vote goat. I am the vote goat. I love voting. I understand it's heated seeing protesters get harmed, but if y'all don't vote for Biden, Trump will win, and then we all have a worse problem. I don't like Biden, but Trump will take everything from us.
But the Palestinians in Gaza go through this every day and also have to deal with starvation, and they were discriminated their whole lives. Like, how can they see this and argue if it's racist? Stop the killing.
Speaking in Arabic means you're anti-Semitic. I said
because 30.50. And I mean, the Turkish government is also complicit in this, like all governments are, because I mean, I'm not saying, I mean, like, you know this, being Turkish probably, because when you fund a fascism, but you say, no, this is all for the liberation of Jewish people, and you hide it behind this, you know, stuff, then you have to do everything to prevent people from seeing that you've been funding a fascism. Right? Like, a lot of people don't know or don't ever look into, like, who was funding South African apartheid? Who were the people that were, you know, allied with the MP government? The answer will shock you. America, the UK, the Western Imperial Corps. Now, it wasn't just sanctions and protests overseas that were slowly, like, in fact, like, if it weren't for overseas intervention, the apartheid in South Africa likely would have been over way before, okay? Because there was a lot of protest within South Africa. I dropped my phone and missed it? Oh, okay. I'll describe it. Are you here now? Do you want me to describe it? Again? Whenever, like, you are a country that funds a fascism, you will do everything to protect that fascism. And the same thing happened with apartheid South Africa, okay? And Nazi Germany, where a lot of people don't look into, you know, who were allied with the Nazis in the beginning, or the MP government in South Africa in the beginning, and it was all of these Western nations, okay? It was only after protest within, like, these countries from students as well, and did these sanction movements go ahead, as well as listening to South African activists. This is a tale as old as time, all right? Once, if you are funding a country that is committing these crimes, but you've been lying and saying, no, they're like the most moral army in the whole world, and you've been protecting this fascist country, like, that's a fucking deep shame on, oh my god, America, the fucking, you know, it's such a good in the world, you know? it's that, but also with Israel, there's the extra thing of it being a very, very important, ally for America in terms of geopolitics in the Middle East. It's about control over the Middle East as well. All right, that land is Israel is just the 51st state of America, okay? And you know how insane America is about all of its fucking military bases all over the world, dude. So
in New York. In a world where Hamas has broken into Hamilton Hall on Columbia University, watch our cops look exactly like fascist pigs,
but
break
America
doors themselves.
Oh my god, look at I turned on the perfect time.
Property damage. Get ready to watch them use special weapons and tactics on 19-year-old college students with an English major and no prospect for the future.
Out of the Hamilton building and the Columbia University, we're on the 3rd floor of the power is going.
Notice how they have Hamas writings written on the wall, like political power comes from the barrel of a gun.
Floor of the power is going through the building.
Maoist terms like the countryside surrounds the city. These guys are all Maoist third worldists, and we should know.
The power is going through the building, looking for the student protesters that took over this building.
HRTD is such a fucking boomer, dude.
Behind us, conducting
Such a
operations.
fucking boomer.
We're checking each door. If we come over here, you can see that they have set
Our
up
deputy commissioner
sort of an encampment inside of the classroom.
Is noticing the sleeping bags. He also, for some weird fucking reason, is wearing his hat under his helmet.
Sleeping bags all over the place. And when we actually came in here, they actually had the desk barricaded up to the window so that they could we were going to come
You
in.
said killer before you said Lillard, autocorrected.
No job by your shoe so far.
Notice how we're doing more property damage. Much more than what the students did. Breaking into every room.
No job by your shoe so far.
Look how fat our beautiful piglets are. They've gotten so much overtime and very little cardio time. Because all they do is stand around the New York Metro subway stations, playing Candy Crush on their phones, and waiting for the next opportunity to beat the shit out of a 14-year-old fair hopper.
No job by your shoe so far, as professional as can be. Making sure everything is safe before we move on.
I think I'm just gonna buy a lot of copies.
Totally safe with these guys. This is who you call when the police need help.
This is who you call.
More property damage. More property damage. Notice how this is the only footage we could find where we're not absolutely beating the shit out of the students. Although there's plenty of images of us doing exactly that outside of Hamilton Hall. Here you have a serious assailant being apprehended. Notice how the color of this Gen Sport backpack is green. You know what else is green? That's right, the color of Islam, specifically the color of Hamas, and also one of the colors of the Palestinian flag.
Exactly the same. All right, good to know. Because then it means I cooked it. If I just bought it and sold it, then you can't.
Look what they've done.
Yo, Eshe, thank you. Welcome in, Raiders.
How are they all built like this, bro? Like in a random sampling of the population, you'll find a higher number of people
Hope
in
you had a good
shape.
stream. We're just chilling. I'm going later than I would because I'm going to be watching Hassan anyway, and I think a lot of people like the slower chat.
Notice how we're filming
if you guys
from
want me
the
to stay up later, just let me know. I'll stay up later. This stuff is really fucking important.
On the beautiful hallowed halls of Hamilton Hall. Yeah, the NYPD did a Snyder cut of the Columbia raid.
I would like to. I don't feel pressured, but I also I'm gonna be awake anyway, playing Stardew while listening to Hassan.
Here is our chief of
I might as well just do it
patrol.
live if people
The last time he patrolled the streets,
this.
black people were not allowed to drink from the same fountains as white people.
I'm 50. Thank you. Oh my goodness, you're being so generous today.
Just a remarkable plan and execution by the NYPD, and more importantly, these cops on the perimeter.
Thank you.
Who got this secured. Special thanks to our emergency service, our SRG group.
Oh my God, bro, this guy, this is his safety blanket chain. He found that chain and he just kept it since the raid, bro.
Why are they
I just
different?
realized it's the same guy with the same chain.
Why are they
Oh my
different?
God, he went to bed with that chain, bro.
Fresh versus unfresh. I
Same
hope
guy,
it counts. Fuck.
Same chain. Did you see that?
Into the building.
We'll have to see.
Inside.
He's
might
like,
not
this is
count,
my
let's see.
chain now. Please don't touch it.
Oh, it
Is this
did count,
actual
great.
music or are you adding it? No, this is the NYPD's own. This is the NYPD's own music.
Second to none. As
They
of
were
right now,
funding
this campus is
LB7's
secure by
PhD.
NYPD personnel. This is how we get it done.
That's right.
Oh, I don't even have
We've-
one of those.
We arrested 100 students.
I don't want to go fucking study.
We arrested 75 gay, 25 heterosexual students in order to clear the campus from all wrongdoing.
This is not a tent city. This is New York City. It's our city.
This is not a tent city. Wait, what?
But right now, this campus is secure by NYPD personnel. This is how we get it done.
This is not a tent city. This is New York City. It's our city. And if you're thinking about doing something
you
like
put it
this,
going so
take
well,
a look around.
I'm so happy.
See how fast we cleared it out. This could be you. The conditions
glad.
in this courtyard are just deplorable. It smells bad.
I'm happy for you that it's that you're getting success.
What are
is
you
it at work?
saying? It smells bad here.
Okay, let's plant a whole bunch of stuff now because we do actually need it. Tomatoes will be fine, and we're gonna save
Like I said
everything.
before, lawlessness. That's what this. You know, we thought it would symbolize.
And I need to go get a
And we're
whole
not gonna have
bunch of
lawlessness in our city.
copper.
So Colombia
Reach new level
reached out
understanding.
to
Oh my
us.
god, let's go.
We came in here, we took action, and this is the result of our action. To any other individuals that wanna
This is
protest,
straight like. This is some of the most insanely fast shit I've ever seen.
What are the other ways to do it? Let's ask you, dickhead. Yeah. Yeah,
Fuck, I
let's
didn't
get
mean to
our
do
notes
that.
from
Oh,
you,
no.
asshole, about how we should be protesting. Like, shut the fuck up, idiot. The music is you, right? This can't be the video itself? Oh, it very much is the video itself, chatter. The
Thanks,
music is
God.
not me.
and living like this.
I did not mean to do that at all.
This is not the way to get your point across.
That was so
You're
fucked
thinking
up,
about setting
dude.
up someplace else in the city. Think again.
How do you want
because
to bomb and hydrates instead
colleges
of
will reach out to
explode?
us.
If you
We'll
want to,
come
really?
there, we'll extract you, take you to jail.
I don't
like
believe
we did
you.
over here. Thank you. Have a good night.
Oh, okay, good. So you can defuse it? Okay, well, that's fine.
I love that they got the most
That was so
neurodivergent
fucked up.
cop, though. Like, it's awesome. He's just like, yeah, you guys, if you do this again, we will come back again.
Fuck,
Let me tell
that
you.
was scary.
I love doing fascism. It's the best.
I think you're just lying.
Please, don't come back. I'm scared.
Oh, I can just use this as
I
well.
looked at some of the tents and I thought, this is scary.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Oh, this was awesome, by the way. Eric Adams had some other... Eric Adams,
keep
Mr.
some.
New York is the Tel Aviv of America. New York is the Rwanda of America. New York is the Philistine of America. Okay, maybe not that last part. This is what he had to say this morning.
It's despicable that schools will allow another country flag to fly in our country.
Unless it's the Israeli flag, in which case it's awesome.
What?
Because New York is the Tel Aviv and the Golan Heights
Yeah, bro, just go to every single fucking Italian restaurant and tell them to take down the Italian flag, dude. I'm gonna post that in Hassan's chat.
Proud to be an American. And I thank Commissioner Daughtry for putting that flag back up. We're not surrendering our way of life to anyone.
Yeah, famously, New York, we never allow any flag of any other country to fly out here. It's just hilarious that he was the one saying this because he's always saying this shit. Like, New York is the Golan Heights of America. Base progressive Eric Adams recognizes the sovereignty of the Palestinian state. Breaking, all Italian restaurants are being forced to take down Italian flags.
There we go.
Yeah. It's funny to think about, like, Mr. in the pocket of Turkey himself talk about this way.
Sometimes
like,
I have
you
some
know, he's
bangers,
so
chat.
fucking bought and sold by the Turkish government. He's like, I could hear him saying, Turkey. No foreign flags. Yep.
Sometimes
Well,
I have
there you go.
bangers, dude.
One of the hardest lines a leader has given in years. It's despicable that
freak,
schools
dude.
allow another country's flag to fly in our country. Blame me for being proud to be an American. We're not surrendering our way of life. I mean, yeah, of course, dude. Come on. He does this not just for Israel, but for like every country. He does this for a shocking amount of countries, okay? He literally does Justin Trudeau style cultural appreciation and cultural appropriation, like all the time. These criminals at Columbia are chanting eliminationist slogans like "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free," and globalize the intifada. These little Gazans are disgusting cesspools of anti-Semitic hate. Tom Cotton's like, listen to me. Only I get to say Jews control the media, okay? These guys, I'll teach you a thing or two about being an anti-Semite. I, after all, am the senator proudly serving the state of Arkansas, okay?
No, we can fit 3.
I want it all for myself. Why aren't you at UCLA?
Oh my god. I hate chatters like this so much, dude.
Do we think this guy is A, weirdo stalker, or B, a hater account that is simply asking this question so that they can turn around and fucking go, guess what, dude? Guess what? You're too afraid to go out there. Or a secret third option, who will assassinate me when I go there. Or maybe he just wants to tell you that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and he wanted the debate.
Hassan, that...
Because at the top of the hour, there is a secret fourth option.
Stop.
A 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. I actually think it's better for the protest for Hassan not to be at UCLA. Listen, I will never center myself in any of these fucking movements. I only go there to show directly by talking to the students themselves, the student organizers themselves. I only go there to show the actual truth about what these protest movements look like. Okay? And if I feel like my being there all of a sudden interferes with if me being there all of a sudden interferes with the movement that these students are organized around, then I will leave immediately. I think that a lot of people should recognize that I don't go to these protests
It's not for his own PR.
Unless I am invited, and I do not go to these protests unless unless I can have a student media liaison officer, unless that they are both welcoming me and also want me to be there, and also are you know, making sure that I'm not doing something that the students would not want me to do. If you're also someone will attack you, not really. I don't really think about those sorts of things.
Yeah, they're not great things to think about in general.
What? This photo is posted by to the official account of NYPD Chief of Patrol John Chell, who recently accused student protesters of being anti-Semitic against police. The NYPD doesn't protect the rights of Americans who are loyal to a foreign apartheid state committing genocide. During his visit to the U.S., President Isaac Herzog stopped by police headquarters to meet with executives and members of the NYPD. I mean, they literally train with the IDF.
Let's go get
this is not
some...
even remotely shocking. It is kind of funny though that it is kind of fucking funny though that Eric Adams literally was like, "We would never fly the flag of another country in the United States of America."
It's just so performative as well. It's like, yeah, okay, dude.
Every hater who has approached you IRL just pisses their pants and looks like they're on the verge of crying.
We'll go get...
Yeah, well, the thing is, like, what one fails to consider is that a lot of these haters rarely ever go out in broad daylight. And when they do, they're very quickly, the guise of anonymity that offers you a level of, like, credibility because people don't know what you look like, people can't smell you. You know what I mean? That all perishes.
John,
instantly,
why are you
in
giving
public,
this much
in
when
broad fucking
you know
daylight.
Something useful with it?
I've met.
Yeah, people always say
throughout
that.
the course,
but you can choose what you want to do with your own money.
My Twitch streaming career, I've met thousands of wonderful, awesome individuals who are fans, and I've only met a handful of fucking weirdos in that process. And oftentimes they look exactly the way they sound online.
Okay, is it gonna be at a PP reference? No.
There should be a way to mobilize the online movement around your persona into real life organization.
Bro, I just want to get
That's
that
such a
skull.
funny thing that you're saying because it already is happening all around. I try to do my very best, but one thing that I always repeat over and over again is that I'm just one person. Okay? I'm just one person talking shit to a camera. Those who are watching in here then take the theory and turn it into action. And if you have ever attended one of these protests, or especially these pro-Palestinian encampments, you will encounter a shit ton of chatters. If people are so scared of you, why aren't you defending the encampments? I already ran the top of the hour ad break. What's the point of going to the gym if the muscles are just for show?
He's gotten so fucking wise, dude.
For the record,
he's gotten so wise.
I already ran the top of the hour ad break, dumbass.
fucking wise.
So currently your bait is falling on deaf ears.
Former President Donald Trump, the 45th president of the U.S., who was in New York City today, is watching this unfold before his very eyes. Mr. President, thank you for joining us. First of all, how heartbreaking is it? This is a city that I know you once loved, and a lot of buildings are named after you in this city.
There was a channel
watching
that got
this happen at an Ivy League institution, as a former New Yorker myself, is heartbreaking. Watching these police put their lives at risk is extraordinarily dangerous for them. Hopefully this can end peacefully, but these students were allowed to enter this hall last night because no action was taken previously. What is your reaction to the news unfolding?
Well, it's just such a sad thing to see, Sean. When you look at this, it's not even believable. If you go back a year or go back 3 or 4 or 5 years ago, this would not even be possible to think about. Nobody would be thinking this could happen. You look at the anti-Semitism, the hatred of Israel by so many people. You go back 10 years, I mean, Israel was protected by Congress, and now Congress is just doing numbers that are unbelievable with, I think, a very, very small group of people within Congress, and it's got to stop. But we have to go back to the roots. We have to protect. We have to stop
Trump,
the
dude. I don't want to hear
anti-Semitism
from this man.
that's just pervading our country right now, and Biden has to do something. Biden is supposed to be the voice of our country, and it's certainly not much of a voice. It's a voice that nobody's heard. And look, I don't think he's able to do it. I don't think he's got what it takes to do it, but he's got to. He's got to strengthen up, and he's got to be heard.
Well, look, you know, I never thought, Mr. President, in my lifetime that I'd hear, you know, anti-Semitism in the halls of Congress. I mean, I never thought we'd be witnessing and hearing chants of death to America, death to Israel on college campus after college campus after college campus. I never thought we'd see this in our lifetime. I thought never again meant never again. But never again seems to be unfolding before our eyes. From the river to the sea, death to America, death to Israel, calls for intifada. This is a frightening time for our country. And in a state like New York that has changed dramatically from the state that we grew up in, you know, now these students that'll be arrested, they'll be released within hours, probably the charges dropped, and there'll be no consequences, which will only embolden them. Your thoughts?
Well, I really think you have a lot of paid agitators, professional agitators in here, too, and I see it all over. And, you know, when you see signs and they're all identical, that means they're being paid by a source. You know, these aren't hand-painted signs where people would go to their basement and paint something because they really believed it. These are all signs that are identical. They're made by the same printer. And, you know, when you see that, that means there's somebody at top that's paying or a group that's paying. And they're doing great disservice to the world, but they're doing great disservice to our country. But when you look at New York in a state like this, but look at other cities, it's not a lot different. It's frankly worse in some places than it is right now in New York. And I think the New York City's finest, have been incredible. The way they've been, it's not over yet, but the way they walked in and the way they climbed through that window, they were not afraid of anything. And it looks like they've got it maybe clamped down, but it should never have gotten to this, and they should have done it a lot sooner than before they took over the building, because it would have been a lot easier if they were in tents rather than a building. And tremendous damage done, too. You know, when you look at that building, that's a landmark.
Dude, you know what's really funny? Yeah, they were so brave, dude, against fucking kids. Like, wow, against unarmed student protesters, man. They were so fucking afraid. I feel like I'm losing my mind. So much tremendous property damage was being made. Yeah, by the cops. Mr. Very Fine People on both sides of Charlottesville over here. Mr. Free Speech Defender over here. Talking about how the cops did a phenomenal job beating the shit out of kids.
Mark, and it's really been damaged badly by these people.
You know, when you go back to October 7th, Mr. President, the world witnessed the worst terrorist attack in Israel's history. Probably there have been no president more supportive of Israel, I would argue, than you. But let's talk about October 7th. You had Israelis murdered. You had people burnt alive. You had beheadings. You had kidnappings. You have rape. I've witnessed a 48-minute tape that I wish the entire country can see. And what I'm trying to understand here is,
remember how Trump used to read Hitler speeches every night before going to bed? No, you don't understand. Chat. He was shaking his head like this when he read the signed copy of my copy. I don't know if it was a signed one. He was doing this every night.
America right now doesn't seem to have moral clarity, and that is, this should be a 99 to 1% issue.
Isn't it wonderful, by the way? Isn't it wonderful that Joe Biden and Donald Trump are just
I don't know, dude.
completely aligned on this? Pack watch on those fucking students, you know? How dare they say anything mean? These meanie bobinis saying mean things about Israel. You know Israel can hear that. Okay? That's right. Israel might not be able to hear the mean words that you're saying about it, but other genocide enthusiasts in your immediate vicinity will certainly hear it, and they will be offended. Just saying.
Where people understand that the state of Israel had the worst terror attack in their history. It would have been the equivalent of losing 40,000 Americans in a day, having 8,000 Americans taken hostage. They're fighting for their very survival. And meanwhile, they're being pressured over and over again for ceasefires and to stand
there was someone
down.
in the chat who wants
and
to
even
know
our
more
own State
about
Department going against the efforts of
Canada
the IDF
and
to protect the
apartheid
people
within
of
Canada,
Israel.
and like
I'm having a
how
hard time
Canada has
understanding
treated
why don't members
the
of
indigenous
Congress, why
population.
aren't these students,
And I
why
wrote
aren't
your
political
name in the
figures
chat so
understanding
that person
that
could come and ask
there
you when
is
you're
good
live.
and evil here,
It was
and
another
radical
Canadian who
Islamic
didn't know anything
terrorism
about it.
is the evil
wanted
part
to
of
learn.
this.
Well, I'm watching Jewish politicians abandon Israel, and I've seen it, and you've seen it. Where is Schumer? Why isn't Schumer speaking
like
up?
a bad
He was
actor
always
or
out there
anything.
in
Like
front
someone genuine
because he's
who
looking
was
at
shocked.
votes, I guess, and I guess he's looking at maybe more votes than
And you were the best
represent
person to
Israel,
go
but
for that,
has
so
nothing to do with
that's
it.
why I sent them your way.
You have to stop this war on terror. It's Israel's war on terror. October 7th was beyond violent. It was things done to people that nobody's ever seen before, to babies. And a lot of people that are out there protesting, they deny October 7th ever happened. October 7th did happen, and it was horrible and violent and disgraceful, and it's got to be stopped. You can't have a thing like that. And when you have people out there protesting and they're denying that October 7th ever took place, they're either brainwashed, and in a certain way I really believe they are brainwashed, because you look at some of the comments, they say none of this stuff happened, and, you know, we want Israel back. The fact is you have to get Israel back where it belongs, because what's happening in Israel right now is really not sustainable either. We have to let Israel complete their war on terror. It's a horrible thing.
Complete their
but they
war
have to
on
do
terror.
It, and they have to do it fast, and we have to get back to order. And people have to respect law and order in this country. They don't respect it anymore. The United States worldwide is not respected anymore, and we have to gain back that respect from...
Yeah, we're going to gain back that respect by allowing our fucking settler colonial operation to bully us every step of the way.
And
by beating on our own fucking nationals at the behest of the genocidal apartheid regime that we basically prop up and fund and facilitate. Let me tell you, UCLA Vice Chancellor is meeting with the UCLA encampment right now. Does anyone have footage? Debating students?
Well,
oh my God. Let's go, Brett.
I appreciate that. And one of the reasons that I try to talk about what UCLA itself controls by sharing with you UCLA investment company investments in the 0.04% that you mentioned is because that's what we control. And, you know, I was talking with the chancellor, and obviously the regents own everything at the University of California. So we have to see whether there's a way to move forward with transparency. I know one of your demands was divest, but also transparency. Learning more about that 0.04%, or even if there are other companies that, as you define it, don't fit into the framework that we've currently used. And so, we're open to looking into how we might do that. And I think that...
We're not interested in just looking into it. We're not interested in having endless bureaucratic conversations. We're not interested in this being a decade-long process.
But we have to establish the facts, though, right?
One demand cannot be separated from the other. We require transparency because our real demand is divestment.
Right. Well, but you have to understand the facts before you can divest, if that's an option. And again, what we control here at UCLA is the UCLA Investment Company, and the Regents control at the UC level. And so we can't. That's a demand that we can't here at UCLA unilaterally meet.
I mean, frankly, in that case, you might not be the right person for us to be talking to. Ultimately, what we are trying to leverage is the money that the Regents invest in. So you can promise things, you can say my hands are tied, but ultimately, we're here until the Regents divest. We understand who our enemy is here. We understand who is calling the shots, pulling the strings. And it doesn't matter what UCLA says. It doesn't matter what you say. We're here until the Regents divest.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm not the right person. I mean, I do care about your demands. I want to hear about your experiences. And, genocide is a horrific thing. And, we want to create space at UCLA for people to express themselves freely without fear of threat. Again, what happened last night was completely unacceptable.
It was so annoying.
It was something that, on the one hand, we talk about wanting to remove the police, but to protect something like what happened last night, I mean, you've got to have 300 or 400 police officers.
So that's not true, because the police were there and they didn't do anything.
No.
The only people who protected us were us.
They were the police came in waves last night. They came like 20, and then they were amassing to the number that they finally got around
the police
4
did
a.m.
actually do something yesterday. The police did do something yesterday. You know what the police did? The police detained one of our own people, tackled him to the ground up there. Medical emergency? What? Chained him to it. Locked him in a closet. Refused to let medics get through to him. Hurt the medics when they tried to get through to him.
Yeah, I haven't heard about that, but that sounds.
Haven't heard about that. It was a detainment that happened yesterday morning.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've been.
He's not a Fed. He's the vice chancellor.
I mean, I've been, around the clock trying to figure out, what's going on and trying to message to the campus and trying to arrange a time to meet with you. I mean,
also, another thing is,
if you use that logic, October 7th was 40K Americans equivalent. That would mean Israel's killed 5.6 million equivalent Americans.
forget that, like, Gene Block is also the head of that board of directors. So, it's not of money. Not only that, we want that, and we want to divest from that, and we want to divest from the Regents' money as well.
Right.
But let's start where it is. Let's not undermine how much we are investing currently as the UCLA Foundation in these companies. It's like percentages are a great way to undermine how much we're profiting from death and destruction.
Yeah, well.
But when we look at the numbers, $3 million in Lockheed Martin, for example, is an immense amount of money.
Yeah, well. You know, that's one of the things that we're going to have to look at. I mean, you know, we can certainly look at it in terms of transparency and find out.
Vice Chancellor being there is good, though. It's good specifically because that means, like, even though there's, like, all this police presence, maybe they won't do anything, hopefully.
And manufacture consent from your students. Let's not forget that academically also, all these academic programs that you are having, that we are asking you to defund, that we are asking you to stop having on this campus are extremely important. I mean, last quarter, we had a war criminal on our campus.
Yeah. You know, it's, you know, we have different, academic problems. I mean, academic programs, we have academic freedom. You know, we have debate. I don't personally hire faculty members.
Are you here to make excuses to us, or are you here to have a serious conversation?
Well, no, I'm here to listen to your concerns. I'm here to listen to your critiques, and I'm here to give you an account for why the things you're critiquing.
Well, you're saying that you've been requesting a meeting. We had conditions for how you're going to meet with you, and you refused those conditions over and over.
How did I abuse the conditions?
You refused our conditions over and over.
What were the conditions I refused?
We asked for one, that you came to the encampment. Earlier today, you tried to move us to a neutral zone because of impending arrest, which clearly is in bad faith because of it puts everybody in here at risk. Shame.
That wasn't my intention. My intention was to have a meeting in a space that we could talk.
Yeah, we also asked for amnesty while negotiations continue. We as students are putting ourselves in so much visibility right now just being here talking to you.
Yeah. Well,
you know what it means.
I think he looks. I mean, this is not great optics for the students. I can tell this is not great optics for the students, specifically because, like, while they do have the moral high ground in this circumstance, this is a professional elderly adult in a position of power, and he looks very cool, calm, and collected. And footage like this will be used against him. I mean, against the students to be like, see how fucking mean-spirited they are. You know what I mean? Optics in this situation is very important.
I'm serious.
The police did not protect us. The police has never protected us.
Yeah, the police had to amass to a certain level to deal with the.
We had to protect us after fighting the fascists for 7 hours. We had to defend ourselves from the police when they showed up.
Yeah, well, again, if that's true, that's completely unacceptable. Why, we can't have the police.
I don't think it's
attacking
bad
people that they're here to protect, given the aggressors who came on campus. I mean, that's not acceptable.
It's a nice sentiment,
again,
but I want to see it in practice.
Well, we have to understand. I mean, there's a lot happening last night. We're still trying to understand exactly what happened, which is why there's going to be an investigation that's going to get to the bottom of the whole thing.
What do you not understand about what happened last night?
Well, I mean, you're giving me accounts of things that I didn't personally see. And we're trying to figure out.
Gene Block saw what happened.
I'm sorry?
Videos of it that are posted everywhere.
Yeah, but when you're accusing someone of doing something, you have to.
Oh my God, they should just show them the video. If only one of the students had a video that they could show, like a Twitter thread.
That would help us, make people accountable who did things. I mean, we're going to try to do the same thing with the people who attacked the camp.
Did we not find out that Gene Block was sitting up there in Royce watching this all happen?
He wasn't in Royce, I don't think, but he was watching, as was I. Yeah. Well,
but he was, I don't know where he was
personally, because we weren't in the same space.
He's doing a bad job. He's doing a bad job defending these positions.
Today,
but
that he was sitting in Royce Hall and watched everything happen and unfold. What do you have to say about that? How do you feel about that? How do you feel that our chancellor was sitting in Royce Hall while he saw all of us ambushed, raided, maced, beaten, brutalized? How does that make you feel? How does that make you feel? Left to fucking die. How does that make you feel?
Well,
what do you have to say about that?
Well,
what do you have to say about Block sitting in there not doing anything, watching it unfold? We could have got killed.
Black was on the phone calling every police office he could find to try to get people out here to stop what was going on. That's what he was doing. I mean, he wasn't going to come out himself and put on a suit, I think, and fight, back.
Why not?
Well, I mean, that was his role as chancellor, was to call authorities and to get the.
This is a terrible answer.
Get the
The thing is that you're not hearing is that while you guys are looking into it, while you guys are investigating, we are the ones living it. We are the ones who are on the front lines with our bodies, trying to make sure that we are keeping ourselves safe. While you guys are calling police, while you guys are calling on people to come brutalize us, we are the ones here trying to protect ourselves. There's no urgency. We don't see any urgency from you guys coming and trying to prevent these things from happening. We've been in this encampment for 5-6 days now, and the nights have been escalating. The violence that we've experienced has only escalated as each night continues. And the fact that this had to happen for you to come and talk to us, for you to actually give a shit about our people being on the front lines, about being brutalized, is like, it shows your guys' intentions. You've never been here in good faith. You've never listened to the students. The fact that we have to get beat for you to care about us shows your intentions.
Well, no, actually, that's not true. Let me correct the record. Like, again, since Friday, I've been trying to meet with you, well before last night happened. And we couldn't find a date. We had originally...
we have a question we want an answer to. Is there going to be a sweep or not? You've been threatening us. The university has been threatening us with a sweep.
No. So, what I'm told is that the police officers who are currently here... who we do not direct at this point, they've amassed.
I think this dude came out knowing that they would be caught off guard, and we yell at him, discredited movement as a part of previous negotiations. As a part of previous, wait, what did he say? Did he say that
we want to give amnesty to students who are just here in the encampment, and not pursue them for student conduct violations for anything they may have done in the encampment. If they're, I'm sorry? I'm sorry? For being here.
What you need to understand is that to this day, the university is not only profiting off of violence, not only in Palestine, but here. Did you not allow Zionists to come and terrorize us on Sunday? You gave them permits. That is a microcosm of the violence that is being enacted in Gaza. You, to this day, are allowing Zionists onto this campus. You knew they were here. You said that you did not know. What is Sunday? They raised $80,000 to terrorize us. And you allowed this to happen. You don't need UCPD. You don't need LAPD because you have Zionists. And enabling them to do so is evidence that you have Not only do you have no sense, you have no morality.
Yeah. Well, you know.
They did talk about divestment earlier, Bonetana
An hour ago, UCPD that you.
But you said, as a part of previous negotiations with UC, this is not a good strategy. In 2006, I was part of a negotiation team at UCSC. I think this dude came out knowing that they would be caught off guard and would yell at him, discrediting the movement. I think that is like part of the goal here, is that this is not an honest discussion, but instead simply to just like make the students look emotional in the face of a dude who's cool, calm, and collected.
How would we stop hundreds of people running on campus from different directions?
We don't. We protected ourselves. But what you need to understand is that whatever happened last night is on your hands. Whatever happens today with these cops, when they come and do whatever they do to us, we understand what we're facing. And we're standing here,
okay, this guy's
understanding this and ready for whatever is to come. But we need you to know that whatever happens to us, that's on the school. Whatever happens tomorrow in response to what happens today, that's on the school. Because we're here to protect our stance. We're here to push our mission.
Taking up the encampments.
I know you're saying, oh, I don't have power over the UC, over the LAPD. You don't have jurisdiction over them. We understand what we are facing down. And the impact that the school can have by cutting these investments.
Oh, we got the tail.
That is what we are here facing, this brutality in order to push. So if they clear us, you've seen what happens to other schools after they've cleared their encampments. What happened the next day? This movement doesn't end today. This movement will never end until divestment. You just need to understand that as we get brutalized, as we get arrested, whatever happens to the students right here, we will keep pushing until divestment.
I want to re-emphasize that cops stood 100 yards away from what was happening to us yesterday. And what is happening to us tomorrow, what is happening to us today, we will not stop. We will not stop from coming back. We will not stop from doing whatever we can wherever we are, from wherever you put us. We will continue to fight for Gaza because we are facing a sliver of the repression and the violence that is happening in Palestine. We are facing it today by your hands, by the cops covering their badge numbers down there, by the cops flying over us right now. You have jurisdiction, you have power.
Oh, they shut off the green area.
Regions. You have power to talk to Block, you have power to talk to every administrator fucking harassing us and calling cops to assault us.
And I'm going to answer your question since you asked what we want the police to do. What did the police do in this situation different than Tulsa? What did the police do in this situation different than Greensboro? What did the police do in this situation different from every other instance of mass lynching where they just put their hands in their pockets when they went up in the jails to grab niggas to lynch them? What did they do? Would you tell a Tulsa massacre victim that they should have called they should have expected more from the police? Be so for real right now. And the thing about the sweep, and let me finish. And the thing about the sweep is, Eli is exactly right. You sweep us today, and we're going to be right back tomorrow. I want you to get it through your head that you are going to have to tell these pigs to take the life out my body before I stop. You got to take the life out of my body. You are going to have to physically remove me from this earth before I stop fighting for the people of Gaza.
Yeah. Okay, so I had the courage to come and speak to you today because I believe in you. I did. I mean, I didn't have to come here to talk to you. I came here to talk to you because I wanted to hear your concerns. I'm hearing them. But, you know, if I didn't care about any of the things you're saying, I would not be here. Trust me.
You are here as an agent of the state in blackface.
I don't need
you have
to
to
do that.
understand. They have you as a black man talking to all of us to cover their asses. And you get paid to do that shit. You get paid $500,000 out of our fucking tuition money to come here and sit in our faces and kiki like an asshole.
White supremacists, liberals, and reactionaries alike love using black faces to do the fucking dirty deed. It is not a mere accident that so many that speak at the UN, okay, all the way from Colin Powell, who very famously put up that fake bullshit to say there's yellow cake uranium and weapons of mass destruction, down to Eric Adams, and down to every single American envoy to the United Nations right now being black is not an accident. It's not. 100% is a shield. That absolutely is correct.
You know, we can't just.
These endless bureaucratic.
You know,
we know how to do it. If you listen to us, then we could do it for you.
Well, you tell me how to do it. You know, I mean, to find out here at UCLA where the things we control. You know, I mean that's what we can focus on.
Yeah, but the reality is, you have the documents where you know where you're investing. You know where those investments go.
Well,
that is the case. We have them, so you must have them.
That's something we can look into. I don't.
No. That's something that you know, that you're aware of, that we know. And in fact, a lot of these. Then do your job. I'm sorry. Look where you're putting your money, because at some point it gets frustrating. Because I am seeing things like, for example, the Regents portfolio. They reinvested in ExxonMobil in November. ExxonMobil, which fuels the tanks, it fuels the helicopter, it fuels the entire Israeli apparatus, and they invested it back in November. In November, they invest back in it.
Yeah, it's not. ExxonMobil divestment is also like a fossil fuel angle too, like an environmentally conscious divestment angle as well. So there's like, divestment has successfully worked for a lot of stock portfolios and a lot of hedge funds that will move away from fossil fuel and like planet destroying initiatives, specifically in an attempt to like appease the masses. So they're actually perfectly valid in demanding transparency, specifically so that they can actually figure out what are the most viable targets of divestment.
Get us at the table with the people that matter. What is this conversation for?
Well, this is what we're trying to do. I mean, if the whole goal is just to bring me here to shame me, I mean, what is the path forward? I want to work with you to try to figure out how to move forward. Excuse me?
I think it's clear that...
I mean, like I said, why would I come here to take abuse just to come here?
I think it's clear that we're not going to be able to reach like a specific understanding today of what exactly divestment means.
Yeah.
But it's very clear that what the understanding on the administrator's side is not in alignment with what we understand. Okay. So what I think happens moving forward is we're not going to let you task force us out of organizing. We're not gonna concede our camp just because you say you're going to propose a vote, or whether you're going to propose a task force that's then going to propose a vote that's then going to get rejected. We're not going to stop until we reach a collective understanding of what divestment means, which is very different than what the administration currently believes. And once that vote is affirmative, once the university commits to this divestment, then we will stop. We will not stop before that, because we know that the university has a tendency to outweigh us, to say that we're going to do this through alternate channels and push the students out of that and outweigh us, and then eventually it's out of your hands and then they vote no. So we're not moving until the vote is yes. Once we understand what divestment means, and once it is agreed upon, not just agreed to vote, because we know you can just vote no after all that. So you need to vote yes.
So,
just one thing.
Yes.
I don't know if you see the amount of students that we have here.
I do.
That is only a small amount a small percentage compared to the amount of students that stand behind us that will keep coming back over and over and over. You can't stop this encampment, because you could sweep and there'll be another one the next hour, okay? Because divestment, not only now, is a UCLA-wide, but also a UC-wide movement, but also a nationwide, worldwide movement. You can't kill the movement. You can't arrest the movement. We will wait here until there is divestment.
Right.
Because we know you can do it. You've done it before. You've done it before in 1986. So what stops it now?
South Africa.
Back then,
1986.
you said task force 2. Back then, you said we gotta evaluate our risks of investments.
Talking about the apartheid.
And yet, guess what?
South Africa.
It happened within 4 months.
Okay, well, I'm
These
committed
kids are
to,
dumb and they will
looking
lose in
into
the
what we
long
can do here at
run. Just
UCLA.
leave these
And I will
orgs.
look into it. I mean, like you said.
Thanks, Chatter. Thank you for playing a formative role in this by seeing grave injustice and then seeing a bunch of students stand up to that in a very brave way, and then typing in a Twitch chat about how silly all of this is and that people should just stop. History books are filled to the brim with people like you, famously. It's always like, guys, abolition of slavery can't happen. Fucking calm down. Calm down. Yeah, just leave. Just leave the orgs. Fuck them. Come on. Is this the best you got? You could have been at least a little bit more entertaining and interesting by claiming that the organizations are like backed by the IRGC or Hamas or Hezbollah, that these students are actually an Iranian proxy, but instead you chose to do this weak ass bitch shit. Just leave the org. Come on. Come on, dude. Also, overall, in spite of the circumstances of being brutalized by Zionist counter-protesters only a couple hours prior and having the police do nothing.
Yeah, we'll be
okay?
fine.
Having the police do absolutely fucking nothing to protect them. It seems like they're keeping their composure relatively well, all things considered. Especially when having a member of the administration show up like this to specifically, quote-unquote, debate the students under the guise of simply asking questions and also simultaneously tell them that, like, well, actually, everything that you experienced last night, I wasn't there to see, so I don't know. And if you tell me that, like, the actual dean was there to see it, I'll just simply tell you, well, I didn't see it. And also, I have no power.
We are the ones in danger.
Well, like I said, I mean, because we still have to figure out how to protect you for dealing with what happened.
It's like you said at the beginning, a huge fundamental failure, not only for letting that shit happen last night, but then arresting us who were attacked and not even going after the people who gave me this shit right here. Gave me this shit right here.
That is really fucked up.
All of the violence that was enacted upon us, left with no accountability, no treatment from the police. But then once we sit here and
just
demand,
ask, like, do you think that's just? Do you think that's permissible? Do you think that's honest?
Put on us. And we're the students here.
Yeah.
You see how that looks? That's a failure on your part.
Well, that's one of the reasons
The LA Times changed their article title again.
Well, that's one of the reasons.
The university has clearly chosen
After violent night at UCLA, another title change from LA Times.
And one of the reasons that we're offering amnesty, for students who.
I love checking back in.
That we've been saying and that we will honor.
I love checking back in periodically with the Los Angeles Times to see, like, how much worse it can get. Hopefully, in the next 24-hour period, they'll hit the full Monty and be like, it was actually pro-Hamas students that attacked the Jewish students and said things like, kill all the Jews, as UC president launches investigation into response. Just directly the inverse of what actually happened. The exact opposite.
Literally. Bro. Oh, I need to go take Moni a emerald.
It's like after everything yesterday, and yet the university still can't get us someone across the bargaining table that actually makes decisions. It's crazy. Well, it's crazy.
Well, you're not.
What more needs to happen
Well, you're not,
for us to talk about the people
Yeah.
who actually control the investments, or at least
Yeah.
control the fact that Jean Block yesterday released a statement calling our assembly unlawful for no reason?
Yeah, well, it's not bargaining when you have demands that you're not budging on, and that's not bargaining. That you're making a demand. So I'm here to discuss ways that we can.
We're not bargaining. We're demanding.
That we can both meet. That's what bargaining is. We're not bargaining.
Your answer to that, your offer is 5 months, so maybe investigation, and let's see what happened. And we don't know if it happened, even though it was on live stream and everything was recorded and everything was sent to the university.
Yeah.
Even though we had an unprecedented amount of press, even though our own students are saying it. The victims of this very attack are telling you that this happened, and yet you don't know if it happened, and we'll have to look into it.
I don't even know what I clicked.
No, I didn't say it didn't happen. What happened was horrific. We just don't know the specific acts so we can hold people accountable. That's what we're saying.
Just show them a video and be like, you think this is good?
But we need to hold people accountable. We need to find the individuals who did it.
They should ask them.
Your response to that is then punishing the students who are here to demand the divestment?
Well, no, we're not punishing the students.
Oh, the sweep is not?
That's not the point.
They should ask him to watch a video and go through piece by piece, because he's just like expertly moving goalposts, basically.
Your solution to shutting down the Zionist fascist thugs that want to beat us up is to put us behind bars?
No, it's not to put you behind bars. We're talking about amnesty for the students. That's what we're talking about. And we've repeatedly said that, but you're ignoring that. I keep saying that. We're not here to punish. That's not the point. That's not the point.
So instead of maybe calling the mayor or maybe calling the governor to call off the sweep, you're gonna go to Royce Hall just like Jean Block, watch us get brutalized by the LAPD. Is that what you're gonna do?
Well, the police, they make an assessment of the safety of a situation. We don't make that call. They're gonna do what they think once they're here to break up what was.
They should ask him to condemn the Zionist counter protesters.
You have the authority to call them. You have the authority. I mean,
yeah, but once they get here, they're following protocols. You know, we're not police officers. I'm not a police officer. You know?
Why should we let him leave?
No, you
what you need to understand is that you
Brad, shut up, Brad. That's insane.
really understand shit like that.
That is insane.
Right now, you
can't do that. You can't restrict his movement, man. Come on.
We know that we keep each other safe. We document it. We have so much evidence against you, against the university, against LAPD, against UCPD, against CSC that wasn't even willing to walk people back to their cars while we're being bombarded. And you're gonna sit here and be like, I don't have anything that I can say. I don't know what to do. You are a disgrace to the entire black community. I need you to know that.
Yeah, with all due respect.
I need you to know that. Because people like you get into positions of power because of things like this, and then you forget where you fucking came from.
No, trust me. I know where I came from. And again, what you're forgetting is when this encampment set up, we did not move to dismantle it. In fact, we were working with you to keep it going until what happened last night. And that's different than what happened in other places.
And then on the first day of the encampment, already like 2 hours in, we had counter protesters day and night. They have been
we
here.
didn't send counter protesters. We tried to manage
Okay,
the
and you
situation.
didn't stop them. You're talking about safety. You're talking about student safety.
There is free speech. As long as they're not doing violent acts, we can't stop them.
They were doing violent action.
And when they did,
on the second day of the encampment.
And when they did, we had people intervene to stop that because we can't allow the acts to go on, indefinitely. Last night, they were overwhelmed in terms of the violent acts. That's the whole point.
So when the Zionists, on the first day we set up, when a Zionist told me, when a Zionist threatened to rape me, that was free speech?
No, I didn't hear that. And no one reported it, as far as I know. That's not the...
Hey, there were so many people around. We have all heard those comments. I am certain that security has heard those comments. So why has the
that is absolutely on video. Man, this guy sure seemingly has not done his research. So odd. Every time something that a Zionist has done that makes their entire counter protest look exactly as violent as it actually is, he's like, oh fuck, I haven't seen it.
Let me fucking talk, first of all. So you speak of free speech.
Yeah.
What the fuck is harassing, sexually harassing, physically assaulting, verbally assaulting psychologically assaulting students and community members free speech. How is that fucking free speech? I don't want to hear about that shit. Because you're not allowing us to assert our free speech. You are complicit in fascism. You are an entity of fascism. Shame on you.
Shame! Shame!
I hear that you're coming from this place of like, I have no power to do anything here.
No,
I
that's
can't. Okay.
not where I'm coming from.
Right.
I'm coming from, I have certain things I can do and other things I can't do. And I'm trying to work with you on the things I can do. That's my point.
Okay. Just now, about an hour ago, we had a press conference with about over 100 media sites, right? 100 media outlets. We have every 360-degree angle coverage of what happened last night, the absolute brutality that came from all angles. Clear Zionist aggression. There's helicopter footage that shows it was a Zionist mob that came in. It was not a skirmish. It was not a battle, right? We were brutally attacked in the middle of the night. Can you stop just like interrupting with some little noises? Okay, thank you. And, okay. You see how clear the Zionist aggression is, right? We have been sitting here minding our P's and Q's for a week. We had people come in with bananas when we had signs everywhere that said there's a camper here who will die if there are bananas in the encampment. So they brought dozens and dozens of bananas. They hid them all throughout the encampment. We had people coming here yelling racial slurs, saying, you know, go to your master, calling people dogs. You had people spitting on them. On Sunday, at an event you permitted, you gave them a permit. You allowed them to fundraise tens of thousands of dollars when their GoFundMe page literally fucking said we want to basically terrorize them. We want to play videos of October 7th deep into the night and make it so that they can't sleep, they can't think, they can't do anything, right? This is psychological torture. I do not use those words lightly. That is their intention. Okay, and then you're going to say it is completely out of my hands what the LAPD does today to brutalize brutalize us. Okay, the LAPD, yes, maybe they intended to sweep before the actions of last night, but it is clear who the aggressors are in these situations. Don't act like you can't talk to Chancellor Block. Don't act like you can't talk to whoever does make these calls. You can't call the mayor, and you have no sway here. That you can't say these kids are sitting here. They are students. They have a First Amendment right to stay here. And then these Zionists, the ones who are saying we have guns, we have knives, we have bombs, we have pepper spray, we want to kill you. That's the shit they're saying to us. And you're going to let them sit there. You're going to call the police, have them come in on us.
This is looking like a Maoist struggle session. What they should ask him is if he would stay with them for the duration of the encampment. Not in a physical threatening way, but in like a, if you truly are with it, if you're truly with the shits, come sit with us, come stand with us, put your body to the cause. Not in like a hostage situation. I mean like voluntarily.
Despite how ceasefire negotiations go out, that there will be an imminent land invasion on Rafah imminently. Doesn't matter what the UN says. Doesn't matter what the international thing. So millions more people are going to die. That is the stakes here. We cannot wait like 4 more months. We cannot wait 4 more days. People are dying right now. We are already 208 days late. We are already 75 years late. You have no excuses. You have to pull. I'm looking into your eyes as a person. I'm not here to yell at you. I'm not here because I don't see because I think you are subhuman, anything like that. That's what they see in us. I'm looking at you because you are in a specific position of power, and it is a people's movement that has to go and move the people in power, and you have to move the other people in power. If it is not you who has the gavel to clamp down and say divestment, you have to go to every single person who you have contact with and tell them the time is now. There is no time to wait.
Bro, she said they brought bananas because one of their group was allergic. Yeah, the bananas thing is so wild. It's real. There's a sign right there, back there. You can see it. That's their food tent.
Yo, Saxony Panda.
The Israel defenders found that out and literally brought a shit ton of bananas and tried to...
Holy moly. Saxony Panda with the 100 tier 1 gifties. Holy moly, dude. Thank you. I don't know. I was just in a mood. I appreciate the mood. Thank you. Holy moly.
On BDS and so forth and so on.
Like, that's just straight up malicious.
It is wonderful seeing this stuff on campuses, I will say.
No, I haven't. I haven't seen the report. Send it to me. Send it to me.
No problem, of course.
Can we get that in writing?
Yeah.
Can we get your promise that you will advocate for us in writing? We cannot take your word.
I will apologize for what happened last night. Again, I don't think any of us were prepared for it. And it's something that was horrific. This should have never happened.
What happened last night is a symptom. It's not the problem. The problem is your investment in the mass murder of Palestinians and people around the world.
Students were very prepared for it.
What happened last night, that's just one symptom. It's going to keep happening.
Okay,
That's
Brett, don't chirp in.
So we don't want you to come here and apologize and then just watch it happen over and over again.
Oh, Hassan's like, Brad, stop, stop,
the
let them talk.
Yeah, I hear you. And again, I will do what I can do, you know, and I need to know. I need to know more.
So what can you do then? Because there are hundreds of students here. So why would the university send us someone who can't do shit?
Well, I mean,
what can you do for us?
Well, how many people can do anything? I mean, we need to know first of all what we're talking about. I mean, would you rather be
being parasocial with Brett?
Investment Foundation? I came here to talk about a number of
Hassan Marxism has done.
Out of here before we can do that.
They're friends.
Well, I mean,
oh my God.
Yeah.
Last night.
Call off the pigs.
Yeah. I mean, again, what happened last night is why we are where we are right now.
That's Cinema Marxism, by the way. Yeah, Brett, who he's talking about.
You know, we're not controlling the shots at this point in terms of the police. I guess the police and whatever protocol they put together, you know.
Call them right now.
You know, well,
call the mayor.
That's not my role. Yeah.
You can't. Hey, hold on. Yeah. If you think what happened to us last night is so bad, it's so horrific, that it was a mob violence, putting aside your position as an administrator of this institution, of this carceral, genocidal institution, surely your personal opinion should mean that you don't think we should get swept. If you think we should get swept, then you'll stay silent. If you think we shouldn't get swept, then maybe you should call the people you know and let them know in your personal opinion that you think that's wrong.
Yeah, well, the one thing I know is that it's not safe right now, and safety is our biggest concern because we're concerned about what may happen. You know, we don't know. I mean, these people are obviously crazed. It was a mob mentality, violence, and it's hard to control or to know what that may be, you know?
Okay.
And we do have a responsibility for public safety. I mean, that's an overriding concern. In the same way, well, for you, I mean, if you're here, but no, you're not in a jail cell. We're talking about amnesty. If you want to leave, you're free to leave right now before they sweep, and there won't be any repercussions for anything you did for being in the encampment.
Wait, what do you mean before we sweep?
That's your choice to do that, you know. But that's not a necessary.
Do you still think this has bad optics? No, fuck no. He's like,
I am listening. You're not listening to me. I'm listening to you. Yeah.
Okay, you must understand that a sweep is giving every Zionist and every perpetrator of genocide a victory, an explicit victory. And you are communicating to them that they won and that we got swept.
Okay, I need to look up all of the love things people need.
I'm going to ask you simply. I am not going to interrupt you. I'm going to encourage everyone here to not interrupt you.
It's a very bad
what
precedent.
What can you do for us?
Well, I've talked about some things I can do for you.
What is it?
Well, you know, okay, so
yeah.
We're going to work on the divestment. We're going to find more about what's going on with the UCLA investment company, that 0.04%, and any other companies to see if there's anything we can do about that we have under our control here at UCLA. I mean, I don't personally know that. I mean, I did get information, you know, from them that was the summary that I shared with you, but there's a lot more detail, obviously, in terms of how you define it versus the way they defined it. So we need to understand that. That's one thing I can do. I can do that right now. And then I can find out whether we have the authority to actually, you know, divest from those companies. I obviously can't do it UC-wide. And again, the regents may even step in and say we can't do it here, but I don't think that's the case. Okay, so there's that. We talked about a Palestinian Studies Center. Now, that doesn't address your concerns, I understand. But in spirit, it allows us to shine a spotlight on what's going on in Gaza and other places. Yeah.
In spirit.
Yeah, exactly. And in the same way that you're protesting and giving voice to your concerns, you can do those things through a center formally.
I don't want an Ollie London emote.
This, the other. You can also continue to protest anywhere on campus in accordance with you know, TPM, time, policy and manner. You know, well, because they're designed for safety. This is not. aligned with safety because of obviously what happened. I explained to you before about our campus and how it's open and how we can't control the borders.
Yeah, I don't want to add that. Sorry,
Trying to
I really don't
justify a
want to
fucking
see that
police sweep by
motherfucker's face.
saying it's for your safety
I
that
don't
we have to
wanna
come in and
see that
violently
motherfucker's
arrest
face.
you.
We have 5
It is.
Okay, then stay with the protesters. Ensure the safety of all the protesters. Surely the police won't beat a vice chancellor of the university.
We want an immediate statement calling for an end to the ceasefire. Oh my God, calling for a ceasefire and an end to the occupation. And we want an academic and cultural boycott, including ending of the study abroad program. Nowhere in there. We also want total amnesty.
Okay,
We also, mind you, given how fucked up you guys responded last night, we want full payment of every student's medical bills here. And you know what? A center for the study of Palestine is not doing shit for any of those.
Okay.
We created our own center right here.
Okay.
We're already learning what we want to learn and saying what we want to say. So we don't need you to set up a center for us. We're telling you what we want, and we need you to hear that.
I heard that loud and clear. Thank you.
You are acting like this came out of nowhere. We've been protesting. We've been following time, place, and matter, or not following time, place, and matter. Either way, we've been telling you what has been wrong. We've been telling you that the genocide in Gaza and the occupation of Palestine has to end. That the blood of our hands, on our hands, as students, as faculty, as admin, as the UC, has to end. We need to stop aiding and abetting this destruction, this inhumanity. And we've been doing it. I mean, we went to Murphy. We told you guys our demands. We dropped pages and pages of our demands. We explained exactly where we were investing, what we were demanding, how that investment looked like. You are acting like this is out of nowhere, that students are camping here, which is not the case. It's just that you haven't been listening. And this is another example. This is another example of not being listened to, being told the same answers over and over. I mean, G Block has never met with us. G Block doesn't want to meet with us because you're not taking us seriously, and we need you to understand. We will be taken seriously.
We will
be taken seriously.
Trust me, I'm taking you seriously. You know, I'm engaging with the demands over which we have control. You know, and I was hoping that, you know, we could have that conversation and that you would give me, the grace to kind of, you know, talk that through. I mean, given everything that's happened.
This guy, dude. He's
I'm
so
sorry
annoying.
that things happened the way they happened last night. Well, we're trying to do what we can do, and one of the things that
one of the things that we can do is orchestrate a campus-wide sweep.
Not to have an encampment.
Orchestrate a campus-wide sweep. Offer amnesty to those who are unsubscribed to the top of the hour.
Okay,
in the form
Hassan.
of gifted subs. When the 3-minute ad break is here.
Okay,
we
Hassan.
know, because we've studied at UCLA, we've learned critical thinking.
Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break.
That LAPD has a pattern on how they treat protesters and how they treat people.
Yeah.
So by not
Now, if you're not a recipient of a gifted sub, then all you need to do is subscribe on your own for $5 or for free.
Omni Geodal Rubies.
And again, I recognize and I see, give me a second, I see that they sent you out here and you have limited power.
Topaz.
That's clear.
Here's the 3-minute
and the
ad break
person
now.
that should be sitting here is not here, and they did that on purpose to.
And then Demetrius, 2 strawberries.
Uh-oh.
What is FFC? So I don't know.
We lost Brett.
Hold on.
Tire us out. They want this conversation.
Remind me
to
tomorrow
tire
because I don't want to
us
deal
out.
with FFC
Sup
right
to
now.
Hassan to support Palestine law? I've never said that. As a matter of
He was
fact,
making
I
a
said
joke.
the exact opposite. This has nothing to do with supporting Palestine and everything to do with you avoiding the ads at the top of the fucking hour.
And then 2 jades for the door.
Okay?
I will. Just remind
It's
me tomorrow.
effing. I'm going to try to turn it on again.
Okay, I need to give you a cactus.
during the day and you give a report to the people above you saying you did every
You know this man is going to snap at somebody after he leaves? No, but I do fear that the moment that he leaves, in the immediate moments after he leaves, I fear that there is going to be a sweep.
Fairy Rose.
Which is why I keep fucking asking. I mean, I wish they would be like, listen, if you truly care about our safety, then you stand here with us. Because as long as the university is here, as long as an administrative official in the university is here with us, standing side by side, then the cops won't hurt us. Surely the cops won't beat the shit out of a black vice chancellor. I mean, think of the optics of that.
I mean, they might. I'll be honest with you.
I guess he said that. Someone said that he asked that. They asked that, and he said he can't do that.
genuinely and honestly and said that you are not here to protect us. That way we can respond accordingly. Don't give us answers that.
And oranges for Gus.
My intention again.
Sick of this grifter pretending to be a socialist, but not once have you invited me to live in your home, feed me, or give me a sub. I denounce Hasanabi.
And then maybe 2 more
A
fairy
sweep
roses for
chat
little girl.
is what cops usually do at homeless encampments. It's just it's to take down the encampments. They're gonna go in, arrest all the fucking students that are resisting, and take down all the
Campus
tents.
is unsafe, whether it's here, in class, in dorms, or anything like that. If you make a sweep today, it is just acknowledging that you are aiding the Zionists, aiding this ideology. And
It's
I'm
also
not
what happened to
fucking with it.
LeBron. No, it didn't. He won one. Shut the fuck up.
It's basically.
That's not a sweep. Technically, definitionally, that's not a
Security
sweep.
is here to watch us, not to protect us. The security is here to keep us in line. The security
likes
is here to prevent
yams.
us from making our voices heard. The security is here to intimidate us.
Okay, I think we have enough
security
gifts
is
now.
not here to protect us.
Maintain the barrier.
The security is not here to protect us. They have
2, 3,
repeatedly
4,
told us that.
5, 6, 7, 8,
And
9,
LAPD is going to be
10,
here to brutalize
11,
us, not to
12,
protect us. Just
13,
sitting here,
14, 15,
playing in
16,
our
17,
faces.
18,
Telling
19,
us,
20.
telling
Oh,
us
it's
that I'm
not
going to call the
okay.
cops because I'm going to call the pigs in because we want to keep you all safe.
Yeah.
Be serious.
Yeah.
Be serious.
All right.
The first round,
This
shut
is
the fuck
just-
up.
this is
Shut
just
up,
a
shut up. It's 4-1.
It's because you're scared of how many students
It's
there
4-1.
are here, of how big this movement has gotten,
Look.
of how dedicated we are, how organized, how structured. You'll be
Which
like
is
the
worse,
real
LAPD or NYPD? They're both pretty bad. I would probably assume the NYPD is maybe worse, but I don't know. LAPD has sheriff's gangs.
Wherever we are, wherever we go, they will come.
Stop.
So we
Stop
will
saying
stand
the first
strong
round.
for
Stop
our
it.
beliefs because our university aids and abets it and accepts their fascist ideology, so they know they're safe here.
Yeah.
And they know that you'll silence us instead of
He's
arresting
leaving
them
the
for
Lakers. You don't know
whatever
that.
it is, stopping them. Which, by the way, you did nothing. You did nothing. We kept each other safe. We will continue to keep each other safe. And this encampment is safe. It's safe because we get to express we get to protest and envision a world where our university does not invest in the genocide of the Palestinian people.
Right. Well, that's the one thing
Okay.
that UCLA we can look into.
See?
And,
Let's just go
I
around.
came here with the genuine hope of having a conversation and finding an off ramp, something that would meet your needs. And
What
and sort of
off ramp,
address
bro? You said
your
you're powerless.
demands.
Like, what the fuck?
And I mean, I see that it's falling short, or at least you're not accepting what I've offered as in any way addressing your demands. But I mean,
Okay, I'm gonna have to now remember everything.
Georgia State
my power
University
individually. I think it's sort of the power of our
is
our
having graduating
university,
students wearing keffiyehs
to
dragged off
make
campus and
unilateral
threatening to
decisions
rescind their
about certain types of
degrees.
things. And,
What the
we're
fuck?
trying, we're trying our best to be an advocate to move things forward, but unilaterally it's hard to do that. And so I came with the idea of focusing on the things that we could do, not realizing because I hadn't met with you. That
It's so
you're not
awesome that this professional managerial class representative is giving a taste of neoliberal bureaucracy to the students by being like, I have no unilateral capacity. Guys, listen, this is not how it's done. Let me tell you, as an adult, let me tell you.
what next steps are, but I think we want to try to do whatever we can to.
According to
at the end of the day,
LeBron is leaving the
address
Lakers and heading to the
what's happening.
Warriors.
We said that
That's crazy.
We're praying for a ceasefire and something that, yeah, I mean. Well, again, I mean,
we are interested. We are interested in negotiating with you, right? But none of these offers. Okay, yeah, bargaining, right? How does bargaining work? You have leverage. Our leverage right now is that we have this encampment here and we're not going to move. Our leverage right now is that every single media outlet in the entire United States of America, including around the world, is looking at you right now. There are cameras everywhere watching the way you're responding to us, right? That is our leverage. Okay, we are going to use our leverage to bargain with you. However, we cannot bargain with you in good faith if you do not try to genuinely protect our safety, right? I'm going to read you some things that the Zionists were saying yesterday on the live stream. The cops arrived. They pulled up maybe 4 hours after the brutality had already begun. And the Zionists on the megaphone started saying, none of us on this side ever want to defund the police. All of us love you and all of us respect you. We support. They started chanting, we back the blue, defend the blue, over and over again, right? The police do not scare them. They know that the police are on their side. They know that, okay? We know that the police are not on our side. We know that when the police show up, if they're also throwing pepper spray into the encampment, the police aren't going to go over there and confiscate the pepper spray, even though that's what's fucking causing the brutality. They're going to come in here and say this is declaring a lawful assembly. Another thing, hundreds of people around Los Angeles, including in the encampment yesterday, were calling LAPD. People who were being actively brutalized said, we are calling 911. We're asking for EMTs. We're asking for police, all these things. And they said, we cannot come in yet because we have not gotten the UC's jurisdiction. They have not yet allowed us into the encampment. They said that, okay?
We called 911 immediately when we saw what was happening, when it was clear that our police were overwhelmed. And that's all I said. And again, that's going to come out.
This is not the first time. Remember back in March when we also slept outside?
I was there. I heard the call. Yeah. Well, I was there when we requested. I was there when we requested. Okay. Well, I was there when we requested, and I think the investigation will show the facts. But look, I need to go. So I appreciate it.
I think it's. You should see what happened.
At first, the optics were bad for the students. I think it like they were very understandably emotional, but it's so obvious that he's like there with disingenuous purpose, and he just flailed around. Basically said he had no fucking power, and is now just going, yeah, a sweep is inevitable. Sorry, bye. He's leaving because the faculty is saying they're hearing the sweep is scheduled for 6 p.m.
Sam likes cactuses.
A Department of Education faculty member, this is a reporter for Bolt's magazine. Piper French says the Department of Education faculty member tells me faculty has been hearing the camp will be cleared by police tonight. He's been hearing the possibility of 6 p.m., but it's all rumors now.
Don't let him go. That's our leverage. You think they'll see you there, the Vice Chancellor?
We could have stalled them. We could have maybe just stalled them and kept talking to them for a long ass time.
Free Palestine!
Look into Twitch DL.
Can't stop an administrator from clocking out at 5. He was like, listen.
Twitch DL. You have to use
guys,
the true terminal though.
My
Do you know how
job
to use
here is
terminal
over.
commands?
It's 5 p.m. Peace.
Twitch DL. Look at
I got
that.
texted for some people. Brett, the sweep is scheduled for 6, but they've created shields and shit. It's going to get wild. Be safe, chatter.
Grab it for you. I have Python and stuff. Yeah, you might need to install. It depends, like some other stuff. But you'll see. Yeah, it's this one here.
Yeah.
You're comfortable with terminal? Cool. Here we go. They've also got a GitHub. Yeah, it's great. So if you got pip, then you'll be fine. Okay.
Traffic's not looking great. Gotta leave now. Yeah, he has to go back.
Alright, chat. I think that's it for me for today. I'm gonna go. It's just a lot. And I'm going to what time is it PST? Okay. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm still gonna be watching, but I just
Do you think students talking about Intifada is bad optics? No, I don't give no, it's ridiculous.
I'm going to rate someone who's continuing to watch Azan. Let's raid J Marion. All right. I'll see you all tomorrow. And yeah, keep safe if you are out there protesting. And yeah, ACAB. And much love to all of you. And try to realize that this is positive. That's what's happening. What's happening to students is obviously very negative, but the movement is very positive. All right. It's important that we see this stuff in America because Americans, unfortunately, are the only people that can do anything about what's happening in Israel. It doesn't matter. All the other countries in the world don't matter. Literally, even Germany doesn't even matter. It's just students in the United States. Much love to you guys.